car sideways coming out of Murray's corner. Not sure who that was. All I know for sure, it was an Audi sideways slideways coming through turn at number 23. There we can see it. That is Kevin DeNoyer in the fiercely forward pink car, the number 15, losing it. Coming out of coming through turn number 23. In fact, the front bumper already gone on that Audi. That's been gone for a while, so chances are it's probably been sold and shipped out on eBay by one of the other track marshals around this circuit. I'm going to take a look at a replay to see that moment for him in that number 15 car, and just looping it around, and having to back up a little bit to try and rejoin the racetrack as quickly as he can. Not a whole lot of harm or foul done. That front bumper actually missing as a result of that collision, as we see Nacho Gaspar in the number 83. That McLaren going for a drift at the top end of the circuit, getting some style points, but I think he may need a change of pants as a result.
Yeah, he absolutely does, because that was such a big run there. Code Brown is definitely something that I think a lot of the drivers are going to be saying here today as we go along, and I don't know that I can blame them at all, because it's been such a big moment from them, because it's been just... We're going to see more of those as we go through. Is going to be one of the big problems for me, is that we're going to continue to see more and more of those happen, those moments as we go through. And look at that. It is the bottom of the hill that is raining. The top of the hill is going to start very, very soon. I tell you what, once we see that big heavy rain hit the top, which it might actually just miss, we might not get the heaviest band of rain up on the top of the hill, which might be lucky for these drivers if we're honest.
Yeah, it shows you when it comes to big racetracks like this, how different the conditions can be. Everyone talks about Spa and how at one point in the track it could be bone drywall, and another part it could be pouring with rain to the point where it's monsoon-esque conditions. Can have something like that happen from time to time. However, it is still sketchy regardless whenever it happens here. We're going to be ending part 1 of this broadcast in a couple of moments, switching over to part 2 here on the iRacing Esports Network for the 2025 Bathurst 12-hour. It's been a hectic start to this race. It's been a dramatic one as well. We've got rain coming down in a big fashion to the point where the bottom half of the circuit is drenched. So let's see how things are going to shake out in part number 2 of the 2025 Bathurst 12-hour. This is going to be a heck of a lot of fun for sure. To all of you tuning into the second half of this broadcast, the second part of this broadcast, we welcome you back to the iRacing Esports Network. Looking at these drivers, giving us a heck of a fun fight to talk about. And as we're on the bottom half of the circuit, just listen in to that rain coming down. I'm not sure about you, Brad. Maybe it's a fact I didn't have breakfast this morning, or lunch for that matter. It sounds like something's cooking on a grill. It sounds like someone just plopped a burger onto the grill for 4th of July or something like that. It is so loud with the rain coming down in sheets and buckets at the bottom half of the track.
It does sound like that, and I'm not gonna lie, I had breakfast this morning, but it's really making me hungry yet again, and I'm here for a couple more hours, so I think as soon as I get off of this broadcast, probably what I'm gonna do is make food, because yeah, it sounds like that, and it's almost terrifying. It's almost soothingly terrifying to get that bit of that popcorn sound to then all of a sudden hit the have this loud motor run by you, Ron. I mean, it's so much fun, though. It's kind of crazy. It's fun. It's interesting. Yeah, I enjoy it. So it's nice to kind of watch and go through. We continue with this rain, though, and the rain's going to continue on for a little bit, like we saw on the radar. The top of the hill, thankfully, is not going to be as heavy in the rain, which I think might save a couple of drivers moments here and there as they go through, because I really think for some of these drivers, if it was the top of the hill that was getting the most rain, they would be the most nervous about it, because I think that's really the most dangerous area. You still have the marbles to contend with, though, on the top of the hill, which adds a whole nother problem as drivers follow bumper to bumper down the hill.
I gotta say, Brad, I'm a little bit envious of you. Right after my, you will be continuing on for, I think, about an hour and some change. I think after I wrap up my time on this show in about 40 minutes time, I'm gonna have to do another show right after this. So I'm probably just going to have dinner and dinner alone here today. So that's fun. Got my trusty broadcaster issued glass of water right now in a glass I got from my karting days. As that's a moment for Alex Gale and the Apex Racing Team number 98 Audi heading down into the chase. Loops it. I think that he pulled off a 720 there. Did not get hit by anyone. I think that Alex Gale needs to go out and get a lottery ticket after that, because how he managed to have a moment like that and didn't end up hitting a barrier or getting hit by a competitor. Genuinely, I think the chances of getting struck by lightning are higher.
A little bit of luck. A lot of bit of luck, a little bit of skill, I would say, as we go through. Let's watch this one more time. Was this just a lockup of the rear axle again? No, he actually tipped the wheel into the grass.
Oh, that is so terrifying. Holy cow.
I mean, how he hit nothing again. That is luck, is what that is, that he didn't hit a single thing. That's impressive. And now he just kind of continues along. I mean, the big thing for drivers at Bathurst, you do something like that and you just have to not think about it. You just have to get back on track and keep going. The car's okay. Just keep going.
Yeah, just keep on going when you have a moment like that, because what else can you do? Give up? Yes, some drivers have at this point in this race. A couple of drivers already out of it. Some teams getting struck by falling anvils in the early stages, but the drivers still in this race are giving us a good battle to talk about. Here's the number 50 of Lorenzo Maffredati heading down into the chase, locks up the rears in that number 50 Ferrari, and does he hit the barrier? He does not. Picks up about 85 bajillion pounds of gravel as a result of that long off-track excursion, but nevertheless avoids any sort of major contact outside a small little scrape with the barrier heading through the braking zone. This is the sketchy point of this track without a question or a shadow of a doubt. We nearly just saw another driver lose it heading off into the chase. Such a tough section of this track as we serenade part number 2 of the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12-hour broadcast here on the iRacing Esports Network. It's myself, Ron Mullins, on the call, Brad Dalton alongside me in the commentary booth, and a lot of drivers who are walking around, I can't even say on eggshells at this point. They're walking around this track as if there's a bunch of landmines strewn across it.
I mean, it literally is. That's the thing. Like, they're driving in that way because that's literally what's happened when this rain comes down. Look at all of those puddles off to the edge. You dip a wheel into the puddles, you hydroplane, and there's no saving it. There's no runoff. There's no nothing. You are absolutely screwed in that regard. You just have to be careful and kind of piece it together. You're very much tiptoeing up, down, left, right, and center as it goes, you know, time and time again. And the lap times truly reflected. Our leader ran a 2:28 last lap. Gap to Gustavo Ariel is now 10 seconds and counting. He is running 3 seconds faster than the car behind. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous to see that going through. I'm, you know, just jaw to the floor here on the variance and lap times. Alexander Spetz on the number 6, a 2:37 last lap. But it goes to show, again, you know, we talked about it earlier, the Porsche's Team Redline, I think they were prepared for rain, so they got a little bit more conservative of a setup. And as of right now, it's paying off. The question for me will be, over the next 6.5 hours, if they get that lead, can they keep that lead?
And going back to the lap time discussion, as we see the drivers setting these times. Mentioned this earlier on in the show during part 1, and I'll mention this again. The GT3 lap record around here set by Shane Van Gisbergen back during the 2016 running in the Bathurst 12 in a McLaren 650 GTS set at 2:01.567. So with lap times in the 220s, we are pretty far away from that. In fact, we're about as far, these drivers are about as far away from lap record pace as I am away from Bathurst itself geographically. So pretty far away from that, but as it stands currently, I don't think these drivers could give a rat's butt about setting quick lap times. They're just hoping that they can keep these cars on the road and keep themselves in the spot that they have been as of late. I'm curious if we can maybe pull up the weather radar graphic again to see how things are going. Last time we saw it, the bottom half of the track completely enveloped in red rain. It was brutal down there around that start-finish area through the final few corners and the first couple of corners for that matter as well. There you can see we're in the clear, at least for now. If we can maybe cut to the farther zoomed out shot, I want to see when the next band of rain will be hitting this track. There you can see it. We're kind of halfway through this spotty patch of rain that is going to be barreling through Bathurst in New South Wales right now. We got one more patch of it and maybe another one following it. But after that, at least as it stands currently, we may be in the clear for a little bit. So I think we may have a couple of minutes left of rain left in our back pocket, and that could be it. Certainly this patch of rain has I was going to say damaged this race enough as is. It's changed this race as much as is. As we see some side-by-side racing with some Audis heading out of the cutting. However, that rain made a big difference, but it's not going to stick around for much longer.
Indeed, it is not going to stick around. There's the number 6 Mercedes. That's Alexander Spetz in Drago Racing 6. That is very much struggling to get that car turned around, trying to go through, just in such a bad position there out of Forest Elbow. It's such a narrow position of the track. I think finally has enough breathing room to 3-point that car around, but no rear wing left. That is going to be straight into the pits. I believe for Drago Racing 6, that's going to be game. And he had no rear wing going into Forest Elbow, actually, and then just what was that? That was a little more than a 360, right? I'm not claiming to be good at math. I don't know what that was, honestly.
Yeah, I'm now trying to do the math. As you can see, oh boy, that was sketchy. Heading down into the chase. I'm not sure what happened there. That's not like a set on a cold toilet seat. That was so sketchy. Heading down into the chase with the number 6 car. Missing a rear wing. That is not the strategy to go about with. I think that was a spin and a quarter for them, so that would work out to be 450 degrees of the spins. We take a look at another replay of that, I believe, of Alexander Spetz and that Mercedes looping it a little bit earlier on in that lap. That's what caused him to lose the rear wing. And let's see, hits the wall, bang. Oh, the rear wing decides to stick around for a little bit, then it popped off like a misshapen Lego. So Alexander Spetz and the number 6 car having to drive around a Mercedes with a little bit of suspension damage there as well. He's yet to come into the pits, which is a little bit surprising to me as we jump back to the live action and follow the leader.
Yeah, and as we go through and we follow the leader around, it's going to be just for the leader 2-3 seconds slower than Team Redline 72 here, and that gap is continuing to close time and time again. Gap as it currently sits in the single digits, 5.5 seconds is the gap between Mall Racing Team and Team Redline 72. So we just continue to watch this around and watch them go through. I would say we're just a couple of laps away really from these two getting together, but again, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. Once Team Redline gets up there in the spray of this BMW, can they have the confidence under braking? Can they have, the ability to get through and get around and get that pass done? I don't know for sure, honestly. That's the thing, is it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass as we watch through. But you can see them, not those two side by side, but the car behind, that is Team Redline 72. So there is a little bit of traffic for Gustavo Ariel to contend with. But as it stands, Team Redline looking to defend their win from last year. And I really have to say, I think they're in one of the best places to do it.
Yeah, at this point of the race, these drivers and these teams thinking of how well they've set themselves up over the past 5.5 hours of racing action. Ever since the drop of the green flag earlier on today, at least from our perspective, from Brad and I's perspective here by the East Coast of the U.S., it's been hectic. We've had rain. We had rain at the start under the lights to kick off this 2025 Bathurst 12-hour. We had a dry track. Now we're back in the wet, and we're seeing what these drivers can really do and what these teams can do, withstanding the pressure, applying pressure to their competitors, and just trying to manage this race as best as you possibly can. I think, Brad, the best way I can describe the way these drivers and these teams are tackling this race, as if, I mean, based off the fact I've said some very odd things in my time on the show, I surprisingly enough am not a trained clown. I did not go to clown college, although I certainly considered it. But I think the best way I can describe this race is trying to juggle chainsaws while blindfolded.
I still think that's a little bit of a polite way to describe this race, honestly. I would say juggling flaming chainsaws while balancing on a unicycle in a cage with motorcycles around you, while blindfolded, while having noise-canceling headphones on, and you have handcuffs. That's a more accurate way for me to describe it.
I think the last time that I heard of anything that physically strenuous, I think I was in a high school gym class. There's a story I could share from my high school days. One time I decided that I'd wear my gym clothes underneath my regular school clothes. I had to get out of work, get out of school early because I was overheating. So that's shows you that back when I was, at that point, I think I was probably 14, I guess it was, in like fall of 2019. I was very smart back then. Following Soda Muto in the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy #1 Porsche, as it stands currently, they're running a little bit farther down the running order. They were involved in a collision with themselves and the number 99 Apex Racing team car earlier on, and ever since then they've been on the back foot a little bit. They're making up some spots though from the last time we saw them. They're now running in 21st. However, the road ahead for that Williams Esports team certainly not a smooth one. Got involved in some incidents a little bit farther back. They're a couple of laps down as well, but in these conditions anything can happen, and what we are seeing happening is the gap at the front of the field diminish. Gustavo Ariel in the number 72 team Redline Porsche has careened that gap to himself, and the number 10 Mall BMW of Rainer Talvar, it's now under 2 seconds. It's going down by half a second just in this spiel of mine, Brad. We may have a battle for the lead to talk about in the next couple of laps.
Oh, we absolutely are going to have a battle for the lead to talk about. I would say probably this time next lap, they'll be battling for the lead. 1.7, 1.6, 1.5, 1.6. I mean, it's continuing to go up and down here, but it's sitting in. The thing is, though, if Gustavo Ariel continues to make small mistakes like that, like tapping the wall, going through Forrest Elbow on the inside, it's going to continue to let that gap open up. I see Alexander Spetz in that number 6 Mercedes is in the pits. So we're right on board here with Gustavo Ariel. Gap opening here through the fast run of the Conrad Straight. But again, this Porsche has so much downforce. They have set up and anticipated a wet weather race. And from the gap that at one point was a full minute, it's now 1.7 seconds. This is gonna be interesting. We'll see how close they can get going up towards Quarry Bend here in just a moment, because once it's through Hell Corner and down the mountain straight, the gloves are off. We have a fight on our hands.
Yeah, we've got a lot of fights to talk about up and down this field. It may not seem like we have little to no time left to go in this race. We've still got over 6 hours left. We haven't even hit the halfway mark, but compared to that 12-hour sum, it feels like we got no time left to go in this race. These drivers taking the gloves off, breaking the elbows out, and they're going to start to dice and scrape and claw and battle for every single position they can out there on the racetrack. I think these two have found themselves in a nice little even patch in terms of not having to deal with a whole lot of lap traffic. Heading their way down at the end of that mountain straightaway, though, just through the braking zone of turn number 2 alone, the gap between Rainer Talvar and Gustavo Ariel shot down by a couple of tenths of a second. So I think the braking zone is going to be the important matter when it comes to something like this, but this is going to be the money battle between these two. The Mount Racing team number 10 car they've been, I wouldn't say faultless thus far in this race. They haven't led it since the drop of the green flag, but they've been the dominant force over the first half. But as we rapidly approach the halfway mark of this race, they've got more pressure than they ever have before. It's humid out here. They find themselves in a pressure cooker situation, dealing with traffic, dealing with the challenges, and trying to haul the mail in that number 10 Mall BMW. Let's see. The gap is now below a half a second. The team Redline number 72 car, Redline, looking to get their second win in a row here from the Bathurst 12. They're within striking distance. Look at that, coming out of Forest Elbow, covered by practically nothing, heading down the Conrad straightaway. That gap closing. Let's see if Gustavo Ariel in that Redline car is going to be bold, brave, and audacious enough to try and go for the move. You can just barely see the back of that number 10 BMW blinking with the rain lights through the mist. Look at this. Are they going to go side by side into the chase? It looks like they're going to stay single file. Gustavo Ariel certainly close, though, closing up even more through the braking zone. They got that Ferrari right in front of them. That, I believe, is a Husingnode car. So let's see what is going to go down with that lap traffic encounter. Heading through now to the bottom end of the circuit, through the final corner. That's Murray's corner, turn number 23, running a little bit wide on corner exit. That's a bad exit for the number 10 BMW. This is a shot that Gustavo Ariel is going to take, trying to look at the move down the inside into turn number 1. He closes up, he dives, he goes for the move of that Porsche, and he gets the move done to take the lead of the race of the Bathurst 12.
First on-track lead change I can think of that we've had in a very long time as that pass is done. But is it done and dusted here? Mall Racing Team's number 10 will continue to push right on the rear bumper of that Porsche, heading down Mountain Straight as we go towards Quarry Bend. What's going to happen? Well, nothing. No response can be given into Quarry Bend here. That BMW is going to follow through. And I tell you what, vamos Brazil, because Gustavo Ariel has managed to take that number 72 for Team Redline into the lead. 5 seconds back is Team Redline 71. That is not that far off either. Mall Racing might have a big problem on their hands, but I will add the caveat for those of you who are Mall Racing Team fans there for Rainier Talvar is that there is 6 hours, 20 minutes left to go. If the track dries out, we know that BMW has pace. This could all swing back the other way very quickly, and nobody really knows which way it's going to go.
And credit where credit is due to Talvar. The fact he was able to hold on to the lead as long as he could. We heard it earlier on. That number 10 Mall Racing Team car, they didn't really set their car up for the wet. So the fact they were able to hold on to the lead for as long as they did is really impressive. As they're sideways heading down the hill off into Forest Elbow. At this point, it's damage control. We saw the weather radar earlier on. I'm curious if we could pull it up yet again to see if that final blotch of rain is close to the track. Of course, there's a heck of a lot that can happen between now and the end of this. I think we've gone past it. I think we're done with the rain for now, unless that cell a little bit to the, I guess that would be to the east of the track, trying to figure out the cardinal direction for the iRacing radar. I honestly think that at this point for a Mall Racing Team, if they can manage this, if they can remain in the podium spots and not drop back too badly, once this track starts to dry up, they showed a lot of pace during that dry point of the race. If they can manage this, if they can stay within striking distance of the Team Redline number 72 and 71 cars, they may not be out of it in that number 10 car. I'm still going to be keeping my eyes on that between now and the end of this race.
I'm with you for that, honestly. I don't think this is game over for the 10. I do think it is damage control, as you said. I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see. And the big thing, looking at it is that there's no rain behind this band of rain, as we just saw on the radar. So we get that swing back. I think if you've written off this BMW, you're wrong. I don't think you can write off the BMW yet. I think the big thing is going to be how can they navigate, and that setup difference. I mean, 3 seconds a lap is a big difference in pace. It's a big difference in pace, but you got to remember that pace difference is going to swing right back the other way as the track dries up. You're going to see that transition period hit where the track dries enough that BMW gets faster than those Porsches, and as soon as that happens, that number 10 is going to be doing what we just watched Gustavo Ariel do from almost a minute back across the past couple of hours, and just send that car forward, get that pass done, and be there. And now the next Team Redline car is right there in the mix, is getting ready to get the pass done. One lapped car between them, and once that happens, you know, I still don't think you can ride off that BMW as we continue through. Yes, the setup makes a huge difference. They're on the right wet tires, but that setup, that downforce difference is big. And usually, you know, Ron, I would say setup isn't as big of a deal between wet and dry. There's minor differences, but it doesn't usually cost you 3 to 5 seconds in the wet. But Bathurst is the exception to the rule. That setup spells such a difference if you're wrong.
Yeah, that's a very good point to raise there, Brad, talking about the unique flair of this racetrack. There really is no track like Bathurst. 23 corners, 3.86 miles, 6.2 kilometers, open all the way back in 1938. It's technically a street circuit, and it's had the same layout ever since 1987. This track, though, through the years, ever since the first ever real-life Bathurst 12, all the way back in 1991, it's an odd ride. It's a fun ride, don't get me wrong, but it is a ride unlike any other. So these drivers having to manage a lot of stuff in this race, having to think of their setup, having to think of how exactly they can tackle this race, and think of the driver's comfort as well. This is a race where these drivers get pushed out of their comfort zone. Bathurst, it's a track where you have to do hundreds of laps to really get comfortable driving around this place. Throw rain into the picture, throw lap traffic into the picture, throw a hot battle into the picture, and you're thrown for all sorts of loops. So this is a race unlike any other. I mentioned earlier on in this broadcast and my time on the air here for the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12-hour on the iRacing Esports Network, the fact that in a race like this, contact being made between the number 71 and number 10. That's going to give the side-by-side fight that we were looking for. Contact being made. Coming out of the cutting. Looks like the number 71 car of Florian Lebridge going to get that move done to slip his way up into P2. I mentioned earlier on, Brad, talking about how these 12-hour-long races feel even more intense than a 24-hour ones. It's situations like this that really prove that case.
That was, that was elbows out is what that was. That was a big old little nudge out of the way. I don't know if that was on purpose. That BMW is just wiggling under braking at the top of the hill. It does not look comfortable. I think there's something more going on with that BMW than just a setup difference. I think there is some damage they're carrying. There's something going on there. I just don't see it, but it's got to be there. 3 seconds a lap in pace difference is not just setup alone. I think it doesn't help any. We check back in here with Dane Warren, the number 21 Porsche, who is under some pressure. The meat and the sandwich in the battle for 9th place.
And as we take a look at these battles forming all throughout the field, should be noted about that number 10 Mall BMW being pointed out in the YouTube chat that Rainer Talvar in that car still having to deal with that damage that he picked up in the big spin at the top end of the circuit. He was coming out of McPhillamy Park right as the rain came down, hit the puddle and looped it. I think he went from going the right way to facing the other direction in the span of a half a second. That was a violent spin in that number 10 car. Backed it into the barrier, not once but twice. It was scrapes, and I don't think he got any suspension damage from that. But in these aero-sensitive race cars, or on a track like this, where as much as it may be raining, straight line speed still rather important, you don't want to have a rumpled up rear end, because then it's going to feel like you're dragging a parachute down the Conrad straightaway, down the mountain straightaway, and through some of the faster sections of this circuit. So that could be part of the reason why he's lost out on a little bit of time. That or the fact that BMW, not the greatest handler in the world. It's a fast car, don't get me wrong, one of the fastest in a straight line. So come time for conditions like this in the wet, just the way that car drives and the way it's set up as well, going to make a huge difference as well. He's currently slotted in third. It's currently a Redline 1-2-5. We've got Gustavo Ariel in the number 72 car leading this race over the team car of Florian Lebridge. They're currently slotted P2, about 6 seconds back of the leading team car. Then you have to go back to Sam Coiter in the number 70 car to round out your top 5 as it stands currently coming up to the halfway mark in 13 and a half minutes time. 6 cars left on the lead lap. Dane Warren in the number 21 car, who are following right now in that Porsche, heading down the Conrad straightaway, currently rounding out your top 10 as it stands at the present moment. It's been a very hectic race ever since the drop of the green flag, Brad. I'm a couple of moments away from passing the reins off to Mike Nows, but this has been a fantastic race to be a part of, with a lot of twists and turns. But I think you're doing a little bit of investigative journalism and found that in the weather discussion, we're not entirely out of the clear yet. There may be rain with about 3 hours left to go, I think I saw.
Yeah, take that with a grain of salt. That I'm not going to quote that as official information. I'm going to quote that as information as reported. Looks like rain in about 3 hours to go, so we'll see what happens there, because it's coming still. We're not out of the loop. The track is going to dry up a bit more, but we do expect a little bit more rain to hit. It's going to be very, very interesting to see where that comes through. Honestly, I'm quite interested to see if more rain comes, who is in what position when, because as I said, that number 10 BMW, once the track dries out, we're going to see that pace flip back, in theory, if they're not carrying damage that has absolutely ruined their race, which it's Bathurst, is possible. But if we see that pace flip back towards the BMW, the number 10, and it puts Team Redline under pressure, but then we see it rain again and it flips back, I don't think you can call this race done and dusted one way or another. We are seeing the gap come down for the number 10 Mall Racing team against Team Redline 71. So just keep your eyes on it as we go. I don't think you can call this race done or dusted at all. I've seen some people posting about their time slots and different things that they saw through their experience with the first time slot of this Bathurst 12, different things, the weather differences. It's very interesting to see where this is going to go from here. Half race distance, you know, it's been a very eventful first 6 hours, but with 6 hours 11 minutes to go, you got to remember, anything can happen at any time here at the mountain. The mountain can strike with just a moment's notice.
Yeah, this track is menacing. I mentioned right towards the start of my time on the show, it can be intimidating. In terms of racetracks to visit on the iRacing platform, there's very few that just have the, I'm not really sure the way I can describe it other than terrifying feeling whenever you come around here. Bathurst, I've mentioned it a lot throughout this race. It's a menacing track. It's a fast one. It's one of the fastest in Australia. It's one of the most storied as well. When they made this track all the way back in 1938, this technically speaking street circuit that you can drive on in real life come time for non-race weekends, they designed this track so beautifully. It is an icon in the world of racing. And as Arjuna Kankapati, our colleague here on this broadcast on the iRacing Esports Network today, mentioned right towards the top of the show, you got two big events around this track every single year. Both of them are absolute gems in the world of racing. The Bathurst 12 that we've got on iRacing here tonight, and the Bathurst 1000, which is another gem in the world of racing as well. This track, it is so storied. It is so much fun to drive around. It's terrifying to the point where there's some moments driving around here where you may crap your pants, but either way, it is a fun ride.
Listen, that's why you keep click to buy on brand new underwear here. Everyone knows that's the unwritten rule of sim racing is you have your button box, your Stream Deck here, whatever it may be, and you have a specific button that has no label, but if you press it, you know that you're getting new underwear within the next 24 hours. So you just have to have that, because if you have moments like this, you know you're going to need it. That's the 005 Lassie Durian spinning around and now just rolling down. And I mean, kudos to rolling down the hill to get out of the way, but also, yeah, that car that came around had no clue where to go.
It's not the first time we've seen that thus far in our time on the air together, Brad. I think we saw right towards the start of us being on this broadcast on the iRacing Esports Network together, saw a moment like that right towards the top end of the circuit. I mean, through certain sections of the track, mainly the chase, you don't feel like you're driving around the street circuit. Then at the top of the hill, where your options are either hit a concrete barrier or vault over the concrete barrier and tumble down the side of a hill, you can definitely feel that it's an old school ride in the world of racing, to be sure. Following your current leader of the race, coming up to the halfway mark soon, it's Gustavo Ariel in the number 72 car. I mentioned as we were seeing that battle for the lead between Ariel and Talvar begin to heat up, that Team Redline was dominant in this race 1 season ago. They're looking to continue on the form. I'm not sure if it's going to be a podium lockout, but if this rain plays as huge of a factor between now and the checkered flag as it has done in this past hour of this race, we may end up seeing Team Redline go back to back. Arjuna mentioned it earlier on, this track is Redline's powerhouse, so they're looking to keep the keys.
I wouldn't count out anyone right now that's still on the lead lap in that top 6. And yes, that's even saying that with a minute 3 second gap for Sam Coutert there in the number 70, don't count him out from a podium yet. There's still plenty of time to be found. There's still plenty of race to run. If you think about this is basically 6 1-hour races that we're going to run here. Or like 5 more pit stop cycles that we're going to run here through to the end. So count nobody out. You have to keep the car together. We've seen it time after time. Anything can happen. Rain is a great equalizer, and Bathurst just serves as the reminder that the race isn't over till the race is over. I've seen drivers that, something will happen lap 1 and they get frustrated, but you can't do that. You've got to stay in it to win it through the end. It's not over unless you total the car. We have lost many drivers here in this stint. I'm not going to lie. We have lost a lot of drivers here because they have done the big totaling, the big bend of the car. But, in the end of the day, unless you do that, and even then sometimes when you do that, you keep the car together and you can still come out in a very good position. I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again, Ron. If you finish this race, you have something to celebrate. This is such a difficult track with very difficult cars. Finishing this race alone is something to celebrate.
Now, Brad, the last time we worked together on a broadcast was for the Driver Wishes charity event a couple of weeks ago here on the iRacing Esports Network. We talked a lot about music then, and we're not going to talk about it in the same vein for this race, but I will mention the fact that at the end of this race, for the drivers that make it to the checkered flag, I think the only songs to play is I'm Still Standing by Elton John, because that really describes the sense of achievement that is felt come time for the end of these races. Because think of the amount of drama we've seen thus far. I mean, just discounting the fact there were 3 hours before this, just for my time on the air, came on, the track was lightly damp. A dry line was beginning to form, though, and we started to see these drivers come in for their slick tires. However, it was still sketchy. Then we got to the point where the track was practically bone dry with a couple of puddles and bits of mist here and there. We started to see the marbles form around this racetrack. That's shot every single time we look at the outside of turn number 1. Just looking at the outside of that track, it looks like there was an Oreo massacre on the outside of turn number 1. That's the only way I can describe it. So going from that point of the race to the rain coming back, the at one point race leader of Rainer Talvar in that number 10 Mall Racing BMW ending up spinning at the top of the hill as we were following him with the rain coming down, and then this race got turned on its head. It's now a Team Redline 1-2 with Gustavo Ariel and Florian Labridge. It's been a good race up to this point. We've seen a lot of drama over the past 3 hours, and hey, this has only been a quarter of the racing action here from the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12-hour presented by Ready, Set, Sim. It's been good up to this point, and we're seeing these drivers continue to tackle this track. Look at the slide from the BMW. Shows you. Actually, I won't bring back a discussion we had earlier on, Brad, talking about these drivers tackling this racetrack and the difference between running on the racing line in the dry versus running on the racing line in the wet. And these drivers finding themselves in the unenviable spot of kind of having to run the racing line and run off the track because of the marble buildup and also the rubber buildup on the racing line. Not a good spot to find yourself in if you're one of these drivers.
That it's not. And I think the thing that really interests me with watching the drivers run the hills, we still kind of have a little bit of those marbles that have built up there around the edges. Even with the rain, the mountain did not get the heaviest rain here on the track. It really came down the Conrad Straight, Murray's Corner, Hell's Corner, Mountain Straight, and the Pit Straight through Quarry Bend. That's really where we saw the heaviest rain. Everything from the cutting up through Forest Elbow, the entire scary section of the track, as I'm going to call it, didn't get that heavy rain. It kind of just got a light coating. So we'll see the mountain dry up faster than anything, but I don't think it really washed anything away off of the mountain either. So we get to kind of see how the drivers transition through that period again, and it's going to be nicer to them than I think we expected, because they didn't get near as much rain. Ron, I'm really curious to see what happens here for these next 6 hours. I'm really curious to see what is going to happen with this BMW number 10 that's been up and dominant, and then the rain hit and now they've dropped. I'm curious to see what Redline can do to keep things together and keep in the position. I'm curious to see who can get back on the lead lap out of all the cars that aren't in the lead lap right now, and how many more cars are going to go a lap down. You know, that is still a possibility as well, because nothing at the mountain is guaranteed until that checkered flag comes out.
Yeah, there's a lot that can go down between now and the checkered flag of this race. It's getting to the point where these drivers have to consider it, despite the fact that checkered flag isn't coming out for another 6+ hours. They have to think about every single eventuality in their mind. It's getting to the point where these racers and the teams, they're starting to plan, they're starting to strategize, and they're starting to think ahead as to what can happen between now and the end of this race. It is going to be a hectic conclusion. We got to think about how the lap traffic dilemma is going to go. We got to think about how these teams are going to tackle the race. Really, the best way I can describe it in terms of the 6 cars that are on the lead lap right now, it's Team Redline against everybody else. You got 3 Redline cars still in the top 5. The 72, your current race leader, Gustavo Ariel, behind the wheel of that car. The number 71 Redline car slotted P2, about 6 seconds back. Ball Racing Team, they've been dominant thus far in this race. They're slotted in 3rd. Drago Racing in the 069. They started this race on the pole. They've had up and down showing thus far. They are reeling in that gap to the at 1 point race leader of Ball Racing Team. However, they find themselves in 4th. Quite a long ways back, you find Team Redline and the number 70 car. I say it's a big gap. They have a minute and 2.5 seconds to the race leaders of the Team Redline number 72 car, the sister car with that Team Redline effort. However, with how hectic things can get in a race like this, anything can happen between now and the checkered flag. And then running at the cars that are currently standing on the lead lap is that Porsche Coanda team we saw earlier on. Mitchell de Jong, a very successful real life and iRacing driver behind the wheel of that car. I am not entirely sure if he is still behind the wheel of that number 92 effort. I will take a look real quick. No, it's Joshua K. Rogers behind the wheel of that effort as it stands at the present moment. But we got a lot of stuff to keep in mind between now and the end of this race. And all of you tuning into this broadcast on the iRacing Esports Network, regardless of where you find it, hope you've enjoyed the racing action thus far, but bringing you into the second half of the racing action. Brad's still standing, but replacing me in the commentary booth is going to be Mike Naws. Gentlemen, have a good show. I'll let you guys take it away.
Thank you very much, Ron. And an absolute corker of a race thus far. The rain at the 6 hour, around that 6 hour mark, really spicing things up, Brad, adding a whole kerfuffle of pit stops into the mix. And right now, it's sort of a Team Redline menage a trois, or whatever menage a trois plus 1 is, up at the front. And it's looking really good for them at the moment.
That it is. Team Redline, again, you know, we watched that number 10 BMW Mall Racing Team go all the way through from the beginning and just dominate. Gap over a minute lead at one point. And then the rain hit, and Team Redline just turned it up. They nailed pit strategy. They short pit about 30 minutes before the rain came out. And then Team Redline 72 and 71 just absolutely threw the weights off of their Porsches, sent it forward. And Mike, I tell you what, we're halfway through this race now officially. This Bathurst 12 has been legendary to watch. It's been so much fun. I'm kind of looking through our little behind the scenes moment, and I noticed that there's something in caps lock that kind of sticks out to me at one point, and it says struggle bus. And I have to tell you, the rain has been struggling for some of these drivers. There's been a struggle bus everywhere.
Absolutely, especially for some of these more rear-engine cars, which you would think would be a difficulty, but the Redline drivers really making easy work of it. The balance leaning towards that rear, of course, with the new Porsche 992, though, being more mid-engined than its predecessor of the 991. It tilted back about 5.5 degrees and a little bit more power as well, which probably doesn't help out too much in these conditions. I think it was Ron mentioning it. The BMW's particular strength is in a straight line. It is tremendously quick. In dry conditions, especially in these wet conditions, it hasn't quite been able to stretch its legs necessarily. The iRacing, you mentioned, going backwards really since the pit stop phase of the wet weather transition. But with that being said, for Reynard Talvar, it's still 12 positions gained. That is nothing to shake a stick at. When he was leading, it was 14 positions gained, but all the way through, that is a stonking effort through the grid. And speaking of efforts through the grid, one of the drivers that you cannot discount, and I haven't heard mentioned just yet, is that number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Of course, the previous 24 Hours of Daytona winner this year, and up 9 positions themselves. They managed to claw their way back into the top 10 despite a relatively poor qualifying performance.
Absolutely. They're in a very good position here as they continue along. I'm very interested to see what that number 50 Ferrari can bring to the table and continue going forward. They're sitting in a very comfortable position. And, you know, Mike, I've said this a few times, and I know we're going to continue to say this, but really just surviving this race is an accomplishment in and of itself. Getting through the 12 hours of this race and being in a position where your car crosses the line at the end, that's celebration enough. Some of these teams, the fact that they're in the positions they're in, you know, they're in a very good moment. This number 50 here, driven by Lorenzo, it's getting ready to go another lap down. They'll be the first car 2 laps down here in 10th place, but again, I stand by it. It's been a challenging race with the rain, with the dry, with the transition, with the heavy downpour on the bottom half of the track, but the light rain on the hill, and then things kind of going through and the rain coming out of nowhere and kind of catching drivers off guard for transitioning on tires and the pit strategy. The fact that you're finishing this race is such an accomplishment. It's so nice to see these drivers continuing to push their way through and go forward. And I'm kind of with you. This number 50 being in P10, it's a very good position for the drivers, the team that won the Daytona 24, not the 500. They won the Daytona 24. I don't think we see a GT3 Ferrari running in the Daytona 500. If we do, someone let me know. But if they win the Bathurst 12, this will put them in a good position, because after this, of course, next month, we have the Sebring 12 coming up.
Yeah, a old circuit for America, of course. This track being just a little bit older. It was founded back in 1938 as the original track. And the first ever race, Brad, I'm not sure you know this, but they actually had 2 forms, or it was a multi-class race, I guess you could say, for the first race around Bathurst. It was held on April 16th, 1938, and it featured not just cars such as various, I think it was Bugattis at the time, as well as Nobles, MGs, Rileys, various other sort of older sports cars, but there was also motorcycle class in that same race. So yes, both cars and motorcycles, 125, 250, 350, and 500cc motorbikes in 1938, 500cc's. Could you imagine? I certainly couldn't. Yeah, they all participated on the same circuit.
Hey, how many different things participated on the same circuit?
A lot.
Yeah,
Australian tourist car trophy, various other sports guys. Look, they just found a public road that had a mountain on it and said, mate, let's go racing on it. As all of chat has now left from my poor Australian accent. Thank you guys, but no. Yeah, this is it's a corker track. It's difficult. It's a street circuit. We mentioned there are literally people that live on these roads practically, and the wall is never far away, millimeters away at times, as you can see on the descent here into the Dippa and down through Forest Elbow onto the Conrad Straight for the best overtaking chance, where it looks like we might be seeing some lap traffic getting dispatched here relatively quick.
Yeah, and the lap traffic has been a big help and hurt here time and time again. This 069 of Hugh Barter in this Mercedes AMG very quickly going to look to get past the 114 there. Looking very good. We're going to go side by side down the Conrad Straight, head towards the kink for the chase. And, well, The 114 isn't going to fight that. That's the good decision there from Steenberg. 9 laps down there, I wouldn't be fighting a lead lap car myself. I'd let it go.
No,
this is going to be a 003.
A nice little pirouette without a wall touch, thankfully. I think everything was fairly intact here. We're going to be going into this a little too much throttle, a little too much rotation. Oh my goodness, there's a chicane in the middle of a hairpin, Brad.
Yeah, I don't know how I would respond to that myself. And then, the number 14 of Cuba Torres there, please no Punterinos. Yeah, that was not remotely clear. And then just the love tap there from the car behind. That's a big moment there through the cutting heading toward Griffin's Mount. 4 cars getting taken out with that at the same time as the number 10 Male Racing team BMW, the only BMW surviving the race at the moment, is in the pits here. We'll see what they have in the tank to try to close that gap to Team Redline.
Yeah, that will be the goal and the plan, at least, but no plan survives first contact, especially when you're on the mountain. And I have to say, watching that crash back, we were not watching that slowed down, folks. That wasn't a slow motion incident. Neither is this. This is all real speed. This is just what this weather and these conditions really offer. And Augustine there having to return back to the garage, just too much damage after the contact. And they're so loose through the cutting. And what a move from, I think that was a Ferrari there that just threaded the needle and snuck by without, I don't think, any contact whatsoever. You could fit a credit card, or I don't think you could fit a credit card between the two, but maybe a piece of paper.
I don't even know if a piece of paper would have worked there. No idea. That was way too close for comfort for me, though. It's kind of the skill gap, the difference between me and these drivers. They're willing to make those lunges and those moves and get those passes done. I am not, and I would not be the one to do it here as we continue on down. Mike, I tell you what, it's been so much fun to watch this race start up and go, and I've pretty much been watching since the top of the race. It was 7 a.m. for me. I woke up and said, you know what, let's watch some 12 hours of Bathurst. So I jumped in right at the beginning, watched the race start, followed things through around. Of course, now I'm up in the booth. That number 069 Drago Racing Mercedes with a clean run there again through lap traffic, and Team Redline, both 71 and 72 are in the pit here. The Male Racing team, number 10 BMW, 45 seconds back. In theory, that number 10 BMW should come out ahead of the 71 and the 72.
Yeah, should do with the just kind of undercut nature here, and everybody else into the lane simultaneously. The Redline cars working together, which is just going to benefit them massively later on as this race goes. They can kind of give each other a tow down the straight. Even in these conditions, it helps out just that little bit. Every margin matters here, as it's very difficult to, you mentioned, Brad, to just survive these tracks when you have that little moral support behind. Obviously, when you're the car leading, you don't want to bin it and take your teammate out. That would be absolute worst case scenario. Rule number 1 of racing is don't hit your teammates, or, well, I guess is just don't get caught on camera hitting your teammates, as it often tends to go these days. But the mountain, again, it giveth, it taketh away, and it can happen at any point in time, and even to various other things as well. It doesn't need to be a car that'll crash. Brad, back in 2010, during the Bathurst 12 hours on February 14th, a gum tree fell onto the track at the end of Forest Elbow during a safety car, causing a 1-hour red flag. So even the trees around here struggle to keep it planted.
Happy Valentine's Day, I think, is the proper response to that. Just give it a little bit of a red flag time there. Of course, things we won't see in sim racing are trees falling down. Things we are seeing at the moment is that 069 of Drago Racing currently in the lead while pit stops continue to cycle. The Team Redline 70 in the pits here, Mike. It's been so much fun to kind of watch things go through and around. I struggle with Bathurst, and I talked about this a while ago, so if you've been watching the broadcast since I jumped in the booth, you've heard this once. If you haven't, well, welcome to the broadcast. I hope you enjoy. I struggle with Bathurst, and the issue for me with Bathurst is Mike, we've worked together a bit. You've heard me call tracks deceptively difficult, right? You've heard me talk about tracks that should be easy but aren't easy in any way, shape, or form. Bathurst is not that. Bathurst is just genuinely hard as a track. It's very narrow. It's very difficult. It's just This is a track that it's very hard to wrap your finger around and really be comfortable running. And I have no other way to phrase it. So the fact that we're watching these teams run for 12 hours this consistently, this comfortably, it's almost just, it's jaw-dropping for me that they're this good at this track.
It truly is. This is why I always say is one of my least favorite tracks to drive and one of my favorite tracks to spectate, just because I can't manage to do what these folks do out on circuit. They are truly a different breed of racers when it comes down to it. The mountain, going down the mountain is my problem. It wasn't going up. I always had no issues on the ascent through here. Not too many problems through McPhillamy, up through Reed and into or through Solomon. Not really too much issues there, but as soon as you reach Skyline and that car gets all floaty and starts to feel like it weighs less than the feather, to be completely honest, at times, and you just go down that hill into the dipper, the compression, the suspension getting compressed, everything, your wheels seesawing left, right, and then you smack a wall and then face the wrong way and cause a traffic jam. At least that was my personal experience. These drivers, not quite. But it's truly one of those, as you said, it's not an easy to learn and hard to master circuit. This is a hard to learn and even harder to master, and even when you get into that routine, into that rhythm, into that groove, and you're comfortable here, it just takes a blink of an eye, 0.2 of a second, even less than that, and your race can be over just like that.
Indeed. Right now, if you're Gustavo Ariel, if you are Florian Leberge, you are really hoping to not have that moment there for Team Redline. As you look at the float in that Porsche as it comes through the dipper. It's called the dipper, and I mean, genuinely, you watch that car dip up and then slam down. That was a big moment there as he went through, and the car just does that lap after lap. You don't get time to sort of breathe and think, Mike. You're running, you're going. This is a continual push. You don't get a mental break. And then, of course, we factored rain into it for the first time this year. There is rain here at Bathurst, and it adds a whole nother layer of complexity. You really have to lean on your teammates, lean on your team, lean on the strategist, and just fingers crossed in the end you come out. At the moment, Phil Dennis is in that number 10 BMW, 8 seconds the gap to these two. And as the track is drying up, Mike, I will tell you right now, it is scary pace in that number 10 BMW. I have a feeling.
Sorry there, bad. These are always the conditions that I just always struggled in the most. You know, these interchanging conditions where it stopped raining, there's still rain on the track, and it's not really drying as quickly as you would like, especially Bathurst. It's known to be very, very warm all the time. You would think this is not what we see. And, you know, mentioning the fact this track, you don't get much of a break. I disagree with that slightly in the fact that this actually makes it a bit more hard, is that you do get a break. Half the track, you are locked in, absolutely dialed, where you cannot lose focus, but the other sort of, maybe not half, but a little bit less than half the track is just a straight line. The Conrad Straight, 1.1 miles long, 1.9 kilometers. The Mountain Straight, about half a mile long, give or take. So you do get a little bit of breathing room, but that almost can break your focus in a way where you start to think about those other things. You start to think, oh, my back's hurting, my wrist, my ankle, my this, my that, and that right there is on what you cannot afford, Brad, on the mountain, because that's what causes those mistakes.
And this is the other thing too with Bathurst that adds to the difficulty. You make a small mistake on, say, Daytona, you get a little bit of a wiggle, you could drop down on the backstretch and pretty well be okay. If you make a moment in the infield, you're going to run into the grass and kind of hit the runoff. You make a mistake at, say, Watkins Glen, there's plenty of runoff to the outside of turn 1 if you miss your braking point. You make a mistake here, is, say, in Skyline, and you lock up your rear axle and you are just going to slam into a concrete barrier. You make a mistake going down Conrad Straight and misjudge your braking zone in the chase. Well, we've seen this a couple of times. You know, we saw earlier that the number 1 Williams Porsche and the Apex 99 Audi came together and completely took both of them out for a little bit because the number 99 locked up their rear axle going into the braking zone. The car went left, right, and then just spun around and slammed into that Porsche and sent that Porsche into a wall for no fault of their own. It was just a misjudge of braking zone. Anything can happen to absolutely ruin a race here around Bathurst. And as you said, if you lose focus for any point, it's not just a minor like, oh, I have a little scratch on the front. You can completely ruin your race.
Absolutely, and especially with these GT3 cars being so reliant on downforce. They have all those little sticky outy bits on the car, that's the technical term by the way, but the canards, the little diffuser bits, the splitter bits, everything, the big wing on the back as well, of course, which in iRacing has one of the best damage models in pretty much any simulator, so it models it to a punishing degree. And if you lose any of that on the mountain, especially through this corner, one of these high downforce, high speed, high commitment, off-camber corners, it's so easy to understeer into oblivion and take your own race out. Florian, though, really given quite the hard time to his teammate Gustavo up ahead. I'm wondering if we're going to see a little team order switch come the Conrad straight, but as we go up the mountain here, there's just going to be settle in and watch, because it really is just a hurry up and wait sort of situation when you are driving up at the top here.
It really is a hurry up and wait. And when you're in traffic, it's hurry up and wait even more. So we follow Florian Lebidre here in the number 71 Team Redline car, following his teammate number 72. And I don't anticipate seeing any battles from these two. I would think really for at least the next little while, this is going to be a case of follow the leader. If something happens to one of the cars, the other one is just going to keep going. Team Redline, again, they're looking to just settle in a 1-2-3, but that number 70 is a minute 5 seconds back here from the race lead, so they're going to have to find some time. And again, that number 10 BMW continuing to pick up pace, the gap 9 seconds back, 9.1 seconds here, and continuing along. So they're going to be looking for time. They're going to be looking, to do what they can. I don't think we're going to get a 1-2-3 out of Team Redline yet. Again, anything can change in 5 hours, 45 minutes, but it looks like Team Redline at least looking to secure the 1-2.
Yeah, Team Male seems to have gotten it back under wraps here. Phil Denise behind the wheel, and he was lapping at a 2:07.5 on the previous, compared to the Drago Racing's, that's the Drago Racing of Hugh Barter's, his 2:08, but the 2:07.3. So almost matching pace for Gianni down in 5th position. It's a long ways to go, but there's still a long ways to go in this race. He's down 2 positions from where he started in 3rd, and looking to climb his way back onto the bottom step of the podium for the Team Redline number 70 team. And then, like you said, the dream can become the reality, but there's still a long ways to go for this one. And anything can happen in racing, and the mountain can giveth and the mountain can taketh the way. I'll say that once, I'll say it twice, I'll probably say it 100 times by the end of this broadcast, but it is a true as can be statement.
Well, and here's the thing too with the mountain, and we saw this earlier. Whenever that last band of rain hit, we watched the Male Racing team just absolutely spin on the top of the hill, and it was just a bad game for Rainer because there was nothing that could be done. It was just a case of top of the hill, car just went woo and just was gone. And from there we've watched them kind of struggle through, but now again, as this track dries up, that BMW is coming back to them. I said earlier I didn't think that 3 seconds of lap of pace difference was all from setup difference, but they are slowly gaining back. It's not a 3 seconds a lap difference, but they are dialing things in to gain a little bit of time here to try to bring things in. But I do think there is a little bit of survival going. They still are down a little bit on pace here, so I'm just wondering what they can do to get forward. But again, anything can happen. We know there is at least one more band of rain coming in the next little bit. Next couple of hours, not next little bit, I say next little bit, like next 15 minutes. It's a couple of hours away from what I have seen reported, just in my little bit of looking around, trying to figure it out. And if that happens, I mean, if Team Redline 72 and 71 get caught out on strategy, they're in the wrong tires at the wrong time, it can be game changing for them. So you just really have to wait and watch, and it's not over until the checkered flag flies and Barney up there in the tower is waving a checkered flag at you saying you won, good job.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what happened to the Male Racing team pretty much in their last pit stop transition, where they got caught out with the rain pretty much halfway through their lap, and the Redline team, they were down at the cuttings, or the chase, excuse me, so they basically just got to drive straight into pit lane. And is it better lucky than skill? Sometimes. And but again, at a certain level of talent, luck and skill become indistinguishable. So I think that's what we see for these drivers is, yes, they put themselves in that situation, which is where the talent comes from, but it was luck that it fell where it did. But the Redline team has not looked a gift horse in the mouth since, and they are walking away smiling into the Bathurst. Well, I would normally say sunset or rise, but it's a bit of a gloomy day here today for the Australian New South Wales countryside.
Yeah, it is a gloomy day, but I do think that we're going to see it get sunnier here. It looks like that next band of rain is starting to get less likely too. It's kind of, we're seeing that guesstimate radar again. It is true weather. Some of it's a guesstimate, but the disadvantage in sim is you can't send somebody 15 minutes up the road from where the weather would come and say, hey, if it rains, call me, or send somebody an hour away and say, hey, when it rains, call me, so we can calculate out when that rain's going to hit. It's look at the radar, it's wait and see what the radar says and does. And right now it's crystal clear skies, and that weather prediction is ever changing. Right now it's looking less likely for rain as we continue. And what that means, well, it does mean that number 10 BMW is going to possibly get luckier. They've closed the gap now to 8.4. The pace, well, Mike, it has swung back in BMW's favor.
Yeah, already into the 206s, 206.5s, but the pace also, as the track continues to dry out, swinging back into the favor as well of the Redline. So a 206.9, a 206.8 from our top two. Gustavo up at the top of the 206.8 there, so setting the precedent for the rest of the race. And right now, the Male Racing team of Phil Denise is besting it. So in the mix here, potentially. We do know, I think you said it just a little bit ago, Brad, it's one thing to catch. It's certainly another thing to overtake, especially at Bathurst, especially in these conditions. So the gloves might come off very, very shortly. And just like a heavyweight bout in the 90s, I think we're going to be seeing a little Tyson Fury at it again.
We really are. And I'm excited to see what happens because, if you recall, the pass that the 72 and the 71 did on the 10 wasn't exactly a nice, tidy, beautiful little, slipstream pass draft done moment. There was a little bit of elbows out because they did that going through the cutting. It was a little bit of elbows out, a little bit of a not so gentle get out of my way, I'll say. It wasn't anything that I would call egregious, but it definitely wasn't, no contact made as they came through Reed Park. So I have a feeling that if that number 10 and that 069 get caught up to the 72 and 71, there might be some favors returned. There might be a little bit of a, I don't want to call it a disrespectful pass, but I do want to say that there will be a little bit of a moment of, I'm going to get past you one way or another.
In racing, there tends to be a couple times and unwritten rules out there where it's if somebody passes you in a very particular manner, then it's not necessarily frowned upon. Sometimes it depends on how you pass back, and if you do, maybe repeat it. It's you reap what you sow sort of situation in that one, and obviously we do not condone hitting anyone off the track, but it happens from time to time. These are professional racing drivers at the end of the day, and telling them to back off can be a futile effort at the best of times. Nevertheless, when they have a championship on the line or even a special event race here tonight where they have to prove one off that they are the best of the rest, and there's only one chance to do it, and that's 12 hours here at Bathurst. So them's the brakes. Get on the accelerator and get going. That's what Phil Denise is going to be saying to himself right now.
Yeah, and Phil is going to be doing a very good job of that. Still continuing to put in rapid laps. They're not seconds up on pace, but you've got 5.5 hours. You don't need to be pulling seconds a lap. You just need to be pulling tenths a lap at this point and continue going and forward. And it's still 206.3s to 206.9 for the race leader. I don't want to say that Ariel and Labidri are losing pace here as they go. They're definitely, staying consistent. I think at this point, it's just the Porsche was set up for the rain. I think Team Redline were thinking rain was going to be a lot more of a factor than it is right now. So we just continue to follow through and around and watch them go through. I think for Denise and Barter, they are going to continue to just close this gap and be consistent. It's not secure for Team Redline at all with 5.5 hours to go.
No, it's not. And, one driver I mentioned again a while back is that Scuderia Ferrari team. They've traded drivers over to Ollie Steinbraten, who's behind the wheel now of that number 50. And it looks like, no, they haven't. I'm sorely mistaken. They gained a position, I thought, but they have closed the gap up to about 2 seconds now to the back of the Grid and Go Esports team, currently piloted by Dimitru in that number 3. So a position on here relatively shortly, potentially for the Ferrari team. They're looking to claw their way back that. It's still a long ways to go. They're 2 laps down, like you mentioned, Brad, but still a fighting chance to find themselves at least in those single-digit paying positions.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing, as I said before, 2 laps down, 1 lap down, 10 laps down. If you finish this race, you did just fine. This track is... I would say that Bathurst is the track that you will see the most pace difference in, regardless of split, regardless of skill. This is a track that truly brings out the difference in skill and comfort level between the teams and the drivers. As we ride on board here with the Team Redline 71 Porsche, you know, the teams, even when we look at them, they're running similar-ish pace, but none of them are running identical pace, identical laps. Some of it is, you know, slight differences, but I think this track is truly where we see the variance in comfort and skill levels. So as I say, even if you're a lap down, you're 2 laps down, that's okay. If you finish this race, you have something to celebrate. I don't think Bathurst really goes in that line of you need to finish first every time you run here, unless, you know, you're a team that is from Australia. Then I would probably say, yeah, I hope you finish first because it's a home track. But really, if I show up there and I'm running a race, I just want to finish. I don't care if it's first place or last place or what it is. As long as I'm on the track finishing a race around here, I think I've done pretty good.
Yeah, that is, of course, ooh, windshield wipers there being thrown, and that's probably just to clear the windshield. Yeah, I gotta go off quickly. I got excited, Brad, sorry. No, seeing some of these drivers out there, well, I think that'll be the mentality for a lot of them. There are a couple teams, of course, that do expect to be finishing a little bit higher. For example, the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy team, currently piloted by Sotomuta. They got involved early on, I think at the top of the hill, with an incident that caused them to plummet down over 10 positions. They're now down 10 positions from where they started in 6th. So that's not quite how they had drawn it up. I think they're going to be more disappointed than not. And also some other teams that I noticed with quite rapid pace further down the order. The Altitude Free Esports 111, piloted by James Buemi right now, lapping in the 206.4, so pretty much with lead pace, despite the fact that he's all the way down the order in 33rd position. A bit of a shame there, probably getting caught out earlier on. But all things considered, like you said, nothing to shake a stick at. Finishing a endurance race is still a victory, regardless of where it is.
100% it is. We go through and continue to watch the number 71, Team Redline 71 here. Florian is just continuing to follow around and sit nice and comfortable here as we go. I'm curious to see if Team Redline decides to do any position swaps, because that 71 is faster than the 72, and we know Team Redline are in the game of winning here. They're not in the game of anything else. They show up to win. So I really want to see if they decide to make a move or if they're being told to hold positions. I'm not sure what the position might be for them as we continue through and along. Again, I'm still just kind of looking to see who might be in what position here. We're seeing these drivers speed things up, but that number 10 running a 206 flat last lap and a 206.3 from the 069, they're in a good position. That number 92 Porsche Coanda at a 206.7 is looking very, very nice as well. And that number 50 Ferrari, as you mentioned them earlier, a 206.2 on the last lap. So they are also running in a very, very nice position.
Just don't want to see these two trip over each other. That's kind of where I'm at right now, watching Florian here battling with his teammate. It's interesting, Lebigre and Ariel down the mountain here. I'm pretty sure that Lebigre is going to be coming on the radio very quickly to his team principal saying, can Gustavo please and kindly get the heck out of my way, maybe with a little less kind words. I'm not sure, but it definitely down the mountain stretch looked like he was giving him either a bump draft there, and we saw Gustavo parking it in the center of the track, which is not uncharacteristic. You can even see he's doing it right now. That's sort of just to keep to the center with the marbles and the wetness being onto the outside of the circuit for the most part. Check over to the racing line, and we don't see a change in position, but I think you might be right, Brad. There's something brewing between these two when it comes to strategy, and is it just the fact that the 71 is quicker?
It's hard to tell at this moment really what the strategy might be, because I think their big concern needs to be that number 10 BMW driven by Phil Denise behind because of the pace difference, the obnoxious pace difference, I'm going to call it, honestly, because it's a huge pace difference, pace disparity that will start to open up. 206.6 to a 206.8 there, and what will that number 10 have when he crosses the line and the timing tower updates? Well, Phil, as I see it, 206.0 is still what's showing on the timing table, so that is still what's accurate. Yeah, that's a big pace difference that you have to be concerned about, because that pace difference can make or lose your race appropriately as it goes. 5.7 seconds, the gap continuing to close in. Gaps are continuing to constrict. We're going to see how things go here, honestly, because I don't know if Porsche can hold it without the help of some weather. I don't know that Team Redline and these Porsches can hold it without the help of some weather, because that's really where they were fastest. Andreas Fink here in the number 35. That's a lazy Susan is what that was. Just a nice little spin around. Looking at the West Track Cat logos. I mean, come on. You want a West Track Cat, don't you?
Why not? That, definitely not quite at this time nor the place. Maybe 5 hours, 28 minutes, and 13 seconds from now, I would say sure. But as of now, we have bigger priorities, and I think having a cat on board would slow you down a little bit. I'm not sure they'd be too thrilled with the G-force that they would be subject to in these GT3 machines. But yes, a little bit of an Austin Powers moment, nearly there for the down in 30 or the number 35. But back to the top, actually, I wanted to point out here in chat, because somebody much more clever than I here, clearly, pointing out the fact that there was a mistake, actually, from Gustavo Ariel, and that was going to be Florian kind of giving him a bump draft to help him back up, which makes complete sense. We're seeing now back in that line of stern running with the two of them, really not hampering each other, not getting each other's way, and just lending that helping hand. So that would also explain why the lap time was a little bit slower on the previous lap with the 206.6. This time, as we come around the final corner, I'm expecting around the 206.3s more than likely, crossing the line here, 206.2 and a 206.4, so pretty much exactly what I would have thought.
Yeah, but my big question is, as the 10 comes across the line, it's another 206.0, continuing to consistently pull a couple tenths here, a couple tenths there. And again, they don't need seconds a lap here. It's not like we're 5 minutes to go. They just need tenths of a second a lap. And with 5.5 hours to go, keeping that up is going to get them right to the back of these two Porsches, get them in a great position. And then from there, again, it's how do they pass? It's what do they do to pass? And once they pass, they've got to run away with it. This battle is brewing. I can feel the tension here. I don't know if it will happen in the next 30 minutes, but something is going to happen, as Ole Steinbraten is now up into 9th place in that number 50 Ferrari, has gotten that pass done on the 003 and is in a good position now.
Certainly is, and Steinbraten up there looking to improve. I want to also pay notice here to some other drivers that have had quite a good day. The number 005 of the Grid and Go Esports, currently piloted by Lassie. My apologies on the mispronunciation of it's going to be a Finnish name, so it's all of the letters. Jurinen. I think that's actually right. Lassi Jurinen in the Grid and Go Esports car, up 25 positions from where they started into 12th place. Last time around was a 2:07.0, who is they're faster than pretty much everyone around them for the most part. But this is an absolutely incredible effort from the Grid and Go team.
Absolutely. And the other team that has caught my eye in that same regard, there's a few of them that are up that many positions or some. And then there's one team that's up even more. It's Door Esports with Zachary Rattray White in the number 20 and 15th place, currently up 31 places on the day. 31 places in Bathurst. That's a ridiculous amount of places, honestly. I don't know what else to say other than that is so many places, and that's the game of survival that they've played very well. They have survived from starting near the back, and it's gotten them in the position they're in now. Yes, they're down a couple of laps, but they don't care. They're here to survive. They're here to run and have their name in the mix, and, well, their name is currently definitely in the mix of biggest gainer of the day.
Yeah, certainly the hard charger award. Another honorable mention there, Nacho Gaspada, who we saw earlier on, have an incident himself. He's up 23 positions. Lots of gainers here and lots of positions dropped. The Caneda, esports of Tristan down 34 positions, down 33 for the Drago, who I think retired earlier on. So some big losses, some big names that fell out of this one as well. But right now up at the top, it's currently Porsche, leading BMW, leading AMG, leading another pack of Porsches. What would you call a pack of Porsches, Bradley? You have a murder of crows, what else do we have? What would you call a group of Porsches?
Well, if it's Team Redline Porsches, I'm going to call it a Porsche Party is probably what I'm going to call it, or a Porsche Pounce, because we all know Team Redline, if they're driving together in a pack, you probably should be a little concerned of what's around you. I don't know though. I think that's a good question. What would we call a pack of BMWs? Turn signal fluid?
I was going to say, I'm not sure I can say that one on this broadcast. Moving swiftly on from that one, the AMG drivers as well. Let us know, chat. What do you think? We'd love to get you guys feedback on that, but no, of course. So we move on. Before we get canceled off the air, Philip Denise, 5.6 seconds to the back. Again, talking about the BMW gap, it's sort of started to plateau now. The lap times evening out, but still coming down tenths by tenths, and of course the blink of an eye is 0.2 of a second, pretty much improving a blink of an eye every single lap.
Yeah, and again, that blink of an eye, that's all you need as we run through. I still think the 71 and 72 need to swap positions. Just kind of looking at the comfort of that 71 Team Redline car, I think it is more comfortable right now. As it stands, Beamer Boys, I think, is a good answer for a group of BMWs. So yeah, I think the Beamer Boys would be a good run through as they go. I don't know. I'm still hung up on the fact that Team Redline haven't called for the swap yet. They're just running within 1/10 of a second of each other here, lap after lap. But again, I don't think that Gustavo Ariel is faster than Florian. I think they need to swap through, but I think it's also that they don't want to leave the 72 out to dry. They're playing that team game of if they're going to 1-2, they're going to 1-2. But I think they're going to play this to the point that they end up with only one car on the podium.
It could be. Now, I'm not a strategist. This is honestly where some of my expertise goes into just a lot of throwing at a dartboard and hoping that it sticks, to be completely honest. And I would like to at least see them switch positions and just to give Florian a chance, right? To see what he can do, if he can extend that gap, if he can really show what he's made of here. But then, as you said, that would leave the 72 car, Gustavo Ariel, kind of stranded and not really with any rear gunner, with not any front runner or anyone around him. So that would allow Phil to catch up much, much quicker. Then we would have a BMW on the second seat of the podium, and Redline obviously doesn't want that. So this does just give him that little bit fighting chance later on. But no, I have to agree with you. Is this the beneficial way all the way around, or is this going to cost them? I think this is the right strategy. Using your team to your advantage is pretty much always the right call in an endurance race. You pit together, you work together, and you just don't hit each other. That's always the biggest part, is don't crash each other and give each other a helping hand, as we've seen bump drafts down the straight, basically correcting any little mistakes these drivers do have. It's a little bit, but a little bit goes a long ways over 6 hours.
Yeah, it's, again, I kind of talked about this earlier with Ron. We talked about the idea that while Bathurst is a 12-hour endurance race, it doesn't feel endurance-y in the way it runs. You've got to be very, very quick with how things go. It's, yeah, it's not exactly the simplest sort of situation you find yourself in that regard, because Bathurst is such a unique track compared to anything that I think as endurance racers you train for and get used to. It's very different. So we'll see how this goes as they move along. Those tenths of a second add up across the span of 12 hours. The mountain can really change things in an instant. The weather can change things in an instant. And as we ride on board here with Team Redline 71, the track is drying up a bit. It's coming into its own. I'm not really seeing any spray come around. Except for certain little moments. There's a good racing line developing. I think we're starting to get sunny, but these puddles up here at the top are really what you have to be careful of as they go through. But I don't know. I'm very wary to make a prediction, Mike, because of the fact that, well, the mountain is the mountain. There's no way to make a prediction until, well, you see it happen.
Yeah, and especially with the curbs, that's really what I'm thinking about here, is they're going to be pretty wet, slick, and it's just difficult all the way around. I don't think there's any easy way of putting it. So we'll see if we do see them kind of go onto those dry tires later on here and worry about getting off the safe strategy. I think for now the safe strategy is going to be the way to go. I wanted to point out, by the way, some of the suggestions in chat, because chat took this one and absolutely opened the door and grand slammed it here with some of their suggestions. Bold are really DAEing this one, which is just a group of porkas, so the being a herd, I like that, but my favorite has to be either a drift of porkers or a drove of Porsches. I like that. Drove is a good word.
It is. I like the word drove. That's a good word. A drove of Porsches. Maybe if we can get a bunch of Porsches together, that's what we'll call it. It'll be interesting to see if we get a group of Porsches together. We jump back here a little bit further back. We're up on the top of the hill now, and this is Nacho Gaspar Zenith Esports in 22nd place, up 23 places on the day, and absolutely sending that car down the hill here, looking very, very smooth. There's a bit of damage on the front, but again, if you get out of this race and your car hasn't had a little bit of damage somewhere, you've done something wrong. Honestly, you have to accept that you're not going to have a pretty car at the end of this. You're going to have a car that is beat up. It's been through some wars, some battles, but you're going to make it to the end.
Yeah, a bit of a knife fight in a phone booth for some, I think, is an understatement, to be completely honest. The showroom, not going to be too thrilled with the condition the car will come back in. A bit of maintenance to be done, but that's a 12-hour race for you. You don't expect all the carbon fiber bits to come home intact, especially if you watch the real-life 12-hour race. You would know that for certain. Lots of big moments throughout that race as well. If anyone did catch it just a couple weeks ago, highly recommend going back and check it out. We won't spoil anything here in case you did not watch it, but of course, after you're done watching this race here, highly recommend checking it out for the real life version. And you know, Brad, that's just one thing I love to see these days when it comes to sim in real life, and having these calendars that sort of mimic each other. Obviously with the Sebring race coming up as well, being the mimic of the real life version of that, Le Mans, Spa, all of it kind of really becoming one in tune with real life racing and opening that pathway up more and more for real to sim, and from what we've seen as well, sim to real with Max Verstappen and various other drivers.
Yeah, and I think that sim to real is what really kind of piques my interest, because there's a lot of people that are big into sim racing, and we're seeing the continuing influx of people that are interested in sim racing and getting into this community, these teams, these drivers, you know, and learning more about sim racing. And then that backflows into real life racing. You know, it's really cool if you go to a real life racing event, and if you're wearing any sort of like sim racing team merch or anything like that, there are people there that are going to recognize that. They're going to recognize the team you're wearing. You know, if it's a Team Redline shirt, if it's a Williams Esports shirt, if it's a gridandgo.com shirt, a Fiercely Forward shirt. I mean, anything like that, they're going to recognize it and they're going to say something about it. They're going to like it because that's how this community goes. The communities are intertwined to a degree with that. And it's really fun for me to watch and kind of see how that goes. But, you know, it also helps build the hype for the real life event.
Yeah, absolutely does, and gets just everybody on the same wavelength, like you said. And if you guys are interested, of course, iRacing being a great platform, do check it out. If you have not signed up already, I think it's still 40% off for new members this month, so do get involved with iRacing. It's a great sim, it's a great game, and it's just all the way around a great way to build a community, have some fun, and get out there on track. That's just what we absolutely love. Of course, myself, Brad, and every single one of the commentators in the booth here absolutely loves racing beyond anything on this planet. I think it's safe to say we're all a bunch of nerds, and we thank you for 5 hours, 15 minutes, and 15 seconds left to go. It's a Redline 1-2 with the Male Racing BMW, slowly chipping away from behind the Drago Racing, down in fourth, 3 positions from where they started, up in second, and then Redline in fifth, as well. That's their third running car of Gianni Viscio in fifth, with the Porsche Canada car behind Joshua Rogers in sixth position, seventh belonging to the Apex Racing Team 99, and eighth belonging to the WSR Esports Butt Kicker, currently piloted by Martin. We'll just go with apologies for the pronunciation. Ninth position for Ollie Steinbraten, as he gained that one just a little bit ago, up into the top 10, into the single-digit paying positions, and into pit lane himself now. There is Ollie Steinbraten going in for a fresh set of boots, which will hand that position back to Demetrio in P10 in the Grid and Go Esports car, and that will round out your top 10 after the 5 hours, just about round that 5-hour mark here. Left to go, and the clock slowly ticking down. The pit stop phase back open now, and I don't expect the Redline cars to come barreling down it just yet, Brad, but we will in the next probably 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, these pit stop windows haven't been as together as I expected them. Usually when we see these sort of endurance runs, traditionally in years past, it's been a very clear moment when drivers decide to pit, and you see the grid very much pitting within a 2 to 3 lap span and going together. It's not the case this year. And again, that's the rain, I believe, that is really making that difference, because drivers have to also think about wet or dry tires. They have to kind of mix that in as well. So it's really thrown everyone off, and I'm not going to lie, I like it. It's made things feel a lot more real life in terms of that sort of decision making of when you pit, what you do for fuel. Do you short pit? Do you long run? Do you need to save to a certain delta? And it kind of adds this sort of unknown, Mike, I think is the best way to say it, in terms of like, we see drivers pitting, we do see groups and packs coming in, but it doesn't feel as very kind of prescription of, okay, you're going to pit with 11 hours to go, you're going to pit with 9 hours 45 minutes to go, you're going to pit 8.5 hours, etc., within like a 2 to 3 minute window. This is very much more of a, you're reacting to the race as much as you're reacting to your plan.
Yeah, and a lot of it also comes down to just how much fuel you throw on board during the pit stop as well. These cars, all being different manufacturers, all have different capacities of fuel tanks, and the miles per gallon vary and how much fuel they consume. That always goes down to engine size, engine displacement, and various other factors as well, balance of performance, so on and so forth. There are so many variables that go into that. It can make your head spin if you think about it for too long. But that's just racing, of course. That's the nature of the beast out here in Bathurst, making it not just Bathurst, but 12-hour races, kind of exacerbating that and making the stops in a little bit more of an unpredictable manner. And with that field spread also being where it's at, which is much tighter than I would have expected after 6 hours, with still 4 cars on the lead lap, and Gianni not too far behind when it comes to the lead lap. He's about 40 seconds off of it, and gaining? No, he's not gaining. He's a little bit slower than the Drago Racing team right now, but still a long ways to go here. Anything can happen in racing, Brad, and it normally does. And I'm still just watching these two do the perfect dance around the mountain, and without putting a tire wrong for multiple hours so far. The Team Redline cars looking very solid.
You and me are playing this beautiful game right now where we're tiptoeing around not saying certain things, and not, commentators cursing, but we are acknowledging the fact that anything can happen for any reason, but we're doing very well of tiptoeing around saying, well, what if this happens or what if that happens, Mike? So shout out to you for that, because I do not want to be accused of commentators cursing this Bathurst 12. I'm trying to avoid that very, very much. I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job of that, and you know as well as I do that that's not always my strongest suit.
Yeah, it's not mine either, so I've just kind of embraced it. If anyone watched the charity event, of course, that we had at RaceSpot, my apologies to multiple drivers. I think commentators cursed 4 drivers throughout that night and the Daytona. Look, I make a habit out of it. I don't want to be that guy. I don't believe in the commentator's curse, but it's pretty funny at the end of the day. So, well, you know, if you can will one into existence, why not? But anyways, the battling raging on. Look at that. Who is that just out of shot in the background? We haven't mentioned this in a while now, but that's a BMW, and it's just looming into shot in down the crest. And every single lap, I think this is the time that we cue the Jaws music now. Because right now, I think that the Team Redline team is looking like a bit of a tasty morsel to the Male Racing.
This is going to be a very, very interesting one. Not meeting them up the hill, but is just right there. And you know, Team Redline, they're both just, I don't want to say shaking in the boots, but they're both very much aware of what's coming their way and probably not very thrilled about it, if we're honest. So just have to kind of keep our eyes on it because it's going to be interesting. And then I have to wait and see what they do here, how this BMW of the Male Racing team, this number 10, driven by Phil Denise, is going to handle getting past these two Porsches. It's going to be very interesting to watch.
Oh, speaking of interesting to watch, anytime we can go on an onboard down the hill, it's just going to be gripping. Now, though, onto the Conrad Straight, where you get to sit back, relax, have a drink of water, 1.1 miles of flat-out action, down into the compression, back up the hill, into the best overtaking chance of the track. This time around, though, for Phil, not close enough. Phil Denise going to have to go another lap here before he is even going to be, I think, close enough to think about getting closer, to be honest. He's still a ways away, and with the lap times here, although I say that, and now back markers giveth and back markers taketh away, because we have a bit of an issue now for the Redline cars. They're getting held up, and they need to get by ASAP. There's an Audi in front of them, and it's making them have an absolute headache.
The Audi in front is just traffic. Traffic is such a problem, and there's nothing you can do about it really except for just try. And now you see they're following through, but still not enough of a pull there to get past at the moment. And don't expect that Audi to just lift and give it away. I mean, you just have to follow. But now watch this Male Racing team number 10 is now going to be stuck in, I would argue, a worse spot to be stuck behind traffic going up the hill. We're through Quarry Bend now. Let's head towards the cutting really quick and let's see what this BMW can do to get past here, because just ahead is the target. That is what you're looking for. That is the race lead just ahead. And with 5 hours, 7 minutes to go, we got a motor race on our hands.
And speaking of the back markers, they giveth and they taketh away, and they have given it everything to Phil Dennis here. Now, around the outside, or he kind of lifted around the outside, did the Audi, and look at the front windshield. Who is that plastered on the hood ornament? That is going to be Florian Lebije, who's going to be up next and going to be sweating like a cow in a burger joint. I think it is safe to say at this point, the nerves are going to start to be a little bit loose. They are going to be shaking in their boots, as you said, Brad, and onto the Conrad Straight. We're not close enough this time, but are we going to see a move maybe into Quarry Bend potentially, or whatever people call it these days?
I don't know who that Audi was, but whoever that Audi was that moved out of the way, I would be buying them dinner and drink after this race, because that was probably the nicest thing I've ever seen someone do in sim racing. Open up and move out of the way to give way for a three-way battle for the lead. I have a feeling they have the broadcast on in the background, and they're just kind of saying, you know what, I want to see how this one plays out, so let's just let this go. This is going to be very interesting to watch as they bring it through this Male Racing team number 10, driven by Phil Dennis here in the BMW, the lone surviving BMW in this event. About to see what Team Redline has. And again, if you think back to a couple hours ago and what happened through the cutting to Phil here against Gustavo Ariel, I have a feeling that some payback is coming.
I certainly would not be unexpected in the slipstream and on the run down into the right-hander. We're not going to be seeing the move yet, but now this is another hurry up and wait situation for right now. Florian with the weight of the world on his shoulders now, like the mythical Titan Atlas, and it's going to be Phil down to the inside of the cutting, and he is going to lick the stamp and send it, and Phil Denise up into P2. Florian really really giving him that position for, I don't want to say free, but he certainly didn't fight it too hard.
He could have made that a lot more difficult. You and me both know he could have made that a lot more difficult than it was. So, and he decided not to there. I don't think those Porsches have the pace to really battle here in dry conditions. I think intermediate and wet conditions are their friend. And I just don't think that whatever setup they're running, whatever they're doing, dry conditions, they have nothing, no answer here for Phil. There's just nothing they can do against that number 10. But now Gustavo Ariel, you need to send it. Lick the stamp, send it, dump whatever weight ballast you have. You need to get that 72 in gear, get it moving, get that Porsche going, and see if you can't keep a BMW behind. Otherwise, I have a feeling that within an hour, we'll see such a ridiculous gap.
We do need to pit, though, somewhat soon. Not like, probably not this lap, and probably not next lap either. I said it was going to be within the next 3, but again, we have absolutely no idea, to be honest. But the reality is they do have to pit at some point. We're getting around that 1 hour spot, and fuel will become a luxury now. This also means the cars are going to be at their all-time fastest. That's why we're even seeing Phil here into the 205s. My goodness, so is Gustavo Ariel, who's had a fire lit under the seat of his pants, and he's gotten going with it. Now everybody else behind a little bit slower, a 207.3 from Florian. We had a 205.9, wow, from Hugh. Actually, quite stellar lap times. He's still down a lap with 30 seconds, though, or not down a lap, actually, excuse me. He hasn't crossed the line yet. He's just 30 seconds behind Florian right now in 4th position, but that gap could also come down if he's not too careful.
30 seconds is not a comfortable enough gap right now, honestly. That's, you say 30 seconds and everyone's first reaction is, oh my gosh, you're not going to catch up at all. But 30 seconds is just not a lot here with 5 hours to go. You can make up 30 seconds pretty quick if you're just smooth, consistent, and go. It's going to be, man, I worry that Team Redline might have overextended here and they might have a problem. But that number 72 there with Gustavo behind the wheel, I know Gustavo's fast. I've seen him race many an event, and I've seen him put down some big runs under pressure. I'm curious to see really what he has to answer here. Gap 1.3 seconds behind, and now coming up on lap traffic of a Mustang, and that Mustang is going to have a lot of pace down the Conrad Straight. So we'll see if the Mustang moves.
I'm sure they will. Looking at it now, they're getting caught quite quickly and more than likely down towards Murray's. Now, keep in mind, folks, that for everyone watching at home and is maybe a fan of Formula One, if you have watched that motorsport series and you haven't watched too much GT racing, the blue flag rules are a little bit different here. They are not quite as cutthroat as Formula One. So the Formula One rules are, if you see a blue flag within 2 marshal posts, you have to move out of the way and give way to the faster car. In GT racing, blue flags, you can look at them as more of a suggestion, just to let you know that there is a faster car approaching, and it's your job to not hold them up. You don't want to be the one that's making their life any harder, but you also don't want to lose time unnecessarily. So we're not going to see this Ford Mustang slam on the brakes, allow these 2 cars by. He's going to wait for an ample opportunity for them to almost overtake him. He's going to move to the maybe less, not the racing line, give the racing line to the 72, or he'll even take the racing line and make the faster car do the harder work. That's just the nature of blue flags and backmarker racing. And this is unfortunate for the 72 of the Team Redline, because you want to get by before the mountain, because there aren't many chances to overtake. And now as we start to go up the hill and climb it, you're just going to be having to settle in and wait. You got a new hood ornament now if you are Gustavo Ariel.
Yeah, it's painful to be stuck there on the mountain too, especially knowing the pressure coming up behind you. 0.7 of a second, the gap there behind to the BMW, but you got to do what you got to do. You have to survive. That's the thing. You can try to force ascend, but you have to survive. And what you don't want to do is take out someone else, because then you just create a whole nother list of problems that nobody wants to answer to. Look at the marbles there on the outside going down through the S's and the dipper. That is a good chunk of marbles. The track is drying out. The marbles are there on the outside as well through Forest Elbow. You have no opportunity. You get off the racing line and there's no grip. There's nothing you can do. And so it is that case of follow the leader. still the gap, 0.8 of a second now. It's maintaining. They're losing touch with number 71, though. That Team Redline 71 Porsche behind. They're losing touch there. Now 72 goes for the move. The Mustang sends it on the line. And, well, this is a little bit of breathing room for Gustavo. If he's able to keep it is the other problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to be able to. As we go down into Murray's corner, this will open up another opportunity, and that BMW looks hungry, but it's not an opportunity enough. Now, that's something actually, Brad, I'm really glad that you pointed out, because I wanted to point that out myself, is the marbles on the side of the track and on the descent down the mountain and off the outside of Murray's corner. This is, of course, the first time the Bathurst 12 Hours here on iRacing has had the new feature of the dynamic, not gravel, the dynamic grass and gravel. I forget the exact name of it. But, of course, bringing the gravel and the grass back onto the circuit when you do drive off of it, or if you do end up on those marbles, let's say you clip the wall and have a spin on the way down, well, you're going to be having quite a hard time getting back going just due to the nature of the little rubbery bits that are stopping you from getting on that accelerator.
Yeah, it's different too. If you haven't driven in iRacing recently and you haven't experienced that marble setup, I will tell you right now, as an American, I will openly admit that I run a lot of NASCAR because, well, that's just me. That's what I do. That's what I like. I have my series I'm set on. I drive the open wheel modifieds a lot, the Wayland series. It is different. It has taken me some considerable adjustment. I don't know about you, Mike. I know you're more of a GT guy yourself, but in any series, it has taken considerable adjustment for me to get used to. And they're dangerous.
Yeah, it really depends on the track. A lot of, for example, Daytona now having that paved infield and making it a little bit easier. I think in iRacing it still has the grass. No, they have the paved infield on this year. That's right. Of course, we just watched it. What am I on about? So that changed up a little bit. But tracks, for example, like Okayama, it's just one that comes to mind. Brands Hatch, another track that just grass everywhere, bringing it onto the circuit, and it can make racing absolutely miserable. And speaking of a miserable day, what is going on here for the lead of this race? This is Gustavo Ariel with a world of pressure on his shoulders right now, and Phil Denise looking to take the lead here. We're going to see the Male Racing all over the back and to the outside of Murray's corner. It's going to be a full send baseball move, and he's going to have to back out. The Ford Mustang almost unlapping himself as well, and this is bringing Florian back into contention as well. All of this battling, wasting time for the top two.
That it is, in my time of being in the booth coming to a close here very soon is Mike. I'm going to leave you with Jake Sperry here in just a moment, but I tell you what, I'm kind of jealous of the time Jake's joining, because he's joining in right at that transition period. We still have rain coming up pretty soon. We're right at the end of stints, so we've got pit stops coming up soon, and this number 10 BMW is dominating in pace. This is such a good position to be in, and we're under 5 hours to go of this 12-hour race. This is ridiculous. It's a great time. I wouldn't count out anyone yet, but I'm telling you right now, if that BMW can get a rear bumper to the Porsche of Gustavo Ariel, he's going to do it. He's going to send it through. He's going to get a pass done, and it's going to be an absolutely ridiculous race to the end.
It certainly is. And a massive thank you as well to Brad Dalton here for his commentary. Stint, a nice long one as well from, of course, like he said early on here. And welcoming into the booth, it's none other. Oh no, hold that thought, as there's contact, chaos, and a spin for Phil Denise. And the lead hunt has come to a close. Jake, welcome to the booth. You are getting thrown into the line of fire.
Well, out of the frying pan, into the fire. Phil Denise finding a spin around, wrong place, wrong time, and at the moment that he knew that the pressure was on to find that move, it puts Redline in a great position out there, and they will have a smile from ear to ear. Denise with that heavy damage to the front clip of his BMW. We've been talking up how good of a run they've been having here at Mount Panorama, and just like that, the Bathurst 12 never ceases to amaze.
Absolutely not. That is, who would have expected that? Pit stop phase is still right around the corner. Here's that replay from Florian's POV, and whoa, he tries to look left, he tries to look right, and it's like hunting a needle in a stack of needles, just trying to find the right pathway, and he just slips on by. And with that, we now have a Team Redline 1-2 once again in maybe one of the most spectacular ways we could have not imagined.
Well, it just goes to show you that you've got to have that concentration factor out there. This has been an all-important race, especially when you look to the outskirts of this circuit. Look at it, it's wet. He's just caught a puddle. There's no other way of describing it. He's just caught a puddle with the right-hand side tyres, trying to push a little too hard at the top of Peter Brock's skyline, and it is as simple as you caught the puddle, wrong place, wrong time. This is why iRacing's weather system completely changes races, and as you see it here with us, that is as Stonewall of a moment. Now, he is going to keep himself out there on circuit as long as he can, try and mitigate the damage. He's got 23 seconds at the moment here, Mike, over to Hugh Barter in the 069, but right now, oh my, that's going to be one very hefty repair bill by the time he gets down to pits here in Bathurst, the mountain road which they've raced for so long, and you can see he's a lot more ginger up the top of Skyline this time, by.
Yeah, certainly with that damage on the mechanics, gonna have to be getting the sledgehammers out to get that bonnet back compressed down into its mostly regular state. It should be fairly back underway with the virtual iRacing repairs, of course, and he'll be back out with no damage on circuit, but it's a long ways to get to that stage where you have to go back into pit lane, and of course with the weather potentially on the horizon as well. We've seen that the BMW absolutely is standout in the dry conditions, but as soon as the wet comes, the car, it starts to struggle. We see that even in the interchanging conditions where it's been at its strongest thus far. Just that little bit of wet patch really making the day difficult for what I found amazing as well, being the lone BMW on track, as Brad pointed out.
Yeah, and making that choice, everyone's trying to find the best balance of performance because this is one of the most unique circuits that you're going to find out there. So the question comes, Mike, from all of these drivers, who is looking at what and how confident are they going to be when they sit down and look and say, we need something that's going to work in dry and work in wet first and foremost, as we're seeing right now. But secondly, a car that's going to manage the long straights good enough to make sure they can make moves, but also have the stability around the mountain, which gives you no margin for error.
Exactly. It's an absolutely crucial dance that these drivers have put hours and hours and hours of preparation into their setup times, into working with each other, into driving around this track in qualifying trim and race trim and wet trim and every single condition imaginable. And that is why practice makes perfect here. You practice your pit stops, you practice the lines, and even with that, you can practice all you want for thousands of hours. And when it comes down to it, when the meat and potatoes are on the table, you can still mess it up. And that's where Bathurst, it's a cruel mystery. I often like to call it the lady in black, despite the fact that, of course, that's a NASCAR track. And still, I absolutely think that it is a fitting term here because it just takes that slightest little tiny lapse in judgment before you end up like the Male Racing team, smacking the wall harder than you would have liked.
I will say that Bathurst is a very cruel mistress that does not forgive and does not forget. I wouldn't say it's the lady in black, I'd say it's the Black Widow in terms of all sorts of racing circuits out there. We've got a green hell, a lady in black, and a Black Widow of circuits. It shows you how difficult the racing calendar truly is. Team Redline, though, 1 and 2 now out there at this stage with Drago Racing in 4th and Porsche Coanda, the final car inside of your top 5. 3 in the top 10 for Redline with their 70 effort in 6th position. It's one of the more unique displays of racing that you got out here right now, being fully in the GT spec, fully in this race. And so Team Redline 1 and 2, they've been dreaming of this for a very long time. This is a top tier team trying to do what it does best at a circuit like this one here, Mount Panorama Bathurst. This is a race that they have probably targeted to say, you know what, we should be winning this one.
Yeah, they should be indeed. And, you know, with their qualifying performance, I'm sure they weren't too thrilled with it. Obviously, Gustavo starting in 9th position and 6th position, respectively, for Florian, which wasn't the worst, all things considered. But since then, they have not looked back. Their pace has been absolutely electric compared to the rest of the field. In fact, they're still in the 206s and 205s right now, but speaking of that, actually, I wanted to mention the Male Racing team of Phil Denise. He's still lapping at 205.8. I don't know how, but clearly that man's face is made of titanium. I don't know. That car is still in relatively driving condition despite that high-speed incident it had at the top of the mountain.
Well, they've got Rainer Talvar they can go to in the pits should they want it for the Marla Racing team. So I think what they've done is that they've got damage, but the key matter of fact is, yeah, you've got damage, but it's not actually done masses. Yes, they are going to have to come in. They are going to have to look around and say, we're going to need to make a pit stop at some stage and try and repair it. But their repairs, as they're going to be going through here right now, are not going to be mandatory ones which are emulated by the black and orange mechanical flag. They are going to be in a position where they look around at this and say, well, it's only going to be optional repairs. So I think the way they hit, because it was a square-on hit with the wall, looked really dramatic. It didn't rip the front off of the car, and I think the big key to that is because it was front on and it wasn't a case of you catching it at an angle, I don't think it's damaged their suspension.
No, it doesn't seem to have whatsoever. And if we go on board with them, I mean, that would be the clear cut. But I think at this point, we're well established that they have no issues. They are lapping quite quickly. Yes, they're losing time. Their fastest lap was a 2:04.8, but they're still lapping a 2:05.8, which is absolutely incredible considering the situation. And there they go into pit lane. They've said enough is enough. Getting low on fuel and that damage, maybe just kind of bleeding time. It's a light bleeding. It was a very, very thin cut, but still applying that bandage as soon as possible to limit it.
Just keeping an eye on that weather, it's talking about in about 2 hours time a chance of rain right now, so we're looking at about 3 o'clock as maybe where we're expecting that first band of rain to go through. In sim time, by the way, is now heading towards 1:20 in the afternoon. So in terms of where they're looking about and seeing this, so they're going to be about an hour and a half away, and that is if the weather forecast is accurate. So that's going to be in the back of their mind. Marla, of course, down in the pits making their pit stop as it currently stands, and Phil Deness staying within the car right now is going to have that long stint to go forward. But for the moment, we focus on the number 71 Team Redline effort with Florian Lebigre behind the wheel. He took the start in this car, handed over to Eduardo Leo, and looking to go through. Now, Deness off and away again. Now, not enough tape in the world is going to keep him in play. 41.4 seconds in the box. That's going to put them into an interesting position as they come out of the pits, because they exit with about 10 seconds worth of margin over to the Porsche Coanda 92, led by arguably one of the greatest Australian sim racers, if not the greatest Australian sim racer in the world, Josh Rogers.
Yeah, a lot of work on the shoulders. Now, Josh will have to pit. Actually, will he have to pit? I actually don't know when he pit last, so I'll be keeping an eye. He's 29 laps into his stint, so looking at probably another couple laps before he will have to come in for a stop, potential battle on the cards here. But this, one thing I'm noticing, the BMW's bonnet is still flapping around there a little bit, so they didn't, I don't think, took their optional repairs. They still deemed the car was in condition to go out and drive. Phil Deness stays behind the wheel, which I think is an absolutely brilliant decision to make. Phil is already in tune with this damaged car, and he says, I've got it. I got it under control. I'm not worried about bending it anymore. Let's not driver swap just yet. Let me handle this damaged car. We'll repair it on the next stint, and then once I hand the car over, they'll have a fresh machine to go and throw around the Bathurst circuit.
Now, the thing to remember is we don't know how much time of optional repairs that Marla has, and so when they sit down and they look at this, they go, right, we've only got so much repair work that we can do, so we'll do what we can in the pits that will not cost us time, as in comes both Gustavo Ariel and Florian Lebigre. Driver swap at the 72. Diogo Pinto is going to jump in, the Porsche Super Cup champion from a couple years ago, and also the IndyCar champion on top of that. And then you've got Eduardo Leo, who's jumped back in for Team Redline. So Redline fully on a driver switch, and at the moment it's seeing those two drivers right now out there and doing what they absolutely can to go and make this all work. The 72 Porsche will leave pits before the 71 Porsche. That much we did expect, but they are running like clockwork at the moment, and when they get into rhythm like this, it becomes very, very difficult to stop them as a team.
Yeah, it definitely will, and just keeping that lead pack ahead, and with the damage, of course, for the Male Racing team. Let's see, where exactly did they come out in relation? That interval, looking at about 1.5 seconds, so similar to it was when it entered the pit lane. No, hold on, I'm looking at the wrong car. Yeah, about 1.5 seconds, never mind. So it is relatively similar there, but still, they're going to be bleeding time out, so the Male Racing team going to be looking, I think, where they are right now, rather than looking forward in this stint, so it's going to be another 30 or so laps of just settle in and wait, really, for Phil Deness.
Yeah, it certainly does seem like that at the moment. This is really spaced out. We got drivers running upwards of 28 laps down as we hit the pit cycle. Gianni Vecchio is in there for the number 70 Team Redline car. Mitchell de Jong, who has been ever faithful in the number 92 Porsche Coanda car, is now getting in behind the wheel as well. We've also got Adrian Guerrica there in the 005. That's the gridandgo.com esports 005, which is out there, one of 6 gridandgo.com cars which are out there today, and they've had a lot of work to do as they've gone and dominated what is a field that is full of 50 different GT3s out there. More drivers making that takedown into the pits, and they'll be certainly hoping that their stops are all going to work. That is your race leading Drago Racing 069. With the cycle, they're going a little bit longer than some of their competitors, so they might gain an advantage later on. So Hugh Barter in the Mercedes followed in by Dimitri Dimsenko, sorry, there in the gridandgo.com esports 003, which was 9th place on time of making that pit stop.
You know, you mentioned the Grid and Go team as well. I just wanted to pay mention one more time to the 005 Grid and Go team, who's up 25 positions. You mentioned there are 50 drivers in this field, and he has clawed his way through half of them, or that team, I should say, has clawed their way through half, currently piloted by Adrian Grecki. I hope I said that one right. And behind the HP, the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team now, so all the way up into 12th. I do expect the pit stops, though, to settle Ollie into a little bit better of a position. There he just got by Demetrio and Dane Warden. So back up into those single-digit paying positions for the Scuderia team. Our previous, again, keep in mind, Daytona 24-hour winners, so you cannot count them out whatsoever.
No, you really can't, and when you win at Daytona, there is always a way that you can charge through. Now, Phil Deness has done well here. He's clawed his way back onto, in the Marla Racing Team 10 BMW, to the number 71 of Eduardo Leo, who's got himself out into play. And he's no slouch as Eduardo in terms of the way that he drives. He's maybe a little bit newer to the team, but he is someone who goes there over the metal grate, makes a tiny bit of contact there with the barriers, and he's got to be very alert to that through each and every corner. He tries to find that move over the top of the hill, and this is where you got to run, especially in these changeable variables out there. The Whitewater Rapids down the hill, through the Big Dipper and over towards the Forest Elbow, one of the toughest braking zones on the lap, because you've got to mastermind turning and braking at the same time. And looking at the line they take through the Forest Elbow is one of the most unique things I find out there in terms of GT running. They don't like running all the way to the outside and then tipping the car in, because they've all worked out that if they stick to the inside, they don't actually scrub the speed by dropping down the hill. So they basically just run to the inside and say, I can keep this pace, and there's no way that's going to work. Here's the run then through the fastest corner in Australian sim racing, the chase, over towards then the left-right chicane, and trying to get that run over to Murray's corner. This might be where the Marla car sets it up, looking for that chance over to the outside, but he taps the brakes not once but twice to indicate, I'm not going to make a move into the final corner.
Yeah, the Molly car there with a full commitment move. In the past, we've seen him go sending around the outside of Murray's corner. This time, discretion being the better part of valor. A little think to the inside, that's all it was. There was no real thought behind it beyond that. He knew he wasn't going to commit, neither did the 71. Now, though, this is where the real pressure starts to get applied. The slipstream, we see the 71 parking at dead center of the track. Eduardo, what do? You cover the inside. That's the logical decision. But round the outside, the BMW is going to try to force his way into Quarry Bend 2x2. He backs out. Very intelligent decision there from Dennis, not wanting to get caught up in an incident at this stage.
Well, if you're the 16 of Raphael Renhofer right now in the Scherer eSport car, you've just come up across a very, very important battle, and you don't quite know what to do about it. I don't think that was a case of Phil Deness backing out. I thought that was more of a case there of him having absolutely no choice. Eduardo Leo pinched and pinched and pinched until he physically could not turn for the second corner out there on the lap. That goes to show you how hard he is having to battle out there on circuit just to try and get some parity.
Yeah, pretty much having to be the eighth wonder of the world, the Great Wall of Eduardo, or the Great Wall of Redline, I guess you might want to say at this stage right now, as it's kind of been the story from the word go for the most part. The Redline team has been the team to beat. It's the team we expected to win coming into this, and looking at it midway through the race, it was what you would expect to win still, but anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. And right now, it's a Redline 1-2, but the Male Racing team is looking quite hungry. Look at this on the slipstream. Not going to be making a move just yet, but using that to gain up into the right back onto him, basically being a new license plate for the Redline car, sticking on for the start-finish straight, and then going for the move, maybe in a quarry bend again.
Well, that might be the place where they're lining it up. The mountain straight seems to be where they've got a lot of strength here in comparison to the Porsche. That Porsche not as good in terms of a straight line, but it certainly does has a lot of different opportunities in terms of how they can go and attack this next phase forward. It's every single time that you go around these corners, you're trying to work out where the car in front of you's got a strength, where the car in front of you has got a little bit of a weakness. And here in what is the meat and potatoes of this race, looking over towards dessert, by the time that 3 hours ticks over, you are looking around and saying each and every move right now is about positioning for that end. That gap has extended out, though, to the 72 Redline car. It's now up to 4 seconds as they now run on through to the cutting turns 3 and 4. A gain of 12 so far for the Marla team, from 15th up to 3rd, but looking to regain that first place that they lost just about 15 minutes ago or so as they now look to chase. This is where it becomes important, doing about 207s and now up over the top of the hill. It's pretty much the mountain, single file each and every way you go through. It's almost impossible to pass on this mountain.
Certainly is, and we saw last time, or about 15 minutes ago, as you said, this corner in this situation, maybe a bit of deja vu as I was thinking leading into it, and I'm sure that Phil Dennis was thinking the same thing. Don't make a mistake. Don't make a mistake. Don't make a mistake. That's all he was thinking there at the top of the mountain. Hold on to the back of the 71, and now maybe unleash it down the Conrad. There's a bit of a wiggle there for Eduardo, but I think he had a good enough exit there, and through that, you mentioned, Jake, the single line through the forest elbow at the end is really, that's the only way to take that corner. You go deeper, you're going to hit the wall on the outside. You go shallower, you're going to hit the wall on the inside, and that is being the quickest way through. But look at this, here we go, slipstream in play, down to the inside. He's going to cover it for Eduardo, and he backs out once more. Switcheroo attempt on the play, but I think he's going to have to really keep his foot in if he wants to get it. He goes a little off onto the marbles. In fact, that's going to compromise his run to the back marker, and he's going to end up still handing it over. Very generous Ford Mustang there.
Well, that was contact, actually, and that's key here. Phil Dennis was trying to pinch, and he just grabbed the rear quarter panel as he went on through. He grabbed the right rear quarter panel, and that contact is, again, enough to make this difficult for Phil Dennis to make this pass. And you have to give here Eduardo Leo some credit. He's got one roll and one roll only. They lost 0.8 of a second that last lap, 1.2 for Phil Dennis on Diogo Pinto. Eduardo Leo's job is simple. Make that pass for Marla as difficult as you possibly can.
Exactly. As this battle rages on, the gap up front for Diogo Pinto is already up to 4.5 seconds and climbing. So the more and more we go, Diogo has the chance to unleash those 206.4s that he's been putting in. This squabbling, this battling, this knife fight in a phone booth, you might call it. 207.2 for Eduardo, 207.6 for the Male Racing team. This is not where they wanted to find themselves right now. They're wasting time, at least for the BMW, and time being of the essence for the Redlines.
Well, fastest car on track last time by just so happened to be the 069 Drago Racing car, which sits about 20 seconds off of the back of this group. They did a 2:05.7 with Vlad Kimikev behind the wheel right now for the Polish-based team. So they are really looking at trying to chase over the course of this run. And this is the big important thing, if that Mercedes of Kimikev and Drago can bring themselves into this battle, I don't think Redline are 100% safe in saying that they can only fend off Marla for the race win. Drago have each and every opportunity to try and make this a race that they can go and win, and that would be huge by their comparison. You're looking around, everyone in the 206s, a couple 207s, Kamil Grabowski in the 207s for WSR Esports butt kicker out there at the moment, but Doness has closed himself right back up again here. 4 hours, 35 minutes remaining in this race. Once more the defense into the final corner. That puddle will be a little concerning on the inside of Murray's. That's not allowing the drivers to be uberly aggressive over that curb. And again, moving over to the middle of the road, Doness thinking about going to the inside, but once more backing out of it then to try and attack at a different place at a different point in time, and just finding that Eduardo Leo is doing what he needs to do, be a pest.
Yes, Eduardo Leo is flopping around like a walleye on the ice of Lake Winnebago, and it is, whoa, and the grass pass attempt for Phil Doness. He's going to go and cook it back to the outside, but has to decide better of it. All that momentum canceled out. He's going to try to carry it, though, on the exit of there up towards the cutting. And is he going out of this contact to the back bumper? Is that going to be enough to unsettle Eduardo? No, he holds on, wrestles the octopus, and keeps all four wheels somehow planted in the correct direction.
You feel that this is the race right here, and I know we're 4.5 hours out away from the end of this race, but Marla Racing right now are desperate to get by the 71 Redline Porsche. If they can manage this move and move themselves up into second position, they will have license to go and attack the 72 Team Redline car piloted by Diogo Pinto, and Phil Doness will look around and say it's bit between the teeth, because right now that 71 Team Redline car is the equivalent of a red cape right now in a Plaza del Toro ring that Mount Panorama is proving to be, and you've got one rampaging bull trying to chase down two Red Bull Verstappen.com sponsored Team Redline cars.
Let's just hope they don't lock horns, Jake, and all of this ends in a fiery explosion on the run down towards the chase. It's going to be the outside attempt now for the Male Racing team. Switch it back up to the outside again for the left-hander, the right-hander. No dice to be found. He's betting it all on red, and it just keeps coming up black.
Yeah, and that's the key. They're not finding that chance. They're not finding that move that's going to unlock it. It's got to be clear out there. And now you got to start wondering, where is the chance? Where is the opportunity? Where is that next move? Where is that next chance that's going to make this happen? So you're looking around and saying, right, next chance is up. Next chance is there. But, you know, you're looking around at Eduardo Leo, and he is doing everything right. Back into the middle of the road. Where do you go? Left side again, covered off at the latest possible chance by Eduardo Leo. He's just moving in a reactive fashion out there, and I think he's driving fantastically in the way that he's done so. Marla Racing team are in a very sticky situation, and I think they're doing a wonderful job in terms of holding that move and holding that place. Redline again up the hill. They now take that charge over towards Griffin's Mountain. Each and every corner here is a left-hander where you're committed, and now try somewhere where it's a little bit less unknown in terms of making that move. Reed Park, not a place you would say as the A place to make a move, but it goes to show you the desperation factor in there with the 10.
I think that Phil Doness right now has more pressure on his shoulders than a submarine in the Marianas Trench, to be completely honest. He is feeling this, that he needs to get this overtake done now. Every single corner he's posturing, poising, and telegraphing to Eduardo Leo that I am coming by whether you like it or not. And Eduardo, well, he's just calmly responding with, mate, no, you're not. I'm going to defend you each and every time. Let's try this again. Re-rack him, re-stack him. Male Racing in the slipstream, down towards the chase. Are we going to be close enough? As it stands, it looks like no. I think this is going to be a great defensive attempt, but no, the BMW checks to the outside. It's another attempt. Full send off the track, potentially onto the grass. No, he is going to drop it. And with that, the 71 of Eduardo Leo holds on, but he's hanging on just by a thread.
Well, this is crazy. It's 101%. He tried to go for an inside that wasn't there. 2 tires, 4 tires in through the water splash. And ultimately, still Eduardo Leo's there. And, you know, you're at a point where this is very close to Phil Denez losing his head at the moment in this race. They have dropped 6 seconds over the last couple of laps. And Phil Denez just did a 2:09 flat on that last lap. That was a full 2.3 off of the 72 Redline car is leading. Kimikev, a 2:05.9, was able to chase down a full 3 seconds on that lap. What is Vlad Kimikev going to make of this when he joins those drivers in front? He is reveling in these two battling and hitting hammer and tongs out of each other right now, realizing that this is as big of a fight as you can possibly see.
It was 30 seconds last time we checked in with that gap. Now down to 14 dead. This is certainly going to be in the cards there for the Drago Racing teams within the next few. On board with the Ford Mustang GT3, who I have to say has the best seat in the house right now for the most electric battle on circuit. Look at the Male Racing team. He's thinking about having to just back off there through the top. He knows he's quicker on the descent, it seems, and so just giving a little bit more breathing room to the Porsche. That damage on the front, and keep in mind, this is something we haven't mentioned in a while. Phil Denez has damage. He's lost it at the top of the hill a couple laps, 30 minutes ago, give or take, and he's still on it with everything he can give. One more attempt. We've seen this once, we've seen it twice, we've seen it 3 times, and it hasn't worked just yet. Jake, is this going to be the one?
Well, you've got to give credit there to the Share Esports car, Rafael Renhofer. He's just been sitting back and allowing this battle to brew because, again, Phil Denez is looking and he has to hit the brakes early once more because there was no angle to where he wanted that desired move of the inside. He switches up his attempt now to try and criss and cross. And if he wants his applesauce, he wants to try and find this move all the way to the pit lane side. Goes Eduardo Leo, again defending. And again, it's about unlocking the exit here. This is like treacle, this battle at the moment for Phil Denez, walking through what is a landmine-filled run of this circuit, knowing every single corner could be the end of this Marla team's race. If they can't find the pass, they're now 10 seconds back, but look at the drive out of Hell's Corner, because right now he has been forged in this battle through hellfire and brimstone, trying to make this move, and finally, and I mean finally, he gets that pass.
And he breathes a sigh of relief, and now the shoe is firmly on the other foot. We're going to see what the 71 of Eduardo Leo can do when he's put into the attacking position. We've seen this happen on the pass through the cutting, contact between the two, and there was a bit of an overly opportunistic send and into deep. His best Sum 41 impression yet, clips the barrier and gives the position to the back marker. So now going to have to be stuck behind on this lap. That is going to be what Phil Denez wanted. Again, another, probably even more than a sigh of relief at this point. He's breathing the weight of the world off of him.
Well, now we'll get the chance to see Phil Denez then at full bore with the damage against the 72 Redline car of Diogo Pinto, who's been minding his business, going through the traffic. He's got Daniel Olar there at the Sheza Esports Green team to try and get by the Hungarian-based sim racing outfit, trying to go through, so managing that. But this is now a chance for these two teams to just reset, think about their priorities, and the next priority for the 71 team Redline team is maintain the podium against a fast-charging Vlad Kimikev, who's brought that gap over the last lap down to 14 seconds overall. Took another second and a half out of them on that last go around the circuit. So that's what they got all to manage, and it's a who's who of the teams who are all there in and around that top 10 as you sit. You've got the likes of the Apex Racing team in there, WSI Esports Butt Kicker, and we got this on for 21st position overall. This is the Sabelt Esports team right now with Roberto Ferrari behind the wheel. Just behind them, Jaume Dalmases, who is there at Zenith Esports. Jaume Dalmases, Mike, a driver that we both know incredibly well.
Yes, indeed. That's a name that I did not expect to see out on a GT3 field. Certainly somebody that may be an expert in a bit of a slower category car, but here tonight showing that he can handle himself in more than just that. He can handle a bit of downforce, that invisible mumbo jumbo. on the top of the car, and it's 23 positions gained for Jaime Dalmases and 20 positions gained for Roberto Ferrari right now. So massive, massive prospects for the two, and as they get ready to battle it out here, I would imagine this is going to be quite the fight.
It very much is, and that chance of rain, by the way, is falling and falling. It was up at 15% by the time I walked in, and over the last 15 minutes, that's dropped to about 7% chance. So I reckon it might just be a case of the clouds staying away, and we might be dry for a long while there. There is a little threat of rain coming now at 5:15 in sim time, so that is talking about 3.5 hours away. So don't put too much credence into it at the moment. I think rain is staying away until at least maybe an hour and a half to go at the very, very earliest as it stands. Dalmases remaining close right now, hoping that there is going to be chance that that is going to be an attack for the McLaren against the Mustang of Roberto Ferrari. And Sabelt here, down 8 laps these two teams are at the moment, started 41st and 45th respectively, and now find themselves with a really good opportunity to see whether this next move can come along. Ferrari, middle of the road. Here comes Jaime Dalmases, straight to the inside, looking to get this one done on the brakes, and not much argument from Roberto Ferrari. Falls back into rank and file, knowing that if they were going to play that game, they're going to have the 16th place Williams Esports Racing progeny car, Parker White, going through, puts the lap through. And by the way, that's the 2 lap down 005 grid and go car with Adrian Geracher behind the wheel. So you've got the German who started 37th overall did the team, who are now up to 12th place, a gain of 25 positions.
A great improvement there. And you mentioned the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy team, currently piloted by Parker White. They've had the opposite of that day. They're down 10 positions still, which has been the same story for, I think, pretty much the start. They haven't gained any positions for a very long time. So it's a long ways there for the Williams Esports team, but we know they're previous champions. We know what they can do. They have the pace, and especially Parker White is a man that needs no introduction, an 18-year-old eNASCAR champion. Of course, drove in the Porsche Euro Cup Series as well, so not going to be any slouch to this little Porsche here that he is piloting out on track.
Parker White is one of those drivers that you sit down and say, well, at 18 years old, he is a driver who could be one of the very best that sim racing has to offer. If he wants to push himself in a field of eNASCAR for the future, he could very much rival the likes of Ray Alfala in terms of history and legacy. If he wants to make a more of an all-around push, he can be very similar to Bobby Zelensky, but you also have that sense of he can go and be anything he wants to be if he puts his mind to it. And that's the style of driver that he comes into as part of that team, of course, over at Williams in 16th position overall. They look around at their team. They've got the number 1 on the car, and they've had 2 drivers to work with over the course of it, along with Parker White. They've had Michael Preston from Club UKNI. They've also had Sotomuto, the experienced Japanese driver, in with them as well. So Parker White certainly has got some good teammates around him, but down in 16th position from a start of 6th, I would say the race hasn't gone exactly to the Williams plan. But then again, when you look around at this field and you look at who started in the top 10, we've only got half the cars that started in the top 10 still in the top 10 as it currently stands. So it's been a tough race for those near the front of the field.
Yeah, it really has been. It's a tough race all the way around throughout the entirety of the pack. It's mountains, or it's Bathurst, it's Mount Panorama. There is no easy description of this circuit. There is no cruising to victory here. It is a truly quirking circuit, which, of course, I haven't done any facts about Bathurst just yet. So we're going to do some fun Bathurst facts while we have a little breathing moment here. This is a area that was found. It's the oldest inland settlement settled in Australia, established in 1815 by Governor Lachlan Maguire, and it was named after a noxious weed that is found in the area called the Bathurst burr, and it was a gold rush town. The reason it was settled is back in the 1850s there was thousands of people, sort of similar to California in the west coast of America, had a gold rush, and that was what attracted thousands of prospectors who some found success and some found absolutely nothing.
Well, sometimes you got to try and dig a little bit, and you might find gold, or you just might find dirt. And at the moment, there are going to be quite a few teams out there who will feel like today, this was a day where they found dirt out there. So a couple of the Grid and Go cars didn't find what they wanted. A couple Williams cars in trouble. So too, the BMW M Team Borisud team didn't find what they wanted. Neither did one of the Drago cars, the 96, and the Veloce Thrustmaster team that started down in 48th position. But the big casualties were the Coanda 18 and the Drago Racing number 9s, who started 5th and 8th respectively and found themselves way down the order. The front row number 8 Coanda car is down in 27th and 10 laps down with Elliot Veyron behind the wheel for them at the moment. So definitely working here on the stint. They've had Gabriel Salomon in behind the wheel and Malte Johansson who has been in there. So it's nice to see Malte Johansson out there and making that progress out on track. But at least for the moment, a little bit of patience here is needed, and there is a case of where you've got to be quick enough to get by, and this is where Jaume Dalmases finds himself in a tricky position, because he knows that the moment he lets Parker White go through and to gain that time and to put that lap on him, it puts him right back into a couple of battles that he doesn't really want to be touching at the moment. So that's going to be where his focus finds himself in at this stage of the race, just not wanting to get involved too much out there in 21st, but he does need to know as well that it's Adrian Guerrero who's there just behind, so he's maybe trying to build himself enough of a gap to say, well, if you're quick enough, come pass.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's kind of where it's at, is force the faster car to make the overtake. I mentioned it earlier. And Parker, he is telegraphing that he is much quicker coming down the mountain. You can see him poking into the mirrors here and there, and then setting up the exit of Forest Elbow, just taking a slightly, ever so slightly wider line. We mentioned the fact there's really only one line through Forest Elbow. You can take it just a tiny bit wider to gain that momentum, and especially when you're in a Porsche, that flat 6 engine versus that turbocharged V8 McLaren, there's a big horsepower difference. And even with the slipstream, Parker just managing to keep in the background here, looks to the inside of the chase. Is he going to be able to get it done? It's going to turn to the outside line for the next part of the corner, but he's firmly ahead at the apex, and I think there was a bit of discretion there from Dalmases, and that immediately has cost him.
Yeah, because now, look at the run, heading to Murray. He's going to have to be a little switched on here to what Roberto Ferrari wants to do at Sabbelt, and not finding exactly what was needed. Roberto Ferrari's had Emanuele Petri behind the wheel to start the race off. It's been a two-car team that's been putting that work together, and on the back of them is the one lap down compared to these drivers team of WSR Esports Next Level Racing, with Martin Sirotek behind the wheel of the 1-2-3. In terms of their team effort, they've also had Lucas Prada behind there, and Antoine Lecharité as well. The Canadian has been in behind the wheel, who's been actually really strong over the last couple of years with the Porsche Esports Carrera Challenge over in Canada. So here's a driver or a team or a member of the team who could certainly put himself into good use a little bit later on. But up through the hill they go, and through the Griffin's Mountain, this right-left chicane, which leads them on to these consecutive triple lefts. Now, you are still seeing the water out there on the circuit, and there is a big important reason why this track is not draining away a lot of that water at the moment, Mike, and that has a lot to do with the rising humidity out there. As you can see, Parker White have a massive wiggle going through the splash of the puddle there. This is 97% humidity. If you were to walk out there right now around this circuit, this would be the equivalent of basically drinking the air. It's like soup out there.
Yeah, you'd be sweating quicker than a quick thing in Quicksville, pretty much. It's going to be absolute torture for these drivers right now, with the sort of, as you mentioned, the precipitation constantly down on the circuit, and even in real life, that playing almost to be a wet track at times. But you can even see it in the air. The air is thick, it's dense, and that's providing a tremendous amount of downforce on these cars. I would imagine that does model out quite well in this, so that playing a bit of a straight line speed hindrance on some of the quicker cars, and maybe advantage toward the slower ones. I don't know. I'm just spitballing, to be completely honest. I don't know if that's true or not, but I could see it being true.
I can see it as well, and I'm sure we'll certainly see more of it right now. Gap at the front, worth keeping in mind, has stayed relatively close to about 9 seconds now. So Marla is there with Team Redline and are starting to find parity amongst themselves after the early runs out there. It's about 3 seconds now that the Redline 71 has fallen back, but the gap now between them and Drago, I want to keep in mind, has fallen under 10 seconds for the first time on that last lap. A full 9/10 of a second, oh sorry, a full 7/10 of a second taken off on that last lap by Vlad Kimikev as he makes his way down into the chase once again, on what is their 207th now, looking to start their 208th lap of the race overall. Phil Deness just squeaking into the 206s there, so it takes a 0.5 of a second out to make the gap 9 seconds there pretty much on the dot, and Kimikev again proving to be the fastest driver out there on the circuit currently with that 205.8, again knocking off another 0.5 second from Eduardo Leo. So Redline will be looking about in the next hour or so and seeing that they will be having a race for the podium as we continue with this group up over the top and keeping that focus very firmly planted with Zenith Esports and Jaume Dalmases, who finds himself there at the moment looking to try and really progress forward in this. We'll take an onboard perspective then as we take that drive on through here. This is with Roberto Ferrari in the Mustang Ford, and you can see that massive channel of air which could go through to the driver as they now look to try and attack. And this, the Conrod here, is a wonderful straight. It goes up, it goes down, it goes all around effectively as you go through, and these drivers looking to go all the way off with 2 tires to try and maximize this small kink left.
Yeah, and there you can see off to the background as well that chicane, or this chicane that was put in here in 1987, believe it or not. This track was founded in 1938, and it took them till 1987 to throw in a chicane. That was, of course, due to a couple accidents that happened in 1986, and so they thought, let's improve some safety. The 90s, they also said, let's throw some catch fencing in the early 2000s. They modernized the paddock and pit lanes. Then in 2011, they threw some lights in, and that is, of course, where the 12 Hours of Bathurst became its absolute coup de grace, starting in the night and finishing in the day, and it is a true spectacle like no other, Jake, in real life, I have to say. Real life or sim, this is truly an incredible event.
I think it really is, and it's one of the more unique ones when it comes to the endurance calendar, just because of the nature of it. It's in a perfect time slot, I think, in terms of what they're looking at to do with this Mount Panorama Circuit, putting the race in February. But the one issue that they do sometimes run into is the fact that they're up against the Sebring 12, which does often give them a little bit of difficulty in terms of where they slot into on the calendar. So when you've got the Bathurst 12 Hour, I think it's a wonderful event. It's the premier endurance event when you go out there, with maybe the exception of the 1000, which comes and brings itself into play. But in terms of 12-hour GT endurance, I think this is a wonderful endurance event that, at least in the real world, more drivers need to jump in and get themselves into. About 2 or 3 years ago, this was absolutely sensational in terms of what this was as an event, and I reckon it could still go and reach those heights as we focus on our race leader, 8.4 to the good, Diogo Pinto.
Yeah, and doing a great job of just hot lapping right now. It's all Diogo needs to do, and just not worry about anyone behind. You mentioned the Bathurst 1000 there, Jake. Obviously, an event that is super incredibly famous, attracting over 200,000 people every single year. And it holds one of the drivers as well. You talk about some drivers that hold prospect in history here. Peter Brock, he won the Bathurst 1000 9 times. He holds the most victories for that event, which is just truly incredible when you think about it. And I'm sure in sim racing, we'll be having some drivers like that very soon, but you don't really hear that too much, do you, when it comes to sim compared to real life?
No, it's something that you certainly are starting to see, that a lot of drivers are now starting to merge and move over towards it. Shane Van Gisbergen is a massive fan of getting himself into the sim and finding that ability to move forward as one of the greats. Brody Kostecki, of course, who was a Supercars champion 2 years ago, has been racing about over in the V8 Supercar Series out there on iRacing, the C-Class fix. The C-Class run that they've got there, not fixed but open setup. So he's been doing really well, has picked up a couple wins over the likes of Jared Filsell there. So there is certainly see a lot of transition. We're seeing it more and more out there, that more and more drivers want to make this transition to iRacing. They want to try and get involved, sharpen their skills, and the next generation is starting to bring themselves into play. Drivers like Gabby Bortoletto, for example, is someone who has had a lot of sim experience, and you can't go anywhere without talking about how much Max Verstappen's sim experience comes into play. Of course, he's got his own efforts that he puts in very closely there with Team Redline, but what people seem to forget is that in his first season of Formula One, he was out there racing in the iRacing Williams out there, the Williams Toyota 2009 F1 car, practicing with Atsay Kirchhoff. There's still video of it on the Team Redline YouTube channel where he's just trying round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. And that was what gave him a lot of confidence to go round the outside in his first year in the mid-pack, racing in the Toro Rosso against some of his competitors back then.
And then having some rules written against him because of some questionable overtaking opportunities that they went for. You know, that's racing, though. You know, you're a good racing driver when you have to have rules made specifically after you. Obviously, other drivers that you could think of there being over in the NASCAR with the famous oval incident in the Watermelon Man looping around and securing his final slot into the playoffs last year, 2 years ago now. Wow. 2 years ago? When was that? Either way, there's plenty of incidents like that, and I love to see the innovation, the thriving, and the just the nature of some of these drivers out there and how cutthroat they can be.
Well, here's your 92 Porsche Coanda car. This is Mitchell de Jong, 5th position overall, and he's got a little bit of an interesting situation right now because he's currently gaining on the car behind him, so he's certainly looking to extend that gap right now because that's Gianni Vecchio who's there for Team Redline in the number 70, but Vecchio's in a little bit of an interesting sandwich right now. He's got Jesse Jones behind in the Falcon Sim Racing Team yellow car, but in front is Charlie Collins in the 21 Porsche Coanda car out there, who started in 10th positions, down in 11th, 2 laps off the lead. So Charlie Collins is proving to be a little bit of a trickier character for Gianni Vecchio to go and make his way by, and this is only playing into the hands of Mitchell de Jong, who's able now to set the times that he wants. He's got almost a minute, though, to chase down to Drago, who are the fastest team on track. So Porsche Coanda right now looking to try and lock in a top 5 performance.
And with that, though, you mentioned it's a 1 minute gap. Currently, keep in mind the Drago Racing team of Vlad Kimichev is currently catching up with Eduardo Leo, and he's down to 6 seconds. That was a 30-second gap about 30 or so minutes ago, and it's come down. It was down to 14, and then it was down to 8, then it was down to 6, and now that's what we see right now. And continuing to climb, a 2:05.6 on the previous lap compared to a 2:06.7 from Eduardo. That's 1 second of difference, Jake. Within the next 5 laps, we might be in the cards for a P3 battle.
Yeah, and that P3, I think, is going to be important because we saw how hard and very much lion-esque it was from Eduardo Leo, the way that he was looking to defend. I think it's actually really telling the way that he went out there and tried to go forward with it as we focus here with that Drago car looking so striking over the top of the hill and descending down the 069 out there. So definitely looking to try and make that charge forward. And one of the newer teams out there, of course, you get new teams all the time in iRacing, but in terms of the echelon and the elites out there, Drago really were a tour de force when they brought themselves into iRacing. They said, this is the team that we want to be. This is how strong we want to go. They picked up themselves a wonderful result with the Turn Racing Grand Prix iRacing Series crown with Przemysław Lemonek back about 2 or 3 years ago. 3 years ago now, I believe that was. So they certainly came in with a lot of hype and expectation. They've now, I think, got themselves a little bit more rounded as a team. I think they have now brought themselves into, as a group, a team that can perform. Getting the pole here certainly shows that they've got intentions. Being down in 4th, they're proving that they're the fastest car out there in 1 lap pace. And at the moment with Vlad Kimichev, they're proving they're the fastest car out there overall with a lot of work. Into the pits comes Ole Steinbråten then, the Norwegian in for Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team from 9th position overall.
Yeah, and that's going to be a scheduled stop. So the HP team here, a little out of sequence from everybody else. So they actually pit here on lap 31. Everyone around them's around lap 17, 16, 19 is about the furthest that we see our leaders on lap 18 and 19 respectively. So they have another about 10 to 12 laps before they do have to come back down into pit lane for their next stop and presumably throw on some dry tires. I would imagine the track at this point is ready for such, but it is so incredibly dangerous out there. With the wetness still being, as you mentioned, that high humidity, the puddles at the top of the mountain as well as down towards the bottom, could they catch you out? Are we going to see the dry tires being taken? Well, Ollie Steinbrotten back out onto track. Let's find out.
Yeah, so looking to try and get that confidence out on the circuit. And here's a driver who will be looking for confidence after the controversies over, of course, at Daytona. The Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team getting disqualified from the race results after Steinbrotten decided that he needed to try and preserve the car and did so with the old Alt F4, trying to make sure that worked for him. And really, for a driver like Steinbrotten, I think he actually handled it really well. He owned up. He said, yes, that was my mistake. I was trying to preserve the car and preserve the race. I shouldn't have been doing it like that in that scenario. But when you look at a driver like Steinbrotten, one, it's incredibly quick-witted to think on your feet that quickly when you're halfway into an incident like he was into the International Horseshoe. But secondly, on top of that, from Steinbrotten and the way that he's been going about it, it's clear that when he's joined Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports, he's wanted to go out there and win races. And his mentality is, I will do what it takes to try and win this race. And here is a driver that needs a little bit of confidence after Daytona. And I think to be starting 19th, up 10 with the team, working hard over the course of his stints with Lorenzo Manfredotti, I think he's going about this incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely so. And with Ferrari Esports here, recently just really bolstering their team, I have to say, having a couple new additions onto their roster, citing a couple new drivers, and strengthening the lineup to an absolutely extravagant level here. And Ollie Steinbrotten just being one of the extremely rapid drivers. Of course, they also have Michael Constantini, another one to pay mention there on that team that we've seen. And are we going to be seeing here a potential move onto a back marker? I'm wondering if we are. No, this is for position as we see it. Is it not? Steinbrotten here behind. No, it is not for position. This is a back marker.
No, this is exactly one lap ahead, so that's not actually a back marker. That is the car in 8th place at the moment. It's the WSR Esports butt kicker, number 12 car out there. So definitely an important one for Ole Steinbrotten to get by. That's Kamil Grabowski, who's there behind the wheel, who's been sim racing for an incredibly long time. He was part of a very successful Triton Esports team, which was one of the big names out there in Polish sim racing scene back in the day. And Grabowski has been around, has seen quite a lot of different racing out there. He was part of the Williams outfit not too long ago. And just in front of them as well is the 13th placed Apex Racing Team number 98 entry right now. And it's an all-French effort out there with those two. It's Gael Valero and Alex Gall who are there, the pair right now, who will be looking to go through. It's Valero currently behind the wheel, but 13th from 29th. They'll have a big smile with what they've been able to do, a gain of 16.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing to shake a stick at. And as Brad was mentioning earlier on in the broadcast, it's just making it to the checkered flag for some of these teams is going to be a victory in itself. You know, a lot of these guys, some of them, this might be their first endurance race with a big team like this, you know, being in the top splits, being out there with the big leagues. And for other teams like the Williams Esports, they're going to be a bit disappointed with their results. Down in 16th position, you know, they expect to be finishing higher up on the podiums, higher up in the positions. And you mentioned it as well. I think the Drago Racing team going to be fairly disappointed. Of course, the number 9 not finishing down with the DNF, down 33 positions from where they started. What the heck is happened here?
Gianni Vecchio, who was there in 6th position overall and sporting a lot of damage there to the front left-hand side of his Porsche. So he's come up the hill here. Oh, and he's had traffic go into the wall right in front of him. And Gianni Vecchio can just sit and say, what more can I do? There, just sat through, nothing he could do, no power on the exit there from the car in front. And he finds himself tipping the car in front around and going through. It was one of the cars sponsored by Cube Controls there going through that he found himself wrong place, wrong time. And that would have been Alexandre Nicolas there for Mag Performance Black, who are down in 24th position overall, 9 laps down, and that, for the final car that was sat on the lead lap, is a hit that they will not be best pleased with. They don't have mechanical flag damage, but they will now be hurting on the straight line speed and with their fuel mileage.
Yeah, and Andre Nicholas there, unfortunate to be completely honest. He just started to lose the car. I think he was maybe indecisive on a decision there that he was trying to make, and the car started to walk to the left, and unfortunately the number 70 was firmly committed to that line and had nowhere else to go. Almost made it through, but just by the skin of their teeth they didn't. They got tagged on the back, and just as Porsches often go, as soon as the back end goes on a Porsche, you're good luck saving it. It's a rear engine car. It's going to carry all that weight, pirouette you around like a ballerina.
Yeah, it's so tough to try and hold, but I think these drivers now are finding more and more confidence. We are now starting to see those puddles evaporating over at the sides of the circuit, but it is still taking a fair while to do so, seeing as we haven't had any rain. And on that weather report, there is that threat, and it's going up to maybe 71% in the final 15 minutes before the end of this race. So at the moment, as far as the radar goes, this might be a very interesting final hour here at Mount Panorama Bathurst as things stand. So we're running weather conditions here based on the 2nd of February 2025 here in sim. So that's giving you an indication of what they're trying to do and what they're trying to replicate here as they go. But that number 70 car, which did have the damage that we've looked, has stayed out there with Gianni Vecchio. It's the third of the Team Redline cars that's been caught out. They've had some Keitert in behind the wheel along with them, the Dutch driver from Almere out there in the Netherlands, and Gianni Vecchio, who has been part of this Redline team for a very long time and actually joined Team Redline as part of the merger with one of the great sim racing endurance teams of GT3 out there. It was with that wonderful merger there with Pure Motorsports, I believe it was, at the time, the team that had Maximilian Benneker in behind it, and the likes of Florian Wolf and co, who are all there and absolutely incredible as a team. And so when you look around at the team and see where Gianni Vecchio is, and he's been a stalwart, he has been Mr. Team Redline for a very, very long time, and is just that Mr. Dependable you go to. But obviously in this situation, that damage will certainly be handing him a little bit of a cause for concern.
It will, but all things considered, it happened at not the worst time in the stint. It didn't happen in the best time either. Let me just be the first one to admit that, but you can even see that car leaning slightly to the right, at least just by the looks of it. I'm sure the suspension seems to be fine. We see, we haven't gone on board with them yet, but I'm sure the steering wheel is facing the proper direction. Bleeding lap time, though, is the unfortunate reality now, down in 6th position, a 207.3, and that's about a second a lap slower to the cars around him, and they're behind Luca a lap down, so still a good ways to go. And there's the teammate, race leader as well, Diogo Pinto, getting around his sister car and making an easy blue flag lap. But I guess the benefits here, what I was alluding to here for the number 70 car, is they can pit within the next maybe 3 laps if they want. It's out of sequence. It's not when they would want to. This would be that kind of shorter pit stop phase, and then they might be able to run it. They should go around to the 3 hours and 50 mark, I think, and they'll be good. It won't affect their pit stop running, I don't think.
No, I don't think there's too much that's going to put them into play, but this is a case for them where they are, again, in very much the same place that Marla is at the moment, trying to mitigate any damages that they've got on the car, and they definitely looks like they've got a lot less damage out there than what the Marla Racing team have to navigate through. But obviously the way that they've had that hit, that suspension's probably going to be the one thing they're looking at, and any sort of wheel bearing misalignment that they've got there because of the suspension, they'll be looking around at that and going, that is not what I am hoping for out there in this race. That is not what the team is going to rely on me. But I know I've got a role now, and that is to just do my best and get to the end of this race. You've got to buy a ticket to the end. And speaking of those tickets to the end, Phil Deness has pulled that gap from 9 seconds back down to just 6. Vlad Kimikev at Drago will tune in with that soon, because that's down to 4.7 seconds now. And the Team Redline cars right now in 1 and 2 and 6 as well are all being chased.
They are indeed, and the pressure is starting to mount, and are we going to see mistakes potentially start to creep in? This is when, of course, that pressure, the situation starts to creep up, and you see that boiling pot start to get a little bit foamy, and if nobody is there to blow on it, it's going to end up spitting over everywhere. And we know what happens on the mountain. If you end up crashing on the wrong spot, especially on the descent, you can cause a parking lot, you can cause absolute calamity. And well, it looks like, I suppose, the number 70 Redline car is not the only one that's leaning a little bit to the right there after a little clattering to the wall, as we see the Italian machine there, the Audi, getting a flash of the headlights here from Vlad. Is that?
Yeah, that'll be Cheshire Esports Green out there. So that is the Hungarian team. So Daniel Alar has been behind the wheel, and also David Toth, who used to race out there, or actually does race, or did race, sorry, in the Open Wheel World Championships out there too. So David Toth, definitely no slouch. But that Hungarian-based team of Cheshire are looking to try and just stay out of the way, and running their wounded car 10 laps down, 26th position. The car in front of them they're chasing is that Mag Performance black car that got together with Gianni Vecchio's team Redline car a little bit earlier on, about 5-10 minutes ago. So they've definitely got a lot to work with. That last time by, they took 1.6 seconds out of them.
Yeah, massive, and especially with the damage being on their rivals now, that will come down very quick. And now we finally see here the Vlad Kimichev much happier than he was previously. He now has an open road ahead of him. He's not losing lap time to the red lines anymore, and he can go on the charge. So this time, after this lap, the gap is about 5.1 seconds. So that's where it's stabilized here. And this lap will be more than likely slower, but 2:06 I expect out of the Drago Racing team. That's just due to the blue flags that had to happen on this lap. But after this is where he can, again, get that hammer down. There's still 3 hours, 56 minutes left to go. Plenty of time to find a podium here for Kimichev.
I think they're looking at more than just a podium. They're looking for top step as they just clip the curb slightly, going through there at the chase and having to be a little bit concerned with maybe grabbing a bit of wet grass out there, which won't have had that much time to really go and get itself sorted. And you can see the trees blustering about there in the background. It is blustery as anything you like at the moment. I would say it's about 27 kilometers an hour that we're getting here of wind. So we go on board with Kimichev, and it's been consistent here, the amount of wind that we've had coming in from the south. So it's certainly been a lot of movement on board then as we take this look on the mountain straight, heading over towards turn 2, the quarry bend, where there is no margin for error on the exit of this corner. You tip the car in, it's on camber there with the way that the markings in the road have gone through, and then you get this fantastic double apex flick, 3 and 4 here at the cutting, trying to drive off of the exit of the corner and then up the hill looking towards Griffin's Mount. This is where you start thinking about the mountain as a lap. Each and every corner is a race ender here if you get it wrong, and so you take that wider line to really open up Sulman Park. Over the metal grate on the right hand side, McPhillamy here is this left, which you try and attack as much as you can, but you've got to be cautious in these conditions with where all the ruts in the road are, and then over the top of Skyline and descending back down the hill. This is one of these wonderful bits of road out there that can never be replicated. And actually, this section of road out there, you cannot believe how many times that is heard on the Bathurst regional news. I've got a couple good friends out over in the Bathurst region, and those two good friends of mine are DJ Hummerston and Eric Thorpe. If they're getting a chance to watch this, hey, how you doing, buds? It's so often that you get to hear, oh, there's a police report of someone who's been caught speeding over the top of the mountain because they're trying to be the next great driver out there, but you can't do it in your road vehicle.
Yeah, and I also, like I said, I have a couple of good friends down there as well. But when it comes down to it, yes, they're public roads and people live on them at the end of the day. There are literal houses at the top of the mountain, so they don't want you being a race car driver when you're not a race car driver. This is a street circuit by the true definition of the name. It is a legit public road, at least half of it, some of it. As we come down here, I think this part of the track is racetrack all the way around. Down at the end of the first corner there, you can kind of see in the background the National Motor Racing Museum as well, located at the base of Mount Panorama, and featuring all of the history from the Australian motorsports from around the years, motorcycles, cars, Australian touring cars, various Holdens, whatever you name it, it's probably there at that museum and has driven around Bathurst.
Oh, I want to keep an eye here on Diogo Pinto. He very nearly got the biggest scare of his life from the race lead with Roberto Ferrari at Sabelt over the top of the hill at Skyline on that last lap. He lost 2 seconds on the last lap because of it. And it was a case of commit or do not commit. And it goes to show you how quickly drivers have to think, because it was a case of driver not holding the brakes off the circuit. Did eventually hold the brakes, did Roberto Ferrari, but ultimately the Redline 72 of Pinto had to make a split-second choice and chose to abandon down the escape over at Skyline.
Very close call, and also very welcome for Jaime Dalmasis, who now has a 3.5-second gap over the Saddle Esports 91 of Roberto Ferrari. This is that replay on board. Oh my goodness, Diogo Pinto straight lining the chicane, and he made it look easy.
Well, he had to make that decision early, and I think that's the important thing. He didn't drop the time as he went through. He made sure he still scrubbed the speed going in through the next section. And so when you're looking at these drivers and why they're the best, it's the fact that you got to keep your eyes pinned on the road. And they would have seen, and Diogo would have seen that the wheel tracks were moving. He was looking to move and rejoin, and he couldn't trust that split-second decision to move to the left and bring himself into play. It does bring the gap down overall of what he got, but we've now got to look to third position, because that Redline 71 now of Eduardo Leo has just Rafael Renhofer between himself and Vlad Kimikev, who's looking. Let's take another look at this then. Oh, and it doesn't even do it justice what he has to do to get out of it there, because he makes that as late as possible call. You would be committed to turn in. He bails out of it. Now we've got to race for third.
Yeah, and we've seen from both real life and sim, disaster can unfold if you take that line too uncautiously. There's a grass little patch that can send you off. Here, though, is going to be the Drago Racing team getting by that Ford Mustang GT3 back marker that we've come to know quite well at this point in time. I think they've been involved here with this lead fight for quite a while now, and, well, right back into contention. Now the Drago Racing team about 5 seconds off the back of Eduardo Leo.
Yeah, and now when you're looking around at it, you're saying that Eduardo Leo has got a lot on his plate, running about 207s on that last lap. And I'm just looking at the pace between himself and Florian Lebigra over the stints. Florian Lebigra, by the time he was getting to the end of his stints, was consistently in and around the 205s to 206s. This has been a case of still hitting the 205s with a slightly drying track, but 207.4 from Leo on the last lap just opened the door for everyone to bring themselves back into play. And, you know, Drago are seeing this with the biggest smile possible. They don't want anything more than what they needed to. And Leo had a lot of traffic from Alexandre Nicolas to try and get by. That's why the time was lost. Suddenly, their Renhofer departs out of the way of this battle right now. And Kimikev on the launch towards the chase. This one for a spot on the podium here at Bathurst with 3:49 on the clock, and no move is made just yet, but there is a lot of time to make it, and that Drago car is the fastest car in this race. This is a car that is gunning for overall victory here today. This, the first big challenge that we've seen on the recovery back to first.
This is going to be a crucial decision point for Eduardo Leo, and is he going to defend, or is he going to allow Drago through? He's going to defend. I'm just going to be honest here. We've seen him in the past. The Drago team is, or excuse me, the Redline team is not one to give up a position for free, and parking it dead center of the mountain straight here. Not going to be allowing, or really not allowing, the prediction from the Drago Racing team forces the Drago to the outside. That's exactly where he wants him to be, but it's going to be a late commitment send to the inside, and that is going to be as easy as taking candy from a baby. The speed difference is just too much, and Eduardo Leo couldn't hold on.
I tell you what, you could have sold him his own shoelaces there if you were Vlad Kimikev. That was as easy as you like. Just held right, saying, I'm not going to make the move, I'm not going to make the move, and sold him. And got him down the inside and said comfortably, that's mine. Eduardo Leo with nothing really to fight with. And now Drago Racing on the podium have a chase. The 99 team, by the way, in the pits. We're about to hit another cycle's worth of pit stops. That's Luca Kita, who is in there for the team. And they are going to make a driver change here, and they're going going to go back to Alejandro Sanchez, who is there behind the wheel. He hasn't been in the car since they last took over and changed drivers, which they did on lap 161. So that's been a good couple of stints there for Luca Kita. Alejandro Sanchez back in, and now looking to attack from their 7th position overall at the moment.
And a long ways away for right now, but that's of course still a long ways left to go in this race. And now, currently looking at the Drago Racing team, the fastest car on track. They have another 4 laps, really. 3 laps, 4 laps, depending on how they want to play it before they have to come into pit lane. Behind that, same story, to be fair, for Eduardo Leo. Kimachev on lap 26 here, and Denise will be the next one, more than likely in probably in 2 laps or so. So the Mali Racing team should set the sort of kerfuffle of pit stops that are going to happen up front. Once we see the number 2 in, or excuse me, once we see P2 in, everybody should follow suit, and then Diogo Pinto on the next lap as well.
Well, talk about the pressure points which are there. The top 3, 2055, 2054, 2054. So they're all pushing each other right now to say we need to be at level best pace over the course of this track. And knowing just before a pit window, often you find times that in races, the best teams and the best drivers win by this fact. Teams that are best on the in-lap, best in the pits, and best on the out-lap.
Yeah, exactly. Down to the fastest all the way through. And, you know, here for these endurance races, a lot of it comes down to just setting those little micro objectives and being faster at certain stages on the track. It's down to playing it hour per hour. I think it was Brad that made the comment here. Is this sort of, especially once you get down to the final 6 hours, it's almost like having 6 one-hour races put together rather than having just 1 6-hour race as a whole. I know it's obviously it's 1 6-hour race as a whole. You could, you know, but still, it is it's true with the concept of it, and that you just have to set your goals for the short terms, and when the ranks fall, you try to pick it up around you, and hopefully you're not one of those that falls down. As we go down the mountain here, very tight battling between back markers, front markers, and lead lappers alike.
Yeah, that's Balaj Pala, who is there for Sesha Esports White, trying to stay out of the way. They are currently 20th position overall right now, and a gain of 16 spots over the course of this race from where they started. So they're just trying to stay out of any potential trouble, and I don't blame them for the position that they find themselves in. Do want to give a little bit of love out there to the Falcon Sim Racing Team Green 33. They're up 19 spaces over the course of this race, from 33rd to 14th, with Jonas Rutten behind the wheel. They've had Luca Vunch, who's been in earlier on, and so too Lewis Woods, who they've had to go and rely on for the early stint of the race. So Club UKNI and Club Diach both being represented there from Falcon, who are doing a good job. And now the domino starts to fall as in comes Marla once again, and a driver change. Rainer Talvar now will take the next reins.
Makes sense. So now we're going to start to see everybody come in on this next lap. More than likely, Diogo Pinto will follow suit, as well as pretty much everyone I think will be coming in. Vlad Kimachev might stay out one more lap because he can, and he's not really getting benefited by any slipstream, so he more than likely will. This should be a full repair for the Mali Racing team, so they might lose some time here, as Rainier probably doesn't want to have a damaged car back underway. You can see he's already off the auto jacks, still stationary. More than likely here will pop out around that 40 mark. That's actually pretty textbook then, so they're not actually repairing that damage.
Well, they'd have a little bit of repair. I don't think it's something that they can actively go and repair. It's something that they're just going to have to continue to add on and add on and add on, and every little lump and bump and dent is going to be a little bit more character building for that Mauler Racing Team number 10 car, which is there. They rejoin the circuit here in 4th position overall, and so they'll be looking at that, what they can do next. It's the Fisley Ford pink car. That's the first car they've got to lap. 6 laps down, 39th up to 18th. Dur Esports, by the way, plus 30 overall, with Jamie Christensen, who is behind the wheel right now. They've had Zach Rattray White behind the wheel as well, but that team up 30. Dur are looking at this going, it's not bad. It's still a really strong display to go from the back of the field to be right now P16 and only 4 laps off the lead.
And I'm pretty sure, actually, it's going to be a P15 net. They've already made their pit stop. They just did 5 laps ago, and ahead of them is the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, currently piloted by Parker White. We saw Sotomuto behind that in the last stint. So the Williams team will be dropping back down to 16th when they do make their stop. The gap ahead to the Falcon Sim Racing team, though, is going to be a little too much. So that will be still, I think, Door Esports up 31 positions within the next couple laps here. So yeah, an absolutely incredible effort from that team.
Redline are both in, 72 and 71, making their stops. Diogo Pinto remaining in the car of the race leading number 72. Eduardo Leo hits his box and decides now that he'll go up on the jacks and get his tyre changes, get his fuel into play, and then look to release once more. Malte Johansson is going to leave, so it's nice to see Malte out there once again. He'll go back in 27th position onto the road. But now this is where the game is played, because where does Mauler come out by comparison? Are they going to be as close to Team Redline as you want? Pinto is just leaving the box now. It's an early commitment cone to put the power down, though. Those green cones, you've got to exit then beyond the blue commitment cones, and that allows you to rejoin. And there you can see in the background through the light fog that is there. And I love the purple lights there on the Team Redline car. That's wonderfully done as they continue on with their margin that they have got out there. But Rainer Talvar finds himself there, and look at what's just happened in the box. Team Redline 71 may have just short-filled here over the course of this stint to leapfrog and jump ahead of Mauler again. They are using every trick in the book. They are sacrificing the 71 to give more chance to the 72.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth, Jake. This is going to be a bit of a definitely diminishing returns for the 71 team. They come out on a lower set of fuel, which means they're going to have to pit earlier. I still think they might be all right with sequence, but they took a 53-second stop compared to the 1 minute and 4-second stop of the Male Racing team, and that was just enough to hold them up. This has to pay dividends. The Eduardo now has to hold up Rainer for lap after lap after lap if this is going to be worth it at the end. If Rainer just gets by on this time down the Conrad straight, then this plan has gone completely upside down. Let's find out, though. The gap looks quite strong, and I think the 71 should be able to hold on this time. We know, though, the BMW, this is where its strength is, that inline 306 or 3.0 liter 6-cylinder engine. Very, very quick.
It is incredibly quick, and it's got that grunt down the straight here. Does that BMW to always look for it. Talvar hasn't necessarily dealt with Eduardo Leo in this race directly. This might be one of the first times we see it. We've seen the trials and tribulations of Phil Donnet over the last hour or so, and if these two drivers get in a game and start battling the same way that Phil Donnet had to earlier on for the Mauler team, there is only one team, well, there's two teams that it actually helps out. It helps out this team, Team Redline 72 in second position net on the road. It also helps the team that's yet to pit, Vlad Kimikev and Drago Racing, because if they hold each other up too much, it might be a freebie of a pass for the Drago 069.
It very well may be. Yes, that's actually a great point. So I'm surprised that Drago Racing hasn't come in yet. I expected them to follow Diogo in. So my pit stop prediction was correct up until the Drago Racing team, where they have extended their stint out 2 laps longer than I would have thought, which shouldn't make much of a difference. Their laps are still 2:05.9 compared to unknown laps, because the Redline team boys just came out of the pit lane, so we'll be seeing what their lap times are actually come this time around. But the Male Racing team didn't get by Redline, and Redline's still holding on. So this is going to be strategy so far working, and the 71 may come out worse at the end. But honestly, if Eduardo can keep this up, this could still be 4th position at the end of the day.
It very much could be 4th position, but this is what you got to deal with. It's a short fill now. It's going to mean that they're probably going to be only halfway through on this stint, and they're going to be relying on the weather coming back into their hands and an opportunity to switch to wet tyres, which still falls within their strategy. So there's still that for Eduardo Leo. I think that it's a very long prospect risk that they are sitting in at the moment. The sun out and starting to beat down here at Mount Panorama, trying to burn a little bit of the fog away. Track temperature is 40 degrees Celsius at the moment, and still no real look from Rainer Talvar. Happy to remain close, but not looking to push the boat out this stage. In now finally comes the Drago Racing 069. Pleasantries at the moment between 71 and 10. Expect then for this battle to go through that the likes of Kimikev is going to fall out behind all of these cars at the moment. Return back to the field in fourth. Diogo Pinto now for Team Redline 72 re-inherits that race lead. Second and third find themselves through, and now it's a case of Kimikev, get your head back down again, chase down that gap again from these two. Talvar 2:05.6 is there, and in fact Eduardo Leo 4/10 quicker than the car in front that last time around. That gap is only 3 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's necessarily how they had drawn it up. I think maybe a mistake from Diogo Pinto with the 2:06.0, maybe a little uncharacteristic. He is on a fresh set of boots though, so getting up to temperature, getting up to that new, the new spec of the car, maybe repaired something here. So just getting that balance back underway. And Diogo, I'm sure he'll be flying along very quickly here. And the more that this goes on, the more that Rainer here has to stay behind. One thing I'm noticing though, and I think this is very intelligent decision making, he must have his engineers saying, you guys are quicker than the 72. So right now, you don't need to push. You don't need to go for a move. There's no reason to get by the car ahead if you're gaining to the pack in front, because you're just going to lose time by battling, and you're not going to gain that much at the end of the day. This is tight though, down the mountain. Oh my goodness. He almost was wearing a new license plate. There was the 71 of Eduardo Leo. And as we get down to the Conrad, that gap, I don't want to say insurmountable, because every time I say it, the BMW just does BMW things and is really quick, but I think he's a little too far back.
Well, it's surmountable in the sense that the overall gap is surmountable. I would say that this one here, Rainer Talvar, I am very curious to see what the difference is on the straight when it comes to the brakes, because Talvar is already up to 270 kilometers an hour, pulls himself close, moves over to the right-hand side, looking around the outside, can't turn into where he wants to, and Eduardo Leo, the first salvo thrown in this second iteration of Redline Mauler battling, continues to bring itself in. The difference through that right-hand bend was a full 5 kilometers an hour difference. Leo having to get on the brake slightly earlier in the Porsche as well was not going to be helpful. That Mahler team has got a motor underneath them, and they want to play a very, very cool game out there. And this is where the race is going to be won or lost. That last lap, 2:06.9 and 2:07s compared to the 2:06 flat of Diogo Pinto. This is exactly the game that Redline wants to play. Lose a second here or there, trying to make the move. Leo, I think, is fighting like he's got a losing battle in front of him, but it is the last stand of Team Redline.
It really is. This is the last defense, sort of the Stalingrad effort, you might even call it, from Eduardo Leo, trying his best to keep the German manufacturer at bay. That's the goal, and that's the plan, but we all know no plan survives first contact, especially with the enemy. And one thing as well, Jake, that I'm starting to notice here is with these two kind of getting squabbling with each other and having a hold up of time in the background, just kind of out of frame, out of shot. I'm wondering, is the Coanda car, they're down a lap actually, so excuse me, they've got a long ways to go. The Drago Racing team then should be, or no, excuse me, the Drago Racing team, yes, it was just out of shot, 7.1 seconds for a potential three-way fight now for P2.
Well, that's what they're going to be smiling about here. If they bring Vlad Kimikev into play, Kimikev is the fastest driver out there over that last stint, and certainly is going to want to try and reel this gap in. I'm just taking a look at his last lap. It was an outlap of a 3:05, so he's certainly hoping this will be his first real big attempt. No chance this time in, though, from the number 10 car, so this is just a case of sit and wait. And I think Rainer Talvar provides a different style of driving then to Phil Dennis. And we often talk about this in terms of trying to pair up drivers and trying to get the best team. You have an ace, which I think Phil Dennis is, and an anchor. And at the moment, I think Rainer Talvar is the anchor driver over at Mahler. I think he is sitting there, and his role is bring the car back. Doesn't matter if you're a little bit down 2/10, 3/10 in terms of pace, but your priority is a safe pair of hands at the wheel, and he does that so brilliantly.
No, he absolutely does, and I think that's a great way of looking at it too. You know, I was talking with Mikhail Stechenko a while back, one of the Scuderia Ferrari HP esports drivers. Hold that thought as we go to the outside of Quarry Bend with a half-hearted attempt. Didn't think that was going to happen, but it was. I don't think that the Male Racing team thought it was going to happen either. So just sort of keeping us on our toes and keeping the 71 of Eduardo Leo on his toes as well. A late apex here for the BMW. Not going to find the line though, and as we get onto the mountain, it's another hurry up and wait situation before you get down to the Conrad and can actually pull the trigger once more. But this bringing into play, again, as we mentioned, the Drago Racing team, Kibichev, only 6.2 behind now. Every single lap seems to be gaining about a second.
I think he's deliberately finding the brakes about a good 15 to 20 meters earlier than he needs to here right now as Eduardo Leo, because Talvar's been caught out on 2 occasions then on this lap alone, trying to find a way by. Talvar has been sitting back and waiting and has found that he's had to try and diversify the line, but the issue you've got is you can't overtake through the first part of the mountain, and then Eduardo Leo attacks the second half of the mountain to build the gap that gives the defense needed. So that's where you're finding this game. But again, every time they go into the chase, Rainer Talvar is going to have to bring the Mauler Racing team back into play with making this move. Now moving through, is there going to be a look to the outside again? It's going to have to be a little bit more contact again between them front to rear, but still nowhere close enough to make a move is Talvar, and he just can't find the positioning he needs to get by Eduardo Leo.
Oh my goodness, both of these drivers though, they are currently in the process of staring death in the face, and he is just aptly waiting to respond by punching them repeatedly over and over again. Every time we go into the braking zone of the chase, everything clenches up, and I couldn't even imagine what it's like behind the wheel if you are Eduardo Leo or one of his teammates as well. I couldn't even imagine being Eduardo Pevelos' teammate who has no control over the situation. Looking in the background here, you can see there is the looming M4 going to potentially take a bite out of your day. It's a little bit of an inside defense covered to the middle of the track, not allowing a BMW-sized gap to form, but we know again, into the cutting. Are we going to see a late dive bomb potentially? No, he's just going to sit back and use discretion being the better part of valor. Another attempted switchback. It's just an attempt.
Well, I don't think he's trying a switchback here at the moment, Mike. I think the way that Rainer Talvar's looking at it is that he's seeing that it's early in terms of every time Eduardo Leo's on the brakes into the cutting. And so he's just trying to have a sniff at whether he can go down the inside there at turns 3 into turn 4 and get an advantage. He's all over the back, up at the top of Skyline. There's no room there to go and make the move. And if he can just hold on to his coattails, he's got a really great chance of making the move here on this lap. Eduardo Leo has left himself a little bit vulnerable here. Talvar's done a better job of holding behind him on this lap, and now through the Forest Elbow, you now have to extend down the whole rest of the arm to try and make this move, because on Conrad, this is where you open the taps and you find every single ounce of pace that engine can manage. Talvar closing and closing and closing. Will he have the angle? Moves again to the outside. Can he pinch? No, he's earlier on the brakes this time, because this is a cutback attempt that's trying to come into play. A little wide through the corner, then goes to 71. Murray's now becomes an option, but now it's a full defense over to the pit entrance almost as they go through, pushing him through the corner. Oh, a half slide as he got a little bit of water there. Talvar holds on, but Marla, it's happening again. Redline just turning the screw, saying you are going to have to walk again and dance the path of the river Styx to make a way through.
You mentioned earlier on, Jake, the red banner being held in front of the Male Racing team. At this point, this is the biggest, brightest red banner there is on the planet, and the frustration coming out of Rainer Talvar and his teammates must just be absolutely boiling at this point. You could probably see his face is about as red as those curbs on the outside. No dice to be found just yet, though, and you have to keep it under control. You can see the body language is getting to be a bit aggressive, and just dial it back a couple percent. Whilst all of this has been happening, though, no one has, we haven't mentioned the fact, Vlad Kimikev, 2.5 seconds now to the background. He's just out of shot. You can see him coming through Reed Park there.
You're reading my mind. He is approaching, and 2:08.1. Rainer Talvar last lap. Drago Racing and Vlad Kimikev 2:05.6. That tells you what you need to know. 2.5 seconds wiped out in one battle. If what happened on last lap happens again, Vlad Kimikev is all over Rainer Talvar like a rash, and now you've got to be switched on. I think that's why Talvar has just stepped back a little bit, has given himself a little bit more room on this lap, because he doesn't want that Mercedes to start rampaging its way forward and saying, I'm the main challenger to the two Redline Porsches who are out there in this race. This has just become a very tactical showcase, and speaking of showcases right now, this is Adrian Gericka, who is in a scrap for 11th overall against Charlie Collins in the Porsche Commander 21. So here's another battle that is out there and trying to get itself involved, and this is a grid and go sandwich, because it's the 002 who's 7 laps down in front of Gnonzo Tazdilen, who is there, the Turkish driver in front. So you've got Charlie Collins here who's looking around going, oh, it's grid and go everywhere. I don't want to be in this, but I've got to fight.
Yeah, not much to do but look behind right now, and as we get closer and closer to that damaged Corvette, it's going to be the reality sinking in, I think, right now for Charlie Collins. He knows that it's probably a matter of when, not if, but he's going to do everything he can to hold on. You just don't want to waste too much time. And through, we see again here the Male Racing team. Wait a second, another change in position. Wait, did they swap back?
They didn't swap. It was just a look, and just that, a look. And all it is to the outside. Now comes the search, going through the cutting and back up the hill again. This is now becoming a case for Eduardo Leo of him doing God-sent work at the moment, making sure that at Team Redline, Diogo Pinto's team with Florian Labigro, with Gustavo Ariel, Labigro part of the 71 team, that is doing everything he can. Picture in picture right now, and oh, it's getting so close. You can't get much closer over the top of Skyline if you're Talvar. On the other side of the screen, here comes the move, lights flashing, and a hope and a half hope for a move there from the Grid and Go 005, but the Coanda car holds its place. Porsche Coanda stay exactly where they want to be, which is in that 11th place and hoping to maintain its station. Back onto Conrad though, goes the group up on top for second, and you can say for the 2 spots on the podium and the first bridesmaid off of it at this stage. Leo with a gap. I doubt we're going to see a move from Talvar unless this is going to be an almighty lunge down the hill, and not going to find it right now. This is set up.
I know Kevin Siggy might not be driving in tonight's race for Team Redline, but if anyone watched the ESLR1 race that he did end up winning, of course, we know that he banged his head a couple times on the steering wheel. And if I'm Rainer Talvar, I'm probably going to be doing the same. There's Charlie Collins getting overtaken as well by Adrian Gericka before we get to the braking zone. Honestly, the Porsche not really fending it off. Too much flash of the headlights here onto the blue flags as well, as he wants to get going without worrying about the Coanda car for an extended period of time. But I think it's just a spell of frustration right now for Talvar, and he has to dial it in.
Well, he's got to find a way through first and foremost, and he knows that gap now is down to 1.3 behind him at the moment. And again, he just takes the outside line. It's middle of the road from Team Redline, and you can defend like that here at Mount Panorama. Not at most circuits you can do that, but because it's so narrow over the course of the mountain, anywhere you place it, it's so tough just to go and make a pass. And now you're going to bring Vlad Kimikev into play. Kimikev could very simply walk through past Mahler, and if Mahler wanted to, they could use Drago as a pick, and I think that would be a very clever ploy by them to try and make this move, and then just try and hang on to the coattails of the fastest team in the race. So that's another way they could go about it. But over the top of Skyline, every time Rainer Talvar is desperate to find a way through. He has a huge wiggle over the curb. How do you save that?
I don't know, but just like that, we now have a 3-way fight. And I have to agree with you, Jake. I would love to see the Male Racing team just say, okay, I've tried enough. I've given it literally every single ounce of effort that I can put forth, and it isn't enough. This is incredible. Stellar defense from Eduardo Leo. And with that, give another chance. Maybe the Drago Racing team of Vlad here has the pace to get the move done. Kind of copy him, try to follow him through, box your opponent out, and you might be able to make gains. It's a risky decision, but I think the writing's on the walls. I think the Drago Racing team is coming through whether that anyone agrees or not.
Well, if Bob Seger likes a bit of old-time rock and roll, then this is a bit of Tom Cruise risky business that we've got here at this stage. Second, third, and fourth. Throw a blanket on them here at Mount Panorama. 3 hours, 23 minutes to go, and this is the race right now. If that Redline 71, which is short-filled at the stop, can hold back Marla Racing Team and Drago Racing, then that 72 Team Redline team are going to be in an absolute wonderland to make this work. Up the hill they go on the mountain straight, and this is where Eduardo Leo's got to be switched on, because now it's a case of if you can't make the move in one place, you'll try in another. And again, Talvar continues to bring himself in and close down that gap and bring more pressure to the fight. Kimakeb stays behind, lifts off early, but that Redline car pretty much hugging the inside barriers through the cutting. That just tells you all you need to know. This is not about going as quick as possible. This is just about staving off a challenge behind.
And staving off is all you can think about right now, especially if you're Eduardo Leo. Your goal is to give as much time to your teammate as you possibly can, and he is doing such an excellent job of doing that. Right behind him, though, the Male Racing Team Rainer, he's still not giving it up, and we even have to see him going for the offensive, defensive moves just to hang on to the possession, nevertheless actually go for a move. Back markers also getting involved now, potentially. This is going to spell something very interesting, Jake, but I don't know if anyone can predict what exactly that's going to be.
The car behind is Early Steinbroughton in the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. The car in front is Martin Siratek, who's there for WSI Esports Next Level Racing down in 24th position. These three now dicing their way around these Australian public roads are now thinking about where next can I go. A ray of sunshine hits the circuit as Rainer Talvar now looks to start thinking, and again it's defensive. And is that overly defensive by Leo? He just plants it on the apex, contact front to rear, and this is where the game gets difficult, because now even corners where you feel there is no place to defend, it's Eduardo Leo will defend. It might be Indiana Jones and defender of the lost corner, but right now it's a raider of the lost place, the lost gain of second overall. Marla stuck in it. Talvar is taxing.
I have to say, this might be the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's just down to these drivers right now, and they have to be so cautious not to become toast. Every single one of them. One mistake from the 71 could cost every single one of these drivers astronomically by the end of this ascent. It's in too deep. The BMW with a bit of a vengeance send. We saw a similar move from the Redline onto the BMW, and finally the gloves have come off, and it was a punch to the face, and maybe an unfair one at that.
Well, you can't say it wasn't coming there from the Marla Racing team. They've shown on at least 2 occasions earlier on in the stint that they'd like that move at the cutting. Eduardo Leo left the slither of a gap open. Talvar tried to dive down the inside, and ultimately Eduardo Leo could not shut the door quick enough. The way he was driving and defending, you just knew something like that was going to happen, and ultimately that Team Redline 71 will argue till the cows come home that they will feel wronged by that, but that's the game they wanted to play, and if you play with fire, expect to get burned.
And that they did. Burnt and lost, down to 6th position as a result, and down a solid, or excuse me, down 4th position, my apologies, and down 2.5 seconds now as that stands. Kimachev there is, oh, here's a replay on board here with Talvar. So we see him commit to the inside line. I'm going to be honest, that's a bit of a low blow in my opinion. I'm not sure there was enough space.
Well, this is the thing. Yes, there's not enough space to make that move, but at any time there's an opening, you can only sit back and wait for so long. It's a pressure cooker. You're about to do it. Not saying that what Mola did was right, because you've got to get at least halfway alongside to go and be entitled to that space. They're not entitled to that space, and it was a rash move. We'll take a look here. This is probably the best perspective of it, just behind the tree. Ugh, he's right up against the wall. He's asking for trouble by trying to make that move. Leo was never going to move, and I think Leo left him what I like to call racing room, 0.9 of a car's width.
Just enough, maybe for a PLP50 to fit through there, and maybe just a BMW-sized gap, or almost that, but not enough. And the results are the same. There in the background, you can see the number 71 just out of shot, and he'll be probably back on this pack again relatively quick. That's the thing here, is the battling's not done just because we had that one bout of contact. Well, Rainer Talvar up into second, Vlad Kimikev into third, and willing to take home second position and gain on that Team Redline car, who has managed 10 seconds up the road since the squabbling from that 71 kind of began.
Remember, that gap was 3 seconds when they came out of the pits at that last pit stop. 7 seconds, and the damaged Team Redline 71 is the difference maker that we have seen out there. That 71 car, of course, does not have the black and orange mechanical flag for the contact that they've had. They've just got to deal with optional repairs, which they will take alongside their regular pit stops that they do, but they'll only chip off a few seconds at a time to try and get that back into a workable condition for the car. So for Drago Racing, the 069, this is a chance to see what pace the Mauler Racing team have, because if they've got good enough pace and they're 0.4, half a second there or thereabouts quicker than the Team Redline 72 right now, they can just piggyback off the work that Mauler's doing to bring themselves in, save a little bit of fuel if they think they're quicker, and give themselves strategy options for later on into this race, which we do have to stress is going to be up at 81% chance of rain with 15 minutes to go in the race, and it will be around that area, 60 to 80% in the final half an hour of this race.
Problem here being with that statement is that the Mauler Racing team, well, can't unleash their pace. They're currently stuck behind the WSR Esports Next Level Racing of Martin Sirik, and as I say that, everybody gets by. A very, very generous blue flag there as he lets the entire pack of cars go. I mean, this is essentially the lead battle, all things considered, so he just wants nothing to do with that. He's down 2 positions in 24th and just wants to drive their own race. Fair credit there. Looking in the background, I have to say, if you are going to be in that Ferrari esports team here, what are you thinking? Are you trying to make this overtake by, if you're Ollie Steinbraten, you know you have the pace, you know you could unlap yourself, but it's still a 49-second gap up the road to the WSR Esports butt kicker team.
Yeah, it's a lot for them out there, but at the moment, look at the chase then as they go through over towards McPhillamy Park and the vista view that you have here from the top of the circuit. And this is where you see all of the fans here look to try and camp out each and every time, and you get to see everybody go through in the night, see all of the lights for the first hour, and then back up as they go through, with it going all the way to sunset over near the end of the race in what has been probably one of the craziest Bathurst 12 hours we've had in a very long time. We've had a lot up and down and all around over the course of our coverage, brought to you here with iRacing on YouTube and on Twitch as well as a RaceSpotTV production. This has been a wonderful showcase of great battling out there, and of course what happens when sim racers just run out of patience and run out of time. The amount of aggressiveness that there's need to be has pretty much just notched up at about the same level as the track has dried.
Yes, exactly so. And for the 72 car up in the lead of this race, it's been a Picasso-like performance so far, painting their way up to the top. 10 seconds is the gap, but it's coming down. Last time around, a 2:05.9 to a 2:05.6. So this is what Jake was talking about. Is the Drago Racing team, have they deemed the Mauler Racing team? Okay, well, no, they haven't deemed the Mauler Racing team fast enough, as we are finding out now. Down to the inside of Corey Bend, there's no way, in theory, that Rainer should be able to defend this, and it doesn't look like he really intends to. On through goes Vlad, and up in a second position.
That's as easy as it comes, and I tell you what, it just goes to show you that they can make a clean pass if they want to there with Marla Racing Team. So they know that they didn't have the pace coming out of Hell's Corner. Vlad Kimikev then and Drago Racing on that ultimate recharge to try and get themselves back into play. Now move themselves up into second, and they know they've only got 9.5 seconds to go and chase down that Team Redline 72. And they've just completely played the game here. They've allowed the Marla Racing Team to take out of equation the Team Redline 71 over the last couple of hours. They were half a minute down when I joined an hour and a half ago. And now you look at this team and you start saying the word. Drago Racing are in this for the victory, and Team Redline 72 have burnt teammates.
Yeah, absolutely so. And keep in mind, they started in P1 as well. So the Vlad just trying to get their way back to where they started from qualifying. We go on board with Chalvar, who in the background has that number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team of Ollie Steinbraten down in P10, or no, P10-9 currently, as they've made up one position since last time I checked on them. They more than likely are, I would just like to see them pit on this lap. They're 25 laps into their stint and currently are being held up like nothing else. So I would like to see maybe some alternate strategy here, because these two drivers are still on laps 13 and 14. And no, actually, it's just content from the Ferrari team, which seemingly has a lot of pace under that bonnet, that 2.9 liter 6-cylinder engine, very fast, but deems these guys are fast enough.
Well, here's the issue that the Ferrari team has right now. They're in 9th position. They're about half a lap down on WSR Esports butt kicker number 12, who are there in 8th position. But the key is, if you're latching on to the fastest group in the train, you're the fastest group in the train, and that's always going to help you get to that next team out there. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get to WSR Esports butt kicker and move up to 8th place. That will put them to plus 11 for the day in terms of the movement that they've made. But for Early Steinbroughton, you know, why should they go and change their strategy up right now? They know they're trying to just get this one to the end of the race and get one more place. 8th place for them is probably what they're looking at as the best they can possibly manage, and they will just take these next couple of hours just to say, we're going to try and just get as far as we can forward. Anything now is a plus.
Yeah, that's fair. I have to agree with you on that. And even, yeah, 7th position could be in the cards with a 23-second gap to the Apex Racing team. But no, I have to agree with you. I think you've convinced me on that. Looking forward at that lead pack certainly will be helping them out tremendously. And looking at the Male Racing team, falling off the back here just a slight little bit. Now they'll catch back up down the Conrad, but not enough to maybe keep in that slipstream for an extended period of time. It's going to be so crucial for this pack, especially for Ollie Steinbraten, who gets that cumulative slipstream effect. Incident at the top of the mountain. Ooh, aquaplane from Angelo Michael. And that is almost deja vu of what we saw in real life.
That's the number 24 car, the 006 gridandgo.com of Angelo Michel, finding himself there, and I'm sure that that was not what he wanted to go and deal with. Over the top of the hill and down 12 laps over all in terms of this race, and 15 places gained. The last thing you want to be doing is pretty much nose-tailing it in the barriers, and oh, you can tell how much Kimikev is really pushing right now. He's brought the gap down to 9.4 seconds, close as you like, then from Talvar as he sits behind. He knows he can't really make this move because Kimikev's just turned up the wick, doing 205.5s and 205.4s. Pinto, 205.8 in the Team Redline 72 on that last lap, dropped 0.4 of a second. At some point, Diogo Pinto's going to go on pace, and what actually will be helping them is that Steinbroughton is keeping this pace up for the group, so they're getting a tiny bit more help with slipstream because they got a group of 3, not a group of 2 going down the straights.
Yeah, exactly. Punching just that slightly bigger hole in the air to allow a little bit less drag for a couple extra kph, but every kph matters, of course, in the when you're going 1.1 miles flat out up to about dang near 200 miles an hour, not quite in this iteration of GT3 car, about 180, but you're still playing chess at 180 miles an hour, and we all know how that can go, especially up here at the top of the mountain where things can boil over in an instant, as the Male Racing team have found out themselves.
Yeah, it can bite you, and that's what happened earlier on about an hour and 45 minutes ago for, at the time, Phil Deness, who found the barriers over the top of the hill. That's why there's damage to the front then of the Marla Racing team number 10. They didn't need to go out of sync or out of strategy when they made their pit stop. It was pretty much near the end of the stint when they caught the rain wrong. They caught a puddle up the top of the hill, and ultimately they've just been battling the 71 Redline team, who have just been there to be a thorn in their sides. They've pulled out now 6 seconds worth of a gap to Eduardo Leo, who got backed into the barriers over at the cutting just 5 to 10 minutes ago. And looking at their race, they're probably going to be settling for 4th at best is what they're now probably looking at, because I'm not sure they're going to have another option to short fill and jump ahead of these other drivers out there. So that's what's in mind here. These two teams, Drago and Marla, I think it's a nice truce that they've got, because if they could both find a way to the red line 72, both get by the red line 72, that's when you say alliance over, we fight for the win.
Exactly. It's a truce that's gritted in teeth, pretty much all the way down to the wire, where they may be unofficial teammates right now, but they will, of course, have to end up sticking it to each other at some point. But the goal is the red line. Catch up to the back and then deal with each other later. That's, of course, a future problem for the future drivers. And heck, Vlad might not even be behind the wheel. Neither will Rainer at that point, as I would imagine we're going to be seeing some driver swaps, especially from the Drago Racing team. For the most part, you want to keep your stints limited to about 3 maximum. You're not going to see too many drivers going over that 3-hour mark. Obviously, some are crazier than others and some have some better stamina, but fatigue is a real factor. And even I mentioned when I was talking to Mikhail Stachenko for the Ferrari team, they tend to like to keep their drivers to 2 stints, 3 if the driver's feeling confident or if the driver is in the proper conditions that they had trained for. So that's something else to keep in mind, is these drivers going into this race, they'll have different jobs, different roles. One of them, their job is qualifying. That's their only goal, barring the actual race, which obviously is survival. That's kind of the maybe the more anchor role for that part. You have your anchor, as Jake mentioned, who is going to be the one that just keeps you solid, not drags you down, not like that type of anchor, but one that just keeps your pace lap after lap, not putting a foot wrong. And then you have your rapid hot lapper, as I said, that might be a little more verse to death sometimes here and there, but at the end of the day, they're quick and they can put the lap times in when you need them.
Well, here's where it gets interesting, because Vlad Kimakev's first stint was just 11 laps, and that was when the rain started to bucket down out there on circuit. He jumped off, and Hugh Barter did out of the first 194 laps of this race, 183. I think Vlad Kimakev here is going to be in this one potentially to the end of this race. Maybe Hugh Barter gets back in for one final stint when he looks around and wakes up, because he's got to be pretty much there saying, what more can I do? Kimakev now with an opportunity to really get his feet in. He's really sunk his teeth into the challenge, and now the gap 8.3 seconds, 8.5 so to speak there to Diogo Pinto. They are just chipping away at this gap. I doubt this is going to be a gap that comes through in the next hour, but maybe in the I think at the end of the next hour, that's when the race for the win starts. With 2 hours to go, I think that's when Drago, Redline and Marla all bring themselves together.
Exactly. Barring a mistake from the number 72 Redline, which at this point I don't think we're expecting. They haven't really put a foot wrong yet, so anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. But at a certain point, these guys are pretty locked in. They're pretty consistent. When you're talking about Diogo Pinto, it's not somebody that typically mistakes don't fall in the same sentence as the name Diogo Pinto, unless there is does not in that as well.
You got to remember, this is a Diogo Pinto who had to make avoiding action about an hour ago against the Sabelt Esports 91 entry that was parked at the top of Skyline, and they did such a good job to avoid it, because any mere mortal would have looked at that, panicked, and had their race just completely ended. And I think Diogo Pinto did very well to avoid what was a jump scare over at the top of the hill. So he's certainly done a very good job over the course of his stint at the moment. And of course, that Team Redline 72 can always go back to Gustavo Ariel if they want to at any point. Diogo Pinto does have their fastest lap, but Ariel did take the car off the start. They've certainly got options available to them depending on how they go. I think Kimikev stays in, and Rainer Talvar, of course, is just taking over a stint from Phil Deness, and Deness had a long stint. They did both, but I think they're managing things at the moment here is Rainer Talvar and Phil Deness, and I think Deness has had enough time out of the car just to cool himself down and realise it's a completely different race that he can walk into, and Deness, I think, would love to jump back in the late stages of this race and really give that Mauler Racing team the pace that they had about an hour ago.
I certainly would. And, you know, I wanted to talk also a little bit further down the order, a couple teams that we had mentioned in the past. The Door Esports team, who is the biggest gainer out of anybody here tonight. They are actually going to become under threat potentially here from the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy team of Parker White. So Parker finally has gotten that car under wraps. He's gotten his pace down to the 206s. He's one of the quickest drivers on track, just out of the 205s. But Jamie Christensen, ahead 206.6. So about a 5/10 difference. The gap is 10 seconds, so don't expect it to come down in the next lap, but it's still one to keep an eye on. Parker White chipping away as well.
I do worry every time the Mauler car goes over the top of the hill and how close they get through Solomon Park that you're looking at the barriers. They are right up against them and pushing. And this does look around as a street circuit, and you never have margin for error around streets at the moment, especially over the mountain. These are not the case of just barriers for the sake of barriers. They're not forgiving like Tech Pro barriers or safer barriers out there. They are concrete walls, essentially. They are there to try and keep the grass and all the banking and all of what is there out from the circuit. So they are not built 100% in mind for dealing with a car that is there and makes that contact. So it is one of the toughest challenges you have out there. Every time you argue with that concrete wall wins 10 out of 10.
Yes, it certainly does, and you'll be leaving a nice little souvenir behind for the track marshals for them to take home. Here we see, though, our pit stop phase not really beginning, as that's actually just Ollie Steinbraten going in for his stop. He is the most out of sequence out of anybody, pretty much. I'm not sure how they manage it, to be honest, but going for more than likely a full stop at this point. I think they just have to make full stops all the way to the end, and they will be all good to go. But that gives the position over to the WSR Esports butt kicker team as well, so they will still be rocking. Or no, excuse me, they're still in 8th.
Yeah, so they're still in that 8th place. Steinbroughton into the pits. They will drive a change there, so Lorenzo Manfredotti will get back behind the wheel and will give them a really good opportunity then to go and hit that final stages of the race. This is a Bathurst 12-hour that is nearly 75% complete at the moment. Team Redline at the front and just 5 cars on the leading lap after what happened earlier on to the Team Redline 70 team out there. And the gridandgo.com Esports 003 will get the launch ahead of the number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, but that's of course because they are due to come in and make a stop. We are on board with your battle 2nd and 3rd, Mike, and for the moment Drago just trying to take that gap down under 8 seconds for the first time in about an hour.
And it's continuing to close. Last time around, a 206.0 from Diogo Pinto and a 205.2 from the Drago Racing of Vlad. Now, you could chalk that up to him saying, well, Diogo's just going for some tire saving. He's going for some fuel saving. I don't think that's the case. I think Diogo is giving it all he's got. And right now, it's not enough, it seems. Vlad, very quick. Molly Racing, very quick. And this 3-way battle absolutely is going to come into fruition, as you predicted, I think, on the top of the next hour, more than likely, or around that time, where we're going to see a 3-way fight potentially for the lead, which is just going to be electric, Jake. I cannot wait.
Well, that's all on the horizon. There is rain threatening as well for the final hour of this race. You may argue there's an element that Mauler need to fuel save here because they're so different on strategy. There's about 6 or 7 laps difference between Mauler and Drago at this point. But with just under 3 hours to go, that's enough from me, Jake Sperry, and also Mike Nouse, joining us there in the commentary booth to take you all the way home. Ewan O'Leary and Arjuna Kankipati.
Thanks, guys. It's been an interesting 6 hours since I was still in the last broadcast booth. And while it's still tall and small is no longer Darrell Thacker, Ewan O'Leary alongside. Ewan, how's it been going? I know you've had a busy day commentating on some football, and now at the Bathurst 12 hours presented by Ready, Set, Sim. It's been an interesting race, to say the very least, and 4 cars within 16 seconds. I don't think either of us expected this at the start of the day.
No, that much is certain. Yeah, just to give you some context, the winning margin was 28 seconds last year. It gives you some context of what I thought this race might be, especially when you consider that last year it didn't rain, and this year it has. The fact that these guys have been able to keep it on the road, first of all, is pretty amazing. The fact they're all still so close is pretty amazing as well, when you look at some of the other gaps further down the field. People 1, 2, and many more laps down as well. It's outside of our wildest dreams, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing who comes out on top.
All I'm going to say is, you know, there's always the talk about the BOP, which car is in vogue, if you will. Porsche was the one that kind of set the pace early doors outside of the BMW for Mahler, kind of running its alternate strategy. Mercedes, the 069, technically was on pole position, but had to find its way back to get there. We'll touch on that later. The fact that only BS Plus Competition, who power the Mahler Racing team for this event, have chosen the BMW, and they've had so many different incidents, Ewan. When I left this broadcast booth 3 hours in, I would not have told you that Mahler could have been involved in 3, 4, 5 different spins and still be within 7 seconds of the lead. It's quite clear the BMW has had a sense of speed that not many teams necessarily thought it had coming into this event.
Yeah, it's really been through the walls today, but still has very good speed, and it's very much riding alone at the moment, especially when you look through the history of this race as well in recent years. Best place BMW was BS Competition number 89 in 8th place 1 year ago. They've never won this race before. I'm not sure this BMW has ever won it either, although I need to check that. It's really on its own, but it's great to see. It shows the advantage, I think, of actually driving the same car all the time for these drivers. You know, these guys like the Redlines and the Drago Racings of this world are sort of picking each car based on what they think might be best for each race, but actually just sticking with a car and knowing that you don't even have to decide which car to use. They'll just use the BMW as they do every time. I think it maybe helps a little bit. The fact they just drive it so often means they can adapt to these conditions a bit more easily, because they just know the car better.
Yeah, Ewan, I'm just going to cut you off because you were commentating last weekend as BS Competition won a championship in what GT3 car? Yeah, come on, answer it.
You make a good point. It wasn't Mercedes. That is a good point.
To be fair, it is only in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series where we see BS Competition in the Merc. But you are right. I agree with you. I just had to, because you set me up so perfectly. 2 hours, 56 minutes to go. Jake mentioned rain on the horizon. Now, we've just ticked past 3:10 p.m. virtual standard time. This race expected to therefore end around 6 or so, just past 6 p.m. The first signs of rain are around 5:30 p.m. So 30 minutes of rain at the end. That's kind of how I'm thinking about this, and I'm expecting it to be heavy rain just because that's how the script writers have surely set things up. Therefore, you know, I'm watching this fight right now, Ewan, and I'm surely sitting here thinking, Reina Talvar's probably just saving some fuel, getting ready for that final stint, because they're all just going to be back calculating, expecting that switch onto the wet tires for those who are not on them already.
Yeah, I suspect we might see someone as well, just thinking if it is late enough in, if it's late enough in the race, they might just try and not use dries. Not use wets at the end. I mean, maybe. I don't know. It depends on a million things about, well, yeah. It depends on a million things about how heavy the rain is when it falls and all of the things in between. So I don't know. But yeah, they are definitely going to be shaping towards that end of the race as number 71 comes into the pit lane from 4th. The other thing for Mahler Racing Team, even if it wasn't going to rain, by the way, is the fact they're the furthest through their stint. If you back time that right to the end, that means they'll have the longest final stop anyway, even if it did stay dry. So they'd definitely be fuel saving in this situation.
Exactly. It's a long lap as well. I know this because I mentioned this in the first 3 hours, but I won my split of this race back in 2019. It was 7th split, so it was not top split by any means. But what happened was we had a lap or maybe a 2-lap lead into the final hour, and I'm so busy chatting away with my teammate that I head through the chase, totally blind to pit entry on my left and go through the last corner in turn 1, and then a word came out of my mouth I'm not allowed to say on this broadcast, and I went to my teammate and said, I was meant to pit, wasn't I? And we had to tow. So if you haven't saved enough fuel, you're going to find yourself in the same situation, and I hope none of these drivers make that mistake, but you know, it is possible. I remember BMW MSIM Cup, we've seen many a team unfortunately make that mistake. 5 teams are still on the lead lap, and so that's, I think, kind of the range in which to look, Ewan, right? If we're thinking there's going to be some sort of crazy strategy at the end and someone's going to try something, it might be Mitchell de Jong in that Porsche Commando machine that tries something different.
Yeah, it could be. It could be number 71 as well, which is starting to lose a bit of ground in these. I mean, it could be any of them, to be honest. I think you're right to point out of those 5 who can potentially still win from here. The gaps are quite large below that. You might think, well, maybe number 70 is not that far off the lead lap, but actually they are 75 seconds, actually more than that, off Mitchell de Jong at the moment as well, if you look at the interval gap. So that is quite a large margin as well. Yeah, I think we're looking at the top 5 here. It just depends on a million things, and we just don't know at this stage. Just looking, I'd imagine a lot of these teams will be looking at the forecasts religiously just to try and get some indication. How heavy is the rain going to be? When's it going to start to fall? Are we going to need wet tyres? What point should we put them on? So difficult, but this is the added element that we've been looking for in iRacing for so long. It's so glad it's finally here to affect the final special event. I believe that it now has to. We've been through a whole cycle of endurance races now, which the possibility of rain has been a thing. And it didn't rain in all of them, but it's been a possibility. And we've finally seen it here for the very first time.
Now all that's missing is if we really want to throw some spice into the mix. And just before I make this joke, this is a joke. There's no inside baseball from this comment. We need rain on ovals just to add lengthy caution periods to the NASCAR iRacing Series races. That will go down swimmingly, I bet. I said I was going to touch on it slightly later on. Let's talk about it now. Drago Racing. That car qualified on pole, but Ewan, it did not start on pole position. Instead, they had to fight their way through the field. It's quite remarkable. I've got to call them out as... you know, in IMSA they have Endurance Spirit of the Day awards. I mean, to me, slam dunk. They went from the front to the back to the front, and they've in with a shout, 2 hours and 52 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to do something that you're not supposed to and break the 4-4 slightly by asking if we ever found out why they did that, because it just seems like a very strange thing to do. You can understand it maybe if they were in the midfield to start from the back, but I don't understand, unless something went wrong, why they didn't start from pole.
Break the 4-4 and say I don't necessarily know, but if anyone from Drago Racing is listening, send us a message. Nico, team manager, drop me a note. Discord. It was just so bizarre because the first that we knew of it really, right, is that we get through the grid, we turn our attention to the cars rolling off behind the pace car, and there's no Mercedes at the front, and instead it's a sea of Porsches, and so that was kind of the surprise for us. And so maybe technically there was something there where Hugh Bardo dropped from the server or something and they didn't have a chance to get back in, but whatever the case is, that is a story to definitely just keep an eye on. 6.3 seconds the margin, though, up to now the race leader, so it is definitely closing. Eduardo Lea, remember, has already pitted in that 71, so just waiting to see. 25 laps into the stint for the BMW, give it maybe 5 more before it's the next to trundle down pit lane for what is about 64 seconds full transit time here. And Ewan, 50 started this race. We still have 33 on track, so there's still a decent amount of traffic circulating around the mountain.
Yeah, and it's been getting in the way in these last few moments as well. No, we've not been commenting on it very much so, but there has been a couple of cars in the way over the top of the mountain. It's the worst possible place to find yourself behind somebody. But you've just got to sort of take your medicine, because everybody will be doing through these tight corners, through this very narrow section of the racetrack. You've just got to deal with it, knowing that everybody has to, and then get past when you get to the more open sections down towards the bottom, down towards the start finish line as well. As we mentioned before, only 5 cars on the lead laps. That just gives you an idea of how many cars there are at laps down. There's been so many crashes in this race that even 10 laps down, and you're inside the top 25 at the moment, in the top half of the field, 10 laps down. Now, that does seem like a lot, but actually, when you look through some of the previous results that didn't have rain during this race, it's actually quite good going. I mean, there's been plenty of races in the past where this race has been won by a lap. We're going well here so far.
Don't jinx it. Don't start talking about it. Mitchell de Jong's on the back of Eduardo Leo again, still waiting for Porsche Coanda to head down pit lane. It is great, though, just to see, isn't it, Ewan? Porsche Coanda officially debuting on iRacing for the very first time. Can't quite believe it's taken this long.
No, it feels almost unbelievable, actually, because that must have happened at some point. But no, this livery does look very nice. In iRacing, as they get as close to the wall as possible down the hill again. Yeah, it looks fantastic, and they've been driving pretty well as well. And to be fair, for the Coanda team as a whole, it's been a little while since we've seen them have a proper go at an iRacing special event. So really glad to see them back again inside the top 5 at the moment. Their other car, unfortunately, is already out the race and has been for a very long time. So the Coanda Esports, quite a long time, the other Coanda Esports car. So yeah, very pleased to see it as they have another look down the inside, and they're going to go for it and get through into 4th position. A pretty easy pass.
Remember, light a car at this stage for Mitchell de Jong, who expecting only maybe 5-6 laps away from his trip down pit lane, at which point Mitchell's been in that car since lap 194. So he might do another stint before handing back over to Josh Rogers to wrap up this race, as back and forth the teammates swap things around. 6.3 at the front of the field, and being honest, at this stage, while there are some battles in and amongst 10 through 20th spot, it's just crazy to say that the best fighting, the closest fighting, is up towards the top 5. We will see Mitchell drop back in line, of course, once he comes down pit lane quite considerably, and so that's where Eduardo Leo was trying to come into play. Problem is, since coming out of pit lane, he's been a little bit slower than both Drago and Mala, and so expectation is that once the BMW comes into pit lane, and gets the front end repaired slightly, it should still be back in front of Leo, and so the 71's not going to be able to play so much of a rear gunner action this time around.
Yeah, it was clear that they were sort of in the way just to try and hold up the other two teams during this previous stint, and that has now gone away from them, so they've had to make that pit stop now just inside the 3 hours to go mark, and they are continuing to lose time after the pit stop, which I guess makes sense because they'll be on heavy fuel compared to these guys on quite low fuel at this stage. But the earlier point in the race was a little bit more surprising, where they were roundly beaten by these two cars, to be honest. After filtering their way through, they got away quite quickly and are continuing to stretch that margin. They are also catching. Diogo Pinto has been commenting on just now and again 5.8, 5.7 second, 5.6. It's coming down. It's continuing to come down as well. With this amount of time left in the race, you just don't know where this is going to go. Whether this is going to come down right the way throughout the rest of the race, or whether it's going to go back out again at the start of the next stint. You just don't know. These two teams are just completely on the edge, trying to catch one another, especially trying to catch Redline. And at the moment, it's impossible to call. It's too close to call.
And just going slightly off topic, I mean, we're talking about 3 different manufacturers at the front, right? Porsche, Mercedes, BMW. In terms of overall, we've had representation, I think, all the manufacturers. We've had Audis, Acuras, Corvettes, Ferraris. There's a couple of Ford Mustangs through the field as well. So I think the only car that we don't have in top split might be the Lamborghini, as I'm just scrolling through the list. So it's a pretty good thing to see. We'll, of course, always have conversations around the balance of performance, but that's always what we kind of just want to see. As many manufacturers in with a shot as possible. Is Reina Talvar going to maybe box a little bit early? He's on the end now of lap 27. No, so he's going to stay out there for at least a couple more laps, you'd think, run that tank dry, and then head off into pit lane. Latest weather update, if you are curious, by the way, 72% chance of rain at 6 p.m. So that would be 10 minutes left in this race. 47% chance of rain, you in 15 minutes before that.
That's not a big chance of rain that far out.
That's dry tires, I think.
Yeah, it feels like it could be, but then again, it could not be. if it really, you know, surprises us. 47% chance is still basically 1 in 2. So, it's not low chances either. It's really difficult to call, so difficult to call at the moment. And I need to get my head around, first of all, the fact this race is ending at 6:10, not 6:45, as it does in real life. So if we were it's a good job though, because if we were in real life, we'd be having the very unfortunate moment of having a dry race just towards the end, and then probably a wet podium, which would be not ideal. Looks like we're going to get a slightly wet, a slightly damp end to the race, which is the better way around to do it.
And I think we've got 3 in contention here for sure. That gap's coming down. It's going to be below 5, I would say, by the time both Pinto and Talvar are in pit lane. Ewan, do you want to have a bit of a laugh? There you go. I've already succeeded. So, word from Drago Racing has just come through on the 069. Reason why they missed the start, and honestly, I've internally been chuckling about this for the last 60 seconds or so since the message came through. They gridded on the wrong tires, tried to go back to pit lane so they could start on the wet tires, but it was too late, so they were forced to start from pit lane. So they can't even say it was an internet issue, they can't say it was technical. No, that is 100% human failure.
Well, yeah, but I thought it was going to be something even worse than that, like I forgot or something.
Oh, no. So, I mean, just that, imagine at this, sorry, I'm throwing poor Hugh Barter under the bus totally, and the rest of his team, but it's just, again, if they can make that mistake, I feel a lot better about forgetting to come down and pit.
We've all done something, a little bit stupid
Well, the funniest thing, sorry, Ewan, is that Vince Gucci just said what I was thinking as well. If Drago had stayed out on the dry tires like they had gridded on initially, much like Marla, they would have made out like bandits. They may have had a genuine 2-minute lead by the time we got through the first hour of the race.
Yeah, and they may have. So what they thought was an error, it turned out to be the right call. So that's even funnier. But yeah, it's weird how these things work. It makes me. If we're going through embarrassing things we've done in sim racing, I once tried to slow down for a checkered flag because I thought I could get away with it. With the, when the seconds are ticking down, you're trying not to do an extra lap.
Oh no!
Nearly lost a race trying to slow down in time. Ended up having a last lap fight that I really could have done without.
Did you win it at least?
Oh, I did win eventually, yeah, but it was a lot more stressful than it needed to be, that's for sure.
At least the story has a happy ending, right? That's how you think about it. So, no, there's pros and cons, either side of the equation, right? Diogo Pinto leads. I'm just taking a look at his lap chart. He got in on lap 194, so they may decide to bring Pinto out now and put in teammate Gustavo Ariel for the rest of this race. 2 hours... 40 odd minutes. That's, I think, probably a smart idea. You don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think it's better that what you've got to look at is what are the other options. Either leaving Pinto in for far too long, that would be over 100 laps. You don't want him doing more than a third of the race in one go, especially at the end. Other option is to leave him in for another hour. Then he'd have Ariel doing about an hour and a half at the end. That's not really long enough, in my opinion. I'd want him in for longer than that. So
it'd be rain around then.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with getting him in now. It's another great thing about the rain. Normally, what you do even in a 12-hour race is plan your strategy absolutely perfectly right the way through, and you'd know exactly what you're doing. You'd basically be pitting on the hour. Going back a few years in GT3s, it was very easy strategy, but it's no longer simple. The fact these stints have been cut short to put on wet tyres, then to put on dry tyres, and all sorts in between, it means that your stints are slightly out of shape as well. So you've got to think about these things. We actually have to talk about them in terms of whether it's a good idea to get who in at what stage and so on. Yeah, I'd have Ariel in now, even if there is, excuse me, a full IMSA race left.
I mean, it's fantastic, isn't it? This is what motorsports is about. It's what we've been waiting for, right? It's remarkable. 2018, the first iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, how things have evolved and shifted since then, right? Like that race was also competed with both GT3 and Porsche Cup cars. The real race is still somewhat multi-class, albeit in smaller numbers than maybe it has in prior years in the real world, but in the sim, it's now just become GT3, and in many ways a sprint, like you say, from drop of the green flag under the darkness, hope you survive through the cutting on lap number 1, and then you just settle into the routine of avoiding going wide, blah, 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 blah. Adding the rain has just totally, not just in terms of the strategy, but also the way you have to approach the track, right? There's been parts where there's been puddles that now you can't run your regular racing line. I mean, down the hill, sometimes just look utterly terrifying as the drivers just slide down through the elbow, closer and closer to the wall on the outside. So really impressive change. Also impressive, of course, how drivers, especially compared to Sebring Ewan a year ago, I'm not sure if you remember how many mistakes we were seeing then. We've seen some pretty heavy rain today as well, but drivers a little bit more up for the challenge, I feel.
Yeah, I think the rain has reached a nice balance now, if you like, with these drivers. They've sort of learned a little bit about how to cope with it, and they're quite good at it, but it is still possible to make mistakes. I mean, as we saw at Daytona last month, and as we see here as well. The problem is with the Marla come into the pit lane as expected, following in Diogo Pinto. That means Pinto went one lap less than Marla, actually, on this stint by the looks of things. Pinto did 30 laps, and Marla are going to do 31. Yeah, there's a happy medium now that these sim racers who are so good normally when it's dry, they're stuck to the road. Now it's there's a few mistakes in the rain, but it's not completely ridiculous. It's not a complete, it's not a complete mess.
No, and expecting, as we head under 2 hours 40 minutes, like Ewan says, a regular IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race distance that might see some pit stop driver changes, but not in the case of Marla. The front end going to be slightly worked on for the BMW, so they'll get the hammers out as it drops now and just waits to go. It's going to be about 41 seconds for a full tank of fuel. That's a beaten up Porsche that's going to roll out in front of them. That's the Coanda Esports number 8 with Malte Johansson. Important that Coanda have that extra car, because when the rain does come, they'll be able to use it to go and understand how the track's evolving, maybe bring it into pit lane and change tires. Something that Marla, for example, don't have the luxury of doing. They've got to, at this point, make that decision all by themselves. Not going to be a change as they roll off and away. Diogo Pinto still going to have his 5-odd second advantage. He's alongside of the Simufy Audi as he tries to blend back into the cars already on the circuit and up to speed. It's going to be slightly uncomfortable, Ewan, as he tries to get his tires back up to temperature.
Yeah, that feels like a bigger gap than it was, and it's not, but it feels like it is because of the amount of traffic they've ended up in between them, and that's not really ideal. Here, Diogo Pinto's got quite a bit of traffic in front of him, but Talvar's got all of it to negotiate here in the next few laps, so that is not particularly ideal unless they're coming in. Of course, everyone at this stage of the race is coming in at all sorts of weird times, so the likelihood of everybody ahead coming into the pit lane in the next few laps is fairly low, although there are plenty of cars towards the end of a stint right now. This car is one of them, although it's not one of the traffic. But Kimachev's going to go on one further. If he can only do as many as Pinto, then he'll be in next time round. If he's able to save like Talvar was, then he'll be in the time after that. I'll suggest something to you as well while we're on the subject. This car can go perhaps 3 laps longer. You know, when the rain falls, if it's falling or starts to fall about now in 2 hours' time, then suddenly they could, without making an extra stop, put some wets on and cut out that stop for wet tyres at the end. It's just a thought.
I am picking up what you're putting down, that is for sure. You know, that's not a bad shout. The question is going to be, right, how intense is the rain going to be? How quickly does it flood the circuit? Because there's a couple of, I think, specific danger points that you want to keep an eye on as a driver. As up the inside of the grid and go Audi, the leader will navigate, heading down to pit lane probably next time around, you'd have to assume. Not here necessarily. This is pretty tricky normally when it's wet, but it's not necessarily a danger zone. Running through here, Frog Hollow into Sulman Park, can be a puddle, but here it's over the top of McPhillamy right there. You can still see the remnants of where there is still a little bit of water remaining, but that's where we've seen, I don't even know how many 360s. Cars just go around, and sometimes it's not even, are we going to see something? No, Jonas Mann is already over the top of Skyline as he runs to the dipper. It's going to be a rear end stepping out.
Oh!
Yeah. Ooh.
I thought he had that saved.
Porsche.
Yeah, I thought he had that saved. Then I remembered he's in an Audi, and then it went in the wall.
Audi known for being tricky to say, that's for sure. But yeah, when it gets to the rain, it's going to all just be about whether it's wet enough that drivers have got to put on the wets, because if you can survive on the dries, it's probably quicker.
Yeah, and I must admit, I said this at the time, the amount of time at which you could stay out for at Daytona as Kimichev carries on for one more, the amount of time you could stay out was, I thought, quite surprising. Really surprising, actually. So, you know, I'm just wary of that. Even when there is spray being kicked up, and quite a lot of it, you can get on the dries stay on the dries, I should say, quite long into a stint, as Josh Rogers does get into number 92, Porsche Coanda, and gets himself back onto the circuit again. Best of the cars, one lap down. They're in fifth place. Oh, well, he is one lap down now. He's just been lapped, waiting for Kimichev, and then he'll be unlapped again. It really does depend on that. And the suggestion I was putting in, by the way, earlier was really, it is going to be a stroke of luck if that does happen for them. It would be pretty fortunate.
Just seeing some chat in our iRacing YouTube channel. Jordan Johnson saying, and a couple of other people, that once they saw the forecast, they decided they no longer wanted to do the race. Now that the rain is here, people have realized just how difficult it can be sometimes to race in the rain. And, you know, the next special event, Sebring, but I think the one that I'm most looking forward to, Sebring we've already seen with the rain. You were slightly wrong, I think, Ewan, with the point you made earlier. I don't believe the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours last year had any rain. Am I wrong?
No, I realised that after the sentence left my mouth, but you didn't correct me at the time.
Correct yourself. Oh, come on.
Well, you'd already started talking, so I thought it was a bit rude. I couldn't get those words back again. I just saw them going into the air, and I couldn't quite catch it. Anyway, never mind. You've corrected me now, so there we go. And to be fair, after you'd finished your next talking, I'd forgotten I'd said it.
Yes, true.
So never mind. Yeah, you're right. Hopefully, we do get proper Nürburgring in the rain this time around. And of course, we can't say that every special event has even had rain yet, because some of them stayed dry anyway last year.
And some of them should stay dry, please. iRacing Indy 500. We don't need any rain delays for that.
I meant endurance races, obviously, but yes.
Of course. No, you're right. World Sim Racing in a fight with Mac Thorns. I mentioned earlier there wasn't much happening down the order. This technically is only happening because one of them has just come out of pit lane. The other one is about to dive into pit lane. Maybe not this time by. Expect Mag Performance in the Audi sat in 26th spot. Nope, never mind. They proved me wrong. 29 laps into the run. They'll navigate through what is a pit entry that, if you do need to make your way down to the pit lane when it's wet, and we saw even the big names make mistakes, and it can catch you out there. So you were mentioning Drago, who we see up on the jacks now, our race leader into pit lane. You know, if the rain's starting to fall around this time, they are going to probably lose a little bit of time just from entering the pit lane. So something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I said Carl's got his wipers on the whole time, which is quite over cautious, but never mind. Drago Racing
Come on, Ewan.
That's yeah, there you go. It's living up to its name, I suppose. So Pinto is going to retake the lead again. The thing I'm interested in is how big is the lead going to be, because Marla have been closing in these last few moments. I thought it might be something to do with the end of the stint or whatever. It just seems that Redline are not quite as quick, to be honest. Kimichev's on his way again, but he's coming out the pit lane on a tighter line, and so he's not going to get there. That's a very good end of the stint for Black Kimichev. He is pretty close behind the Team Redline car now, and he's jumped Marla by some distance.
And it's mainly in pit lane where this is not done from Drago's side. They were 2 seconds quicker cone to cone than the Marla BMW, about a second or so quicker than Team Redline, who I will just note as well, I think Redline quicker than Marla in the pit lane sequence. That BMW, I'm telling you, it is flying right now in a way that not many of these teams would have told you it would have at the start of this week. 2.5 hours still left to run in the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours presented by Ready, Set, Sim. And we are in for a tasty conclusion. 5 in the fight at the front, and traffic's going to play its part as well. 1.3 seconds. What would you be thinking right now if you're Vlad Kimichev? Are you going to go for the move? Because you've got to be wary that the BMW is going to catch you. So if I'm the 069, if I get to the back of Pinto, I'm going for it.
Yeah, it's a really difficult call, isn't it? Because you could stay behind and then bank maybe even an extra lap of fuel. We're so early in the stint, you might even be able to get a whole lap out of it, even though it is a long lap. We'll see about that. He might, though, as you say, just race straight on past and try and put distance in between yourself and Marla. I think that is the right call at this stage. Just full speed ahead now. from here to the finish, try and use the advantage they've managed to get from Marler here. They've retained about 2 seconds of it after getting their tyres up to speed over the top of the mountain, and so they are going to just try and hold on to that, I think. I think they should anyway, by passing Redline as quickly as possible. Now, as we've seen before, that's easier said than done. It may be the situation that it takes them so long to pass that Marler will catch them anyway while they're trying to do it.
This is so intriguing. I have no idea which way it's going to go. Vince Cusi suspecting that if it stays dry, the Mercedes might have an advantage. We'll see if that plays out. Remember, they were the best in qualifying of all, not just of the Mercedes, of all. Would have started from the front if they had remembered what tires to put on. Just saw another remarkable comment in our YouTube chat as well, which is that someone's been watching this in, I think, one of the most unique and cool ways that you can in iRacing, sitting trackside in iRacing and watching in virtual reality. That is next level.
Like an absolute nerd added onto the end, which is good.
He said that to be clear, not you, Ed.
Oh, I'm not being rude. Yeah, it is. I would get slightly scared. What I have seen happen is someone accidentally pressed the wrong button before and put themselves in helicopter camera while in VR. That is not a good idea. So just be careful when you're selecting your cameras and you're on your VR headset. Otherwise, if you're scared of heights, anyway. Otherwise, you'll get a right fright.
Have your sick bag next to you if you. If you enjoy that sort of stuff as well, enjoy going for. I mean, that is a unique ride. You know how Red Bull had a drone that they were filming with a Formula 1 car at the start of last year? And I mean, that's a drone that's doing, what, 300 kilometers an hour in the real world? Just, you can do that in iRacing technically as well, just attach a chase cam, but again, you'd rather get queasy. 1 second, there's one car now between our leaders up front, and as that car brushes against the wall, it's a Semi-Fight Audi. What is Vlad Kimichev going to do? He is closed and now in the draft of those in front. He's got, I'd assume based on lap time, at least 7 laps tentatively before Marler's BMW is going to close. That is all dependent on Diogo Pinto holding his speed. And finally, lap traffic pulls to the side, and the race lead is now well and truly on. Coming to the end of lap 258, there's 3/10 in it. What is it about the mountain that always delivers something of intrigue? Maybe not always to the very end, though.
Well, the fact that we've got it in these last 2.5 hours, as you say, is quite amazing, especially considering what we've had in years gone past. Last year, it was a Redline 1, 2, 3. At the moment, Redline look like they're the ones under attack. Eduardo Lera's a long way behind this leading battle now, even though he was within 10 seconds of the lead, within it's certainly recent memory. And Diogo Pinto all of a sudden looks really under pressure. Now he goes over to defend on Mountain Straight. This could happen immediately here for Drago Racing.
It's not going to hang around. I told you that. I think he's got to try and pull away. Pinto's going to sweep back to the outside and force Kimichev the long way around and into the marbles. Lap traffic's going to reinsert itself in between these two cars. Pinto's going to defend like a lion, isn't he? The Portuguese Minister of Defense throws the block all the way down the straight. You had intentions laid out, and guess what? Marler closed a second just like that.
Exactly. That's why what you said about 7 laps to catch earlier on is not going to be true. It's going to be less than that if they fight like this. It's already a third down on what it was at the start of the lap because of battling like that. And based on what we just saw with straight line speed, that's going to happen fairly regularly. The Mercedes does look very competent in a straight line compared to the Porsche, which just gets smacked about a bit compared to the others in a straight line. You've got to be really quick over the top. Pinto got that bit of an advantage because of the contact at turn 2, and he's utilising it down the other side.
I mean, I'm just looking at lap times right now. You said Leo's lost a whole bunch of time, and you're right, but he's not that much slower than Pinto. It's just, I think, the fact that Redline seems to just have no speed right now, which is remarkable to say. It's not like we're expecting the conditions to fall more in their favor. It might be down to Drago versus Marler, but don't discount Redline, that is for sure. If anyone's going to figure a way out, it might not be the sweep of the podium. They very much still could be in contention. Our likelihood of rain is falling off, I will say that. So, not indicating it's going to be a dry final stint, but indicating we might have a little less excitement than we were initially thinking. One more time, out of the final corner. How does Kimichev set this one up? They call turn 1 hell corner, I think, because it's just so frustrating. You get it wrong, and then have to do the entire lap before you get to try it again, and you get it wrong and get it wrong and get it wrong, at least if you're... That was pretty good from Pinto. He's going to weave back and forth, duck and weave as much as he can. I think Kimichev's a little bit further behind, which is going to help him here to maybe get a bit of a slingshot. Not going to be allowed on the inside. It's going to be forced the long way around. He's not going to get the move done here, Ewan. He's going to try maybe into the chase. Pinto's just defending too hard up to turn 2.
I think turn 2 might be where you have to do it. Over the top of the mountain, Pinto was quite good that time. Whether that was because he had a bit of a head start and was able to just keep it right the way over the top, I'm not entirely sure, but here we go. We'll get a better view this time round. Just a second and a half between these two at the moment. Pinto versus Kimichev in the battle for the lead of this race. Remarkable battle as well it is. This Porsche needs some space to fall back on. It is not as good in a straight line as the Mercedes, or indeed any car basically in the field. It needs some space, and Pinto hasn't got it right now. Needs it in these final few corners.
Speculating, was the Porsche a good pick in some ways, because in the real world they talk about the Porsche being a rain master because of the weight being on the rear axle. Was it a similar story in the virtual world? This is much closer, without a shadow of a doubt. And how does Kimichev get this done? Because Pinto's increasing his distance as he goes left and right on the track, but he's just making sure that hole in the air isn't benefiting the Mercedes. There was 2% and a bit of power taken off, but it's not hurting the AMG in a straight line. Long way around for Drago Racing. It's been a long fight back, almost 10 hours as they try to retake the point. Pinto squeezes them out. Here comes Rainer Talvar for second, 3 at the front, covered by a second. 2 hours, 24 minutes left to go.
This is exactly what Marla needed, exactly not what Drago Racing needed. They needed to get through on Pinto without any trouble and without Marla Racing Team catching up, but that's exactly what was happening. It was always going to happen as these two fought it out. Rainer Talvar was always going to catch up to them, and here he is again, straight onto the back of the 2 in front, and we've got 3 for the lead all over again here. Now the job gets more difficult for Kimichev. He'll be less willing to make these moves because he knows that a BMW will be there to sweep it up if he gets it wrong, and these outside moves at turn 2 are probably going to have to go.
He looked to the inside, but it's surely too far behind. This lap traffic's actually being cost time right now. That's remarkable to say. That's how slow Redline and Drago were on that previous lap. Back toward the cutting, we're going to sweep our way on forward. Oh, I hope you're feeling tense, because right now, I mean, I've got the Christian Horner foot shake going on. Can you imagine what it must be like for the drivers, the engineers, those not in control of this situation, the ones just waiting and watching on? It's all going to be, once again, Ewan, about the run out of the elbow.
It is, and I thought that the Porsche would be able to build enough of a margin over the mountain last time round to alleviate those troubles, but actually that's not entirely true. Kimichev's doing a good job to stay with the Porsche, although it is definitely quicker through this bit. He's doing a good job to stay with the Porsche and get this run. Now then, how's your exit through here? Pinto looks slightly wide, but he dragged it back in time for a good late apex. He'll get the Mercedes right behind him, though, into the slipstream. It feels like we're about to have almost a replay of 1 lap ago.
But you can go around the outside. It can be done. Side by side through the kinks, always a risk. It's the long way around now for Drago once again. Can Kimichev make this stick? He's clear of Pinto initially, forces the Portuguese driver to react on the brakes, and there's contact. Shoved out wide. Talvar takes advantage, and now what will happen for the lead? Which way do you go? Down to Murray's corner. Will Marla decide that they have to go for it now? Yes, they're squeezed off almost into the marbles. They're going to lose a little bit of ground up towards turn 1. Pinto holds on, and this fight is anything but complete. And if you're Redline 71, your Porsche Coander's number 92, Ewan, this is what's giving you a chance still of a podium.
This is absolutely incredible racing. If Pinto keeps this up for 30 laps, it might be the best defensive display of driving I've ever seen. It's been pretty remarkable so far. Very robust, I've got to say. I'm not sure Vlad Kimichev would be particularly pleased about getting shoved into the grass 2 times through the chase, and it's slightly dubious, but it is good defending from Pinto. You just get the feeling that one of these laps, there's going to be an opening here that one of them are going to be able to make it through. But to be fair, they're already 8 laps through this stint. They are already knocked off the fair amount of the opening part of this stint. We're almost a third of the way through it already. We're a quarter of the way through for definite. This is it's possible Pinto holds them back for an entire stint here.
Problem is, as much as I respect Diogo, I think some of these moves are starting to get to the line. Maybe we haven't gone beyond the line just yet, but we're going to get there, right? That's what's going to happen if we keep building. Either Pinto gets past, or lets someone get past, I should say. You know, someone makes the move, or it's going to develop, I think, into that level of contact. Unless more speed comes from that car. As ever, it's uber close once we jump on board. This is the view that you would have riding on board with the Mercedes-AMG GT3 EVO. Remember, new memberships 40% off if you jump onto iRacing.com. Every day is race day. Get on the iRacing special event journey. Sebring is only a few weeks away. These three are too far away for them to have a fight, I think, in towards the chase. But now it's incumbent on Reina Talvar to start making some moves. What's the BMW going to have in store?
Not sure whether it was the exit in towards the chase that time or whether the BMW is just not quite as quick in a straight line as the Mercedes is. It's hard to know now. Now there's three of them. It's quite hard to really grasp the characteristics of each car quite as easily as it was before, but Talvar certainly didn't give it a go in towards the chase that time around. I know there'll be some discussion about the defending so far, whether, as you say, it was right up to the line. Is it over the line yet? I don't know. I get a little bit concerned and worried when someone just takes the racing line after being side by side with someone. Never think it looks great, personally, but you know, it's been fine so far. It's been good racing so far. We'll see how it continues.
There are, you know, post-race steward inquiries through the iRacing protest system, but you know, if this is something like the IMSA Esports Global Championship, it might be a little bit different with live race control. But these are the same rules that everyone is fighting under at the end of the day. What's Pinto gonna have in defense this time by? Once more up through the cutting, which I think, like you were saying, Ewan, over the top of the mountain, that Porsche's looking good enough. So unless there's a mistake from the driver, unlikely to present a passing opportunity for the most part.
Yeah, well, if he makes a mistake over the top of the mat, he's got bigger things to worry about than who's behind him. That's for sure. So we'll see if that happens. I very much doubt it. He's got to. This is the problem, though, I suppose, with having a car fastest through the most dangerous part of the circuit. You think, well, how can they keep that up for 12 hours? But you know, these guys in Team Redline number 72 have been able to so far. And to be fair, it does seem like maybe the fastest manufacturer. There's four of them in the top six right now. Whether that's just been because those teams have survived the best, or whether it actually is the best car, is probably to be debated. But anyway, they certainly are best over the top of the mountain. Half a second again as they run back down the other side.
Here we go. A little bit of a run through the draft. Team Hoisingveld not far behind. One of the interesting liveries that we have on the grid. Always nice to look up and down through the field of cars in a single class event like this, where it does tend to bring some new teams into the forefold as compared to something like the iRacing Daytona 24. Ewan got a bit scared there.
Well, yeah, Pinto was moving around in the braking zone. I know that it is possible more in the Porsche than it is in the other two, but even so, he was defending initially on the inside of the chase. Then he pulled back to the racing line midway through the braking. First of all, I was worried for his own safety, to be honest, to whether he was going to just spear off into the wall, and second of all, whether he was going to get rear-ended, but neither of them happened.
Okay, once more through turn one, where I think Talvar is just not getting a good enough drive off the corner relative to the Porsche to make the move. Maybe the Mercedes is better in a straight line actually coming out of the corner, and that was helping him make some moves. Is Kimichev going to get that chance to spring either side of Talvar? No, lifts off and saves a bit of fuel. Again, remember, this is already a car that is sitting 3 laps better in terms of strategy than the cars it's chasing down at this time. So it's in a good position, you'd say, overall for Drago Racing. Might have the best car in dry conditions, might have the most flexibility in terms of strategy as well. Only problem is stuck behind 2 cars up and down the mountain. It's always a bit of a risk.
Yeah, it is. I think we could have reached a happy medium here where these, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, these three might be stuck in this order for quite a while. The BMW doesn't seem quite as fast. I think I agree. I don't think it seems quite as fast as the Mercedes in a straight line, but Vlad's going to find it very difficult to get through as long as the BMW has the slipstream from the Porsche. So it could be a bit of a stalemate here for the next few moments, as long as there's no mistakes. The Porsche seems just about quick enough to hold on to lead, and also Talvar, so far in the bits of the race I've seen in the last hour or two, seems very inclined to fuel save when possible, and so does like Kimichev once he gets people in front of him. So it could be that these three are stuck how they are for a while, added on to the fact the BMW is not quite as quick in a straight line. Let's see again, though, down in towards the chase.
Remember, at this point, Kimichev would have already been pulling alongside in his fight with Pinto,
Yeah.
so I think that tells you a lot. Once again, BMW not even alongside into the braking zone, and Pinto's going to hold on at the end of lap 264. He is 10 laps into what might be his final stint of the race, and might end up being one of the more important stints of this race as well. Expecting him to hand over to Gustavo Ariel. Just taking a look at the BOP. Porsche for this event has been given 10 kilograms of weight. It's been docked 0.5% of power and 1% of fuel. The BMW will go in the order they run on track. BMW, 7 kilograms of weight, 1.25% of power and 1% of fuel. So same in terms of fuel, a bit more in terms of power, a little bit less in terms of weight. And then you get to the Mercedes, tail end of the train right now. That's had no weight added to it, but it's had 2.25% of power taken away. So that's 1% more than the BMW, and 98% fuel capacity. So that's 1% more than both the BMW and the Porsche have been taken away. So maybe something else to factor in here, Ewan, is the pit stop times are going to be shorter for Drago. That was something we saw in the last cycle because they've got less fuel to fill up. Might also mean, though, that they are doing more fuel saving because it's helping them get the same amount of laps from the tank.
Yeah, it's clear they've been able to get the strategic upper hand over the others so far. 3 laps longer at the moment. They're in the Mercedes, so they're going well with that. But also, it might help them just to have shorter pit stops, as we saw last time round. Kimichev only spent 40.4 seconds in the box compared to 41.7 for Talbot. That's an advantage where you're probably not going to save a lap with that amount of fuel, but you will be able to underfuel a bit compared to the others. That's, you know, if you have 0.9 of a lap left when you come in, that's 0.9 of a lap left you have to not fill when you're stationary. So it does help you even if you don't get the full lap. It is interesting though how the BOP works and how the Porsches have the least power taken off, but still the slowest, as you can see here on the way towards the chase. Talvar again gets close, but he's so not going to go through, is he? He just doesn't want to.
I think that BMW's happy where it is, which is crazy to say. It's happy in second place, but not going to stay like that to the end. Leo's not closed, which is, I think, significant in its own regard, right? This fight has settled down, and that gap stabilized between first and fourth at around 27 seconds. So it might not even need to be done on track, Ewan, right? If Marla and Drago decide in the next pit stop sequence, you know what? Let's short film. Let's just get in front of the other car, and let's see what happens with rain. It is what it is. Then I think that's a gambit that Pinto can do very little to try and actually fight back against.
Yeah, that's always the thing when you're against. Here we go. No, it's always the gamble when you're up against. Yeah, I know. I was just maybe for a moment. No, no. It's always the difficult thing when you're up against experienced teams who are faster than you. It's all well and good being in front of them, you know, and you'll stay ahead of them for a long time if you just run around like this. This is fine, but what are they going to do strategically? They've got that little bit of wiggle room, which is the bad news for Redline. Marla and Drago have got a bit of wiggle room here, too short, Phil, as you were discussing, to maybe get ahead of them. That's where things get really difficult. You know, anyone can stay with anybody else, nearly. If you're running around together at this level, anyone can stay with anybody else. I mean, look at those 2 lap cars. They've been there for 10 laps now. Anyone can stay with anyone in this field because they're all really good. But it's when strategy comes into play and when weird things come into play that things get split apart, and that's going to be the problem for Redline, as you were saying. I think their best hope is that rain falls really hard at the end and they can come through to maybe take the win. I don't see a situation in which it doesn't rain hard enough for wet tyres and they win, to be honest. I just can't see it.
So then it becomes down to a fight between the BMW and the Mercedes. I was going to say a fight between the German manufacturers, and then I realized, well, guess what? Where's Porsche from? Anyway, here we go. Ooh, is this a move? Yes! Marla to the inside, through the kink. Rainer Talvar's had enough waiting. He decided, though, that he doesn't want to commit as much as Kimichev was doing. He saw the way Pinto was defending. Is there a chance to try and sling a surprise to this final corner? It's risky to put yourself on that outside and wheel-to-wheel. Talvar backs out once again. But the first sign that the Zebra is not willing to sit behind. What's going to happen out of turn 1? The closest the BMW's been in the last 10 laps.
Oh, he's close again, but not quite getting the inside. He's going to have to get the inside somewhere, somehow. That will be through switchbacks, I suspect. Pinto's been braking really deep here in the Porsche, and you can get away with that in this car. It is very good on the brakes, but he does leave himself exposed on the exit with an already pretty battered straight line speed. On that Porsche again, he goes on the defensive. Surely Tauber's not going to go. No, you've got to keep it alongside. You know, you don't have to go for it, but you've got to keep it alongside. You've got to compromise Pinto's line into the corner, make him at least think you're going to race him into the turn, then get him to brake really late, because he does brake really late, especially into the chase. His exit's not very good. I know there's not a long run to the final corner, but again, you can get alongside, maybe on the outside through that corner, then switch back round the final corner, you'll be up the inside for the first corner. That would be how I do it. I'm saying it like it's easy, but that would be how I'm doing it, how I would do it on the Porsche. You're not going to race Pinto into the corner and outbrake him. The Porsche's just too good.
Vince Cusi has said it best, by the way. We have about a guaranteed 90 more minutes of no more rain, and then from there, it's still a bit up in the air. At this point in time, 65% chance of rain, 10 minutes at the 10 minutes before the checkered flag. So it would all build up to that point as well. Still not sure what the right call is going to be, and if you weren't here at the start of the race, one of the main storylines was the fact that the Mahler BMW that sits in second qualified 15th, and when the majority of the rest of the field, 95% of the rest of the field, started on the wets, Mahler started on the slicks, and by the end of hour number 1, they had a 60-second lead. Quite a up and down day, to say the least, though, because the middle part of the race saw, I think, 3 or 4 different moments for their respective drivers, but they fought back there in contention. And again, 3 at the front. It's a glorious sight. Cheza Esports are going to depart down to pit lane. That's going to release one of the lapped cars from the back of this train. It's now just Team Hoisingveld and their Ferrari that run just behind these 3 contenders. 2:06.020 from Diogo Pinto. It's one of the better lap times that he's had recently. It's not that he's a slow driver. It's just the car is not getting the acceleration, the top end speed, and this is the closest that I think Mahler's been up towards turn 2. The dive down into the braking zone is going to see Pinto once again covered to the inside. Tauber's not going to be able to take advantage, surely, but it just seems like it's coming sooner rather than later.
Well, now he's got a good run through turn 2. Is he going to stuff it down the inside here? He'll be very brave. But he is close enough if he really wants to be brave, and no, he decides to back out for the moment. That's fine. He is getting closer. You're right, he is getting closer. I'm not really sure what that's down to either, to be honest with you. He's just he just seems to be slowly edging closer towards maybe making a move here. Just want to report some lap times further down the field, by the way, just to indicate that these guys are not actually the quickest on the circuit by any means, although they're not slow either. Josh Rogers was half a second quicker than the last time round, not the last time, but the one before that, sorry. Lorenzo Manfredotti just did a 5.5. That's a very quick time from him. Luca Alper in 17th just did a 5.9. I mean, he's a very quick driver in a probably out-of-place team, but they're lapping in the 5s at the moment. These guys in the low 6s pretty consistently. Eduardo Leo is in the low 6s consistently as well. So when these guys fight, he catches, but when they don't, he doesn't, if that makes sense. The gap came down to about 25 seconds at least. It came out with about 28.9 behind, so he has gained very slightly, but not very much.
On board once again. Let's listen in. Are we going to hear some fuel saving? No, we are. I got real excited.
No, we are. Yes. Yeah.
What? It's going on my show reel. No, we are.
What if he best? In towards the chase again. This is where you've got to stay alongside and compromise Pinto, in my opinion, but he's just not doing it for the moment. Not really interested. I get that there is real added risk, and this is what I was talking about with Vlad Kimichev earlier. This is exactly why he wanted to get past Pinto before Tauber caught them both. It's so much harder when there's someone who will take your place if you don't make the move successfully than when you're on your own. That's why Kimichev was being so sort of bold in his moves earlier.
Listening in, that BMW's pulling. Remember, about 1.25% taken away. And again, not going to go for it. Content to save some fuel. And it is going to end up meaning that... Are we going to see Mahler try and do an... I think the undercut probably works better in terms of track position, which I think is kind of what you want. Overcut gives you a lighter car at the end, but there's obviously the risk that he's still getting caught up with traffic and stuff, which I guess is a threat with an undercut as well. But I don't know, my personal preference was always undercut rather than overcut, but I'm not good, so yes.
The thing is about an overcut is that sometimes you actually just can't do it. The thing about an undercut is that it's always available to you, no matter what strategy you're on. Overcut, you've got to have more laps of fuel on board than the driver in front of you, and that's not always possible. Unfortunately, I don't think Takeover is going to have an extra lap of fuel over Pinto either, so he's got to do this some other way. I maybe agree. It depends how likely you think the rain is at the end. If you think it might be, let's just survive on drives through a bit of a damp period in the last 15 minutes, then definitely pit after 25 laps of this stint or so and try and do an undercut. But if not, then you do have to run as long as possible, in my opinion, so you can try and avoid an extra stop. Here comes Takeover again.
At 76%, the rain is coming. I think that is for sure. It's just the question of how intense. One more time into the chase. The pressure is applied. The pressure is relieved. And 1, 2, 3 stays unchanged as we close in on yet another race hour complete. We're going to have had 10 hours of this done and dusted, and left with a 2-hour sprint to the end. About halfway through the stint as well for these drivers. They've just completed the 15th lap of the run. We've seen around 30 laps or so, just a shade under for a handful of teams and drivers, but that's sort of the ballpark that we've been working with. At this point, I feel as though the Porsche sitting duck in a straight line still, but Pinto doing enough over the mountain to make the exit from the elbow, just help him enough into the chase. In through turn 2 though, it is quite obvious, at least to me, that Rainer Talbot could pull a lot more alongside if he wanted to. Doesn't want to open the door to Kimichev behind. This is tense. This is great. This is what the rain, like you were saying, Ewan, has brought to the world of iRacing.
Yeah, exactly. No safety cars involved here. You'd be forgiven for thinking this has got very much the look of a safety car restart race, hasn't it, really? The front three together and everybody laps behind because they've been caught behind a safety car or something. But no, this is real racing. 10 hours in, and they are really this close. This is how extraordinary it is. I guess the puddles either side of the circuit do tell a bit of a story, but I think that makes it even more amazing. As I said before, there are plenty of Bathurst 12 hours that have been won by multiple laps when there wasn't even rain on the surface.
Absolutely. No, it has been thrilling. I was almost hesitant to stick around for these last 3 hours, expecting it to be, like you said, laps separating the field and be podcast mode. And well, I love a good podcast and talking about things that aren't related to the race, but right now it's difficult to take our attention away from this. It's captivating as much as we know. Status quo isn't changing. Lap after lap, Pinto's put under pressure, and no one's really capitalizing on it just yet. That Drago car is saving even more fuel, though, than the BMW is able to do. Just look how much further behind it's laying back, Ewan, which I think is probably best case scenario for Drago. They've already built up a bit of a fuel advantage. 3 laps, let's remember. They're just positioning themselves as best as they can for the end.
It is so interesting what these three are doing at the moment. And almost these last few minutes for me have been quite difficult to read for Rainer Talbot, because you're right, it is pretty obvious now that Kimichev has got no interest in overtaking the two in front, and he's just fuel saving to the absolute maximum in these next few moments. But Talbot's sort of trying to do both. Is he fuel saving? Well, a little bit, and he's sort of trying to go through as well. There he is again. It was briefly alongside, but not enough so that Pinto couldn't take the racing line. But Talbot wasn't also super fuel saving either. So what is he doing? I don't really know. He's not really doing either.
Now, Ewan, do you have a timing screen up in front of you?
I do, yeah.
What tyres does your timing screen say the number 12 in 8th position is on right now?
Oh, I don't have the tyres available.
Okay. Now, the reason I bring that up is I did mention it at the start of the show. Sometimes our timing screens don't always give us the accurate tyre information. I'm showing the 12, the 003, the 33, 114, 123, 150, and 23. So that's what, 6 or 7 cars are on the wet compound of tyre right now. I don't know if I believe that, but that's what I'm being told by the information up on my screen in front of me.
I don't know if I believe that either.
Exactly.
To be honest with you.
I hope you don't.
There is no spray at all at the moment. I know that these dry tyres go deep into the wet weather, but not that deep. And so, well, you don't need wets that early, I should say, the other way around. Yeah, I would not believe that. It's going to be interesting when we get to that stage. Though that might make it quite hard to work out who's gone for what, though, a bit later on if we get to such a stage as Taubal does neither overtake nor fuel save.
It's weird, isn't it? Now it's a bit of a hybrid. It's neither fuel save, but it's also neither making a move. It's so weird.
Yeah, but hybrid suggests that there's some benefit to both, and he's sort of doing a bit of both in a good way. At the moment, he's doing neither in a bad way, in my opinion. He's not made the pass, and he's not saved as much fuel as he could have done. He needs to pick one. Obviously, I'd rather the overtaking one from the excitement point of view, but I think probably for his race point of view is the fuel saving one at the moment. He's just not really doing it.
That car is the one that can't make the move. If it's Drago, I think it's a different situation, right? I think you and I would both be saying he's got to make the move. He is so much quicker right now that he's got to take advantage. But yeah, there's just not enough of a speed advantage. One thing I will say, I know there's been some comments on it. It looks a little bit weird seeing Pinto moving around so much in the braking zone and stuff like that. But to some degree, what we're seeing right now is... How is it best described? This is a social contract between these drivers, right? This is how they kind of are expecting to battle. The way that Kimichev and Pinto were fighting slightly earlier, like I said, that was maybe slightly different and definitely not up to the contract they're all on the same page about.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I must say I'm not a huge fan of the moving around just in the braking zone like that. He needs to sort of pick a line and sort of stick to it. But I know why he's not doing that, because otherwise he would leave himself exposed to the inside, especially through turn 2. He doesn't want to take a tight line because then they'll be really slow. But yeah, he is just moving around quite a lot at the moment, just trying to stay in the way as much as he possibly can. And at the moment, he's being successful in doing so. But I think Taubal could do a little bit to sort of help them all along, if you like. Here, he could follow Pinto in the slipstream, sort of almost no matter where he goes, and save fuel that way. And first of all, it would help him save fuel, but it would also say to Pinto, you know, I'm not trying to overtake. Just get in line and let's ride around together here for the next 10 laps or so before these next pit stops, because at the moment, this weaving around in the braking zone business is a little bit dangerous.
A little bit dangerous, that is for sure. Again, it's on the social contract, and Taubal is well aware that it's going to happen, but all it takes is for one slight jink in the wrong direction, and suddenly there's a puddle of tears rather than the, whatever you want to call it, tiptoe salsa that we're watching right now.
Salsa?
Does that make you hungry, or does it make you want to hit the dance floor? Which way are you going with that?
I don't really like either versions, but never mind.
Never mind. Anyway, we have just crossed past lap 272 being complete. The one thing that we know for sure, Ewan, is there are never going to, for the most part, never going to be distance records in danger anymore in iRacing special events, just because the rain, expecting we're going to have them for most special events, is going to slow us down quite considerably. Yeah,
it is. There was no discussion from any of us about distance records at Daytona for the first time in years, probably. We always like to bring out the fact, other than probably the LMP2 years, actually, I suppose, which and those years. But anyway, yeah, you're probably right on that front. Those days are fading. But you know, if we, it's possible still for us to get a full dry run right the way through, and we'll look forward to one if there is, because at those points, then very much we could get a distance record. We are still, despite the rain, by the way, going to go past almost every ever Bathurst 12-hour in real life, if you're interested.
Really? Oh, well, that's not a surprise, because safety car, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah, I had surprise, and then I went, wait, what? Yeah, no.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, can't say the word that I was about to say. Anyway, Alejandro Sanchez gonna look to the inside on Sam Coiter. This is the third of the Redline cars. I've been chatting, by the way, a little bit with one of the Redline drivers, as Ewan and I have been chatting away. Johnny Vecchio has been sharing some info. And again, yeah, I think what happened, Ewan, is once the rain arrived, it somewhat has compromised the Porsches relative to the BMWs and to the Mercedes. Mostly in a straight line. They're still pretty quick over the mountain, but that's seemingly where they're most vulnerable, at least relative to where they were at the start of the race.
Okay, then help me and everyone else who doesn't understand that. Why is it that it's after the rain only that they've started to struggle compared to others? Or does he mean they've always been struggling like this, but it just wasn't apparent in the rain?
it's the first, and I'm not going to get into that one. We're going to move swiftly on. 3 cars are covered by half a second still, and 3 different manufacturers as well. Just throw the sand on it and bury that topic as quickly as we can. Alejandro Sanchez, by the way, go back to that Apex Racing car. I know you didn't see Ewan because you were out commentating on some football, some soccer, as they'd say on my side of the pond. But Luca Kita made 2 of the most audacious moves I think I have ever seen, including in the wet around the outside at McPhillamy Park. I still can't quite believe that it happened. If you had told me, like I'm telling you right now, I genuinely wouldn't have believed you.
No, in our highlight sheet that's for commentators like me who haven't been paying attention, we don't often put individual overtakes in because they're not very important, but his was in there because, and I can see why, because it was quite spectacular.
I put that one in there.
Sorry?
I put that one in our highlight sheet, did I?
Somebody did.
I did? Oh, well, no, I did. I was just trying to remember because it's been a while since I put it in there.
Yeah. Well, it was a while ago.
13 minutes into the race.
There you go. That was over 10 hours ago now. Would you believe it? Time does fly when we're in one of these iRacing special events. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that wet weather does create. I actually think that going around the outside there would actually be harder in the dry because you just never get alongside ever. But actually, in the wet weather conditions, because you're so on edge of crashing all the time anyway, it does feel more impressive as well. As here comes René Tauber again.
Although again, just chopped off into the braking zone, and Pinto's going to hold on. Increasing low, intent being shown, and we are now crossing 20 laps complete. I mean, the weaving from the right to the left from Pinto is opening the door in some ways, isn't it? It's kind of saying, shove your nose around the outside if you want to. It's inviting trouble.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what it's opening the door to as well, is him spinning across the nose of the BMW. Oh, there you go again. Oh, and there you go! It's happened.
And I don't even know if that was contact with Kimichev. I think Tauber runs into the back of Pinto. Yeah. And so I think that's the 5th different spin from Marla's BMW. 2 hours to go. Ewan, what can they do?
Just as I was saying it was opening the door to contact, and that's exactly what's happened. Tauber's going to go straight to the back of the Porsche here, is he? Or was it the grass?
I think it almost like gets glued to the front bumper or something. I don't think that's the grass. I think that's a little bit of a quirk here because it looks okay.
It does look like contact, doesn't it? I mean, hard to tell. You can't see where the nose is from that shot there, but it did act like it was contact there as the two were supposedly making connections. So, yeah, I mean, I was literally saying it as it was happening. This weaving around onto the racing line again in the braking zone was going to cause trouble for somebody. Unfortunately, it is not the perpetrator who's got in trouble for it. It is René Tauber, who's now 7 seconds off the lead.
It's a little bit of glue. That's all it is. Nothing either driver does wrong here. Problem is, well, you've been playing the game of sticking that close into the braking zone and into all of these corners for far too long. What did we say earlier, Ewan? It was going to develop into something sooner rather than later, yeah. And the inevitable has arrived.
Yeah, I would dispute you all. There's neither of them at fault, really. I would say Pinto's at fault, to be honest, for weaving around onto the braking zone again. You shouldn't be allowed to do that, in my opinion. Moving in the braking zone like that, you'd be losing your hair if you saw a lap car doing that. I don't see why it's any different for the race leader. I think Tauber and the Marla Racing team do have a bit of a right to be a bit aggrieved there about that spinning towards turn number 1, but never mind, they're going to have to put that to the back of their heads now and get on with it again. One thing, as you mentioned, though, we do know about the Marla Racing team, this will not faze them particularly. They'll just get on with it, and all chances are they'll catch up again by the end of the race.
1 second the gap now between the Mercedes and the Porsche up front. Does that at least mean that with about 8 laps to go until we expect the leader to be in pit lane? Does that mean if Drago caps, we might actually see a move for the lead here? Or are they going to be content to sit behind and continue sipping away on the fuel? I mean, these are all questions that the pit wall has the answer to, and they're probably not going to let us know, that is for sure. I think the entire social contract, you can't play stupid game, win stupid prize. Issues, hoping that we are back and sounding all right. That is the joy sometimes of Discord and being at the whims of servers that we do not control. So apologies for Robot Arjuna, but I'm sure he sounded better to some people than regular Arjuna does anyway. What were we saying before, Ewan? Not much of consequence, let's be honest.
I couldn't hear what you were saying because you were doing a robot impression, and then I was as well. So I don't know. But yeah, I think we were talking about Eduardo Leo coming into the pit lane because they had just made their pit stop from 4th place and now down to 5th. But look at the time they lost to Porsche Coanda, by the way. I don't think they're going to be caught on the circuit by them, but they are certainly losing time to them even so. And to be fair, Coanda are probably gaining on everybody here. 5-7 from them that time round, although at times they're getting quicker here. It was a 4-8 last time round from Vlad Kumichev. These guys are certainly getting quicker, and he's in the slipstreaming range now. We're not quite in overtaking range just yet, but he's in slipstreaming range. I think the thing that's going to put Kimmich off, as much as I think he does really want to go for this move, I think he will not want Marla to catch them up, which will be the deciding factor, quite possibly, in this battle.
I mean, I'm almost considering that Kimmichev's in passing range this time out of the elbow. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, but yes, but I'm debating whether he wants to or not. I don't think. No, I don't think the situation's the same as earlier.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. It's more. I think the Mercedes is just so good in a straight line. Let's watch the accelerate. Did lose a little bit of time through the dipper. That's where the Porsche seems to be super strong as well. Just the front end seems to bite into the ground. Sometimes it looks like it's going to wash out into the wall, but no, it hooks up and just turns. I think they did lose a bit too much ground, the 069, and so not going to see the pass this time around, but there's some traffic in front of them that for the first time is going to potentially be of consequence, but just keep this in mind. Rest of the field, there's not too much going on really, but Falcon Sim Racing, they are fighting with Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. That's 14th and 15th spots, but they are 4 laps down, so very much fighting for bragging rights in and amongst themselves.
Absolutely. I must, or we must apologise for neglecting the other part of the field slightly, but you're right, there isn't really much going on in the rest of the field for the moment, so we'll keep an eye on the rest of them, but not much happening for the moment, and it is just such a tense front to this race, isn't it? Yeah, between these guys, so exciting to watch. Arena Tarval's catching them, by the way, anyway, so 5.4 seconds. Maybe that's going to change things for Kimmich. Is he going to think, well, they're catching us both while we're this way round, I might as well try and get in front here. He fakes to the outside. Oh, he tried to do the fake there. He tried to do the fake and get back to the inside, couldn't do it.
I think we are getting dangerously close to a couple of sends into a braking zone that's going to result in big consequence. Now, I'm pretty sure that Pinto only moved once to the right, but the problem is that Kimmichev was just trying, and I don't think that inside's ever going to be open with how Pinto's positioning his car. He's always going to be forced a long way around, unless he can do something in traffic. I mean, this is high-level racing at the end of the day, right? This is chess that's being played at high speed.
It is. The only problem I would have with that is it was a reaction to what went on behind. It wasn't a proactive defensive move. He just saw that Kimmichev might be about to overtake him on the inside and just slammed the door shut. That's a little bit close to the line of what is allowed, really, but he's got away with it. And you could see Kimmichev lifting off immediately afterwards, as if to thinking, no, this is not what I need to get involved in right now. I'm just going to lift off and have that bit of fuel back again towards turn number 2. So he actually lost a bit of time on the way there, and so lost even more time over the top of the mountain. Now he's over half a second behind, and he's not quite in overtaking range.
All I know for sure is take a total across all the different splits and different time slots that are available for this iRacing Bathurst 12 hours presented by Ready Set Sim, and the iRacing Protest team is in for a busy Monday and maybe Tuesday and maybe Wednesday as well, as they start to sift through the mountain, pun intended, of protests coming their way. Reina Talvar is going to be about 5.3 seconds off the leader at the end of the lap. Pinto did a 2:05.6, Talvar did a 2:05.4, so it's close to 2:10. So it is going to take a while for him to close back up. He probably has a bit of a fuel advantage, at least to Pinto, that he can play with in this next pit stop window, but Marl is very much on the back foot as it stands right now.
He's got to stay there.
Frustrated.
He's got to. I don't understand why they're doing this half and half thing. You know, doing a nothingness of overtaking or fuel saving. I mean, I'm sure there is a reason. You know, these teams are not idiots, after all, and I'm here shouting at them like it's easy. But you know what I mean. If you could just stay there on the outside line, you can compromise the Porsche just a little bit through turn 2, and maybe that's not the best place to be doing it. Fair enough, because the cutting's coming up next, and if you're not almost ahead by the corner, then you've got no chance anyway. But you know. There's definitely more he can do here in terms of switchbacks and just staying alongside. Stop Pinto from doing this, you know, weaving back onto the racing line in the braking zone. They can stop him doing all that by just staying alongside.
You know what? I know you were busy again with the football earlier today. Did you have a look at the supercars racing that happened at Sydney over the last couple of days?
I haven't seen, no.
Oh, my word. I mean, the last 20 laps of last night's race, last night for me,
this morning, in the middle of the night, actually, for me.
Exactly, that's what I mean, right? It's so weird to say, but yeah, the second race from Sydney, last 20 laps, cinema. You have to go and watch it, and that's not even a race around the mountain with those cars. I cannot wait. iRacing's Bathurst 1000 this year with a new generation of supercar, with rain as well, Ewan, come on.
Oh, no. To be honest, I've enjoyed I think we've done it a couple of times together. It's fantastic already. Yeah, add rain into the mix as well. Would be absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, unfortunately, I've not finished last season's V8 Supercars, so so I need to. I know, yeah. Anyway, but you know, I don't have much time as I used to, and I'm still trying to watch the same amount of motorsport. It's not really working out very well. Never mind.
Oh, it's a busy time, that's for sure, in terms of motorsport picking up. Here we go. Kimichev once again closes, and traffic could be a factor here. PGZ slow down and pull out of the way, but that's where the games, again, just aren't worth it at this point. Ewan, we're working ourselves up into a tizzy, aren't we, a little bit?
Yeah, it's perhaps getting more excited than these drivers themselves are getting, and these teams are getting as well. In their chat rooms or whatever they're using, Discord channels, whatever you call these things on the internet these days. We're probably getting more excited than they are at the moment.
How old are you, Ewan?
Oh, too old.
No. How old are you?
22.
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk about kids these days. Blah 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 blah.
Have you seen the average age of the good sim racer these days? It's getting lower and lower and lower.
You still can't say it. 22 years young and talking about how old you are.
There'll be people born in 2012 who are good at sim racing these days.
Yes. No, that is true. Unfortunately, I was just thinking about the first time I met Jacob Rafoss, who races with Channel 199, Travis Pastrana's sim racing team. He does a lot of rallycross, and I still distinctly remember first encountering him in a hosted session when he was 13, and I had to kick him out because he was crashing into us so much. He was a lot faster than us, and that's why he was crashing into us. And now, of course, well, championship competitor, matured a lot. No longer the angsty 13-year-old that I first met. Speaking of angst, once more, here we go, a little bit closer.
Oh.
This is the thing, right? Is Kimichev is thinking about how we can cut back to the inside, and that's where I keep saying that's where the danger is going to build from.
Yeah, he did it, if you remember back to the battle they had before Marla caught up in the first place, right as they got out the pit lane for the first time. He was doing signs of it in towards turn 2 before, but Pinto was very aware that he was doing it, and so it was almost not obvious that he was even trying, but you can certainly see a more obvious attempt there into the final. Here you go, look at him on the left-hand side, watch for this on the right. No, Pinto knows it's coming. Pinto knew it was coming there, and so he just moved to the right even further, but then he brakes early and just lets him back in again. I don't understand.
That's the thing, right? I guess what you could do is just leave yourself alongside and then lift it to the corner. No, he's gone through the cutting. Surely not. Vlad Kimic. Oh! Pinto makes contact. They'll straighten each other out. Where's Rainer Talvar in all of this? But guess what? We said it was happening. It was going to happen. And finally, contact made at the front of the field.
Goodness me, they've been at each other for hours now. And Kimichev finally saw his moment to go through. To be honest, we've talked a lot about Pinto's weaving and so on. That was Kimichev coming over on the Redline Porsche there in a moment. He certainly didn't need to. Have a look at this. Kimichev had to go for it somewhere. He did it at the cutting, and Pinto gave him enough room. Now, I'm afraid there, I don't think Kimichev gave Pinto enough room in return.
Agree. Now, some will say that maybe Pinto can lift, but he's still trying to avoid losing too much ground. Might have feathered the throttle slightly. Here's another look. I mean, the move kind of came from nowhere. That's the other thing. It was a surprise, and Pinto's left, what, half a car's width. He can't really go much closer to the wall. There's a corner in front of them to go through. And so, yeah, I think I fully agree with you. And now Drago find themselves in a position where they've probably taken the bulk of the damage to their right rear as well.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the move. Kimichev executed it pretty well through the cutting itself. Afterwards, I'm afraid Kimichev didn't give enough room, and both of them are clearly not too damaged to have to pit already, so they'll carry on, even though they are quite towards the end of their stints already. Yeah, so let's have a look here. Nothing wrong with this, by the way. It's from quite far back, but he pulls it up more than in time, and Pinto gives him a good amount of room there. But watch this. Watch that closing margin. It's pretty difficult to see in real time, but if you just take a look at it closely at home, you just see the gap narrowing there on Pinto. You see the walls closing in a little bit, and I'm afraid that's Kimichev coming across on him. He had his nose ahead as well. I just don't understand why he would try and crowd Pinto out like that, because I think he was going to get through anyway.
I think that's the thing, right? Is I think he's making the statement. You know, I've broken that line out before, but he's trying to just send that mental message that, hey, I got this done. You didn't expect me to make this move. Clear off. Let me now slide in front in the same way that we've kind of been letting you slide back into line into some of the braking zones, right? So again, it goes back to what is it's a social contract that's somewhat it's not explicit, it's implicit. So this is going to be the super slow-mo. This is going to help us hopefully see what happens on the exit. Like you said, Ewan, nothing wrong with the initial move. Slows it down, gets it done. It's all about what happens from here.
Yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with that. And fair play to Pinto, who's been a bit dubious with his defending so far for giving the room. Now Kimichev's got to do the return. And there you go, there's the contact. To be fair, it does happen quite early before they get straightened out. Maybe they were making contact before he was coming across anyway. I'm not sure there. Maybe that's changed my mind. I don't really know. It's fine margins, isn't it, at the end of the day?
And maybe Kimichev's worried about the marbles, I guess, offline and doesn't want to run in them for too long. I don't know.
He's just made Pinto ride in even worse marbles on the outside of the previous corner, so, you know, I think it's a bit rich of him to be worried about that.
Who cares about the other car in the heat of the moment, right?
They care about each other a bit more. They might not have made contact 3 times already, but never mind. That's besides the point. They're racing drivers, and while you're in a race, your head is not quite screwed on the right way.
Yeah, that is for sure. And even when you step out of the car, Bo Barfield, who is race director at IMSA, he's helping out with the Prodigy Racing League as race director there as well, and said this to all the drivers. I thought it was great. He said the first thing you should do when you get out of the car, if you're hot and angry, take the helmet off, take the race suit off, because by the time you do that, maybe your perspective on the incident has changed. Ideally, go watch it again, because it always looks different off or you're on board. For a second, I thought we might get some more excitement, but no, we didn't.
That's better, at least committing to one strategy than the other from Kimichev that time round. I think after that contact, they might have just been scared of doing it again. So I think Kimichev might give this a rest now for the remainder of the stint. Also, the fact that Pinto and Talvar are set to come in this lap, I believe. If they do 30 laps like they did last time, or Pinto did last time anyway, then they'll be in this time round.
Good point. I think Pinto's probably in this lap. I expect Talvar to go one lap longer, just based on the fact that he was sitting and sipping his fuel. This is a great cinematic sort of Michael Bay-esque kind of shot as they head down through the dipper. This is where you can see the Porsche just takes off. It's really good right there. Out through the elbow, hold third gear initially, down one. Roll the speed through the corner, pick up the throttle. Out wide as far as you dare. We heard a bit of contact. That's just on our end. The drivers will be brushing up to the limit without too much concern, as they know exactly how far they can go out wide. Mercedes is closing. Is it going to be close enough towards the kink? This will be a lunge from a little bit further back than we've seen Drago make its move before. And Pinto once again can just block the line off as they slice through the kink.
Yeah, through they go again. Kimichev not interested in going through, and absolutely don't blame him this time round. Pinto will be in here. He's not had to do any fuel saving. He's not been able to. But the other two will carry on. Kimichev and Talvar are putting themselves into a better position here. They're going to overcut Pinto unless he short fuels. This could be the moment here for a short pit stop. Take 4 tyres, and as soon as your car's dropped off the jacks, just go with whatever fuel you've got.
The weather forecast, probably a good time for us to go and check back in with that, right? As we cut to a look at the now new race leader, Vlad Kimichev, heading up through turn 2. 75% chance of rain at 6 p.m. It's only a 40-odd% chance at 5:45. So if we're going to get rain, it might be light in its nature. Problem with a short stop from Pinto here is you don't really want to short fill too much. If you are still a bit slower than Kimichev and Talvar, last thing you want to do is put yourself in a bit of a hole and have to then fight back on track in the final hour when you know those other cars will just continue saving fuel and undercut you then.
There you go, 6 seconds under fuel, 7 seconds under fuel. So I think this is the right call from Redline. They've got to keep track position if they're going to win this race. There is absolutely no way in which they come out in second or third place in the field at the end of this pit stop cycle and still win from here. I just cannot see it. So they've got to be in front, and that short fill is the best thing they can do. Now, the problem is the other teams will absolutely see that and think, well, we might as well just do the same, and we'll just overcut you, because right now, the BMW and Mercedes are running round on low fuel. They'll be quicker. They are quicker anyway, and they will get the lead. All they have to do is match this pit stop from Redline, and they've got more fuel to play with at the end as well.
It's fascinating. And we have a blockbuster audience joining us as well across the iRacing Esports Network. Thanks for your company on RaceSpotTV for this 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours presented by Ready, Set, Sim. I hope you are settled in and ready to go for these final 90 minutes. Redline might be slightly on the back foot. Again, it's so hard to count them out of contention. BMW and the Mahler Racing Team number 10 should be in this time by. Watch Talvar hit his marks, cut as much of that curb as he feels confident doing, and then it's deep, late commitment onto the pit limiter and making sure you avoid any speeding penalty that would cost you with 90 minutes left on that clock. Expect 2 more laps from Drago Racing before they head down to pit lane, and so now waiting to see. 34 seconds the number. What's Mahler got in store?
Yeah, I think if this is 35 or less, then Mahler will be ahead. They'll have the overcut anyway, although it was only for a lap, and then they'll have the pit stop time as well. They'll definitely be up there for 20 seconds, 22 seconds or so, or however long it takes to change tyres. It's not really a factor in GT3 racing at the moment because fuel and tyres are taken on at the same time. There you go, off the jacks after about 20-21 seconds, and now you're waiting on the fuel. 34 seconds is about 7/8 of a stint or something like that, so that's about 25-26 laps, but it's even shorter for Talvar. He'll be ahead.
Yeah, that's a statement that they want to no part of a battle. They are going to come out probably 5 at least seconds in front of their main rivals. I would wager once it stabilizes, maybe closer to 3.5, 4, but it's a good enough gap that now, based on what we've seen, they should continue to pull. There's a little bit of fog starting to settle in around the circuit as well. We've got plenty of elevation, let's not forget. Is that an indication? Does it foreshadow the incoming threat of rain? Josh Rogers also into pit lane in the number 92 Porsche Coanda car, so it does seem as though there's a bit of a settling in this point of the race where most of the teams have found their pit window.
Yeah. That was something I noticed actually as well. But it's very dark, isn't it? For a rain that we're sort of doubting whether it's a race, we're doubting whether it's going to rain again. It's suddenly very dark.
To be clear, I'm not doubting if it's going to rain. Question is how much it's going to rain.
Fine, yeah, but also, your chances of how much it was going to rain has gone down in the last half an hour. Yes.
No, I think it had gone down initially once we had jumped into the booth for the first 30 minutes. Then it started to go up. It's still at 75%, so it's not updated since the last time I'd taken a look. Drago are into pit lane, so now I think the question becomes in 31 seconds, how did they respond to the BMW?
Yeah, this is interesting because the Mercedes definitely could have gone further, but I suspect they think maybe there's no need to at the moment. Really, they know the strategy of the two. They've already got the psychological advantage of knowing what the other two have done in the pit lane. They know how much fuel they need to put in and how long. Oh, that's a very close-up of the wheel arch. As Drago Racing changed driver. Now, that's interesting. I wouldn't be changing driver at this stage of the race, to be honest. That's why I would have done it an hour ago, but that's been and gone by a long way. Hugh Barton now at the wheel instead of Vlad Kimichev. Down off the jacks they go. Now's the important part. How long is it going to be?
If you're going to put anyone in, put the driver that put it on pole. Remember, they didn't start there. They had to start from the back after forgetting what tire to put on and then trying to change it. But it's going to be a drag race off to turn 2 with the BMW having a bit more speed and now getting a slipstream from the Mercedes. Oh, it's going to be advantage to Talvar, you'd have to assume. Does Barter want to defend, having taken over from Kimichev? Yes, shimmies to the inside. He's going to force the BMW the long way around, and these two have got a 4-second advantage over Pinto in that 72. Stayed behind the wheel of the car, implying that Gustavo Ariel is not going to jump in. Pinto's taking it to the very end, and this is now how it's going to run for 90 more minutes to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and these two can eliminate Team Redline from contention right now in the next hour or 40-odd minutes, 45 minutes, or just a bit more, whatever this stint is going to be. They can eliminate that Porsche from contention right now. If they want to sort of shake hands here and say, let's have a 50-50 chance at winning this in the last 45 minutes, then they can do. If they want to open this out to a three-way fight where all hell could break loose and you don't know what could happen, then they could do that as well. And that's if they just fight it out initially. But we'll see what they decide to do here with an hour and 29 still to go. I suspect they might go for the shake hands and let's steal this 50-50 in the last 45 minutes.
I'm not sure. It might not even be a choice here, right? If the BMW just doesn't have enough in a straight line to put the pressure on right now, maybe they'll save it to the end, try and jump in front on strategy once more, and maybe we'll see the cycle go back and forth. But now officially it is confirmed, our race leaders on strategy, on merit as well. A team that put it on pole, and like I was just saying, for those that have just joined us in the recent past, we didn't see this car take to the starting grid as the pace car rolled off and away. What happened was they had gridded on with dry tires, saw the rest of the field putting for the majority on the wets, and so they felt, right, peer pressure, let's make the change. By the time they tried to do that, it was too late. So they had ungridded, lost their opportunity to grid, and had to start from the pit lane. They have fought their way from 50th up to 1st, and so whether or not they take the victory, Ewan, it is a story in and of itself.
Exactly, and it's there's so many great stories across this grid. Actually, I wanted to point this out because have a look at both of these two cars race and just point out the amount of things that have gone wrong for them. I mean, there's quite a lot. We could be here for a while. So my point is, this is not what we normally see in iRacing special events, or at least haven't done in the history of these endurance races since we've started them 10 years ago now. We're actually getting to the stage recently, because everyone was getting so refined and so good at it, that actually some even 24-hour races were being won without a single error. Not even a single spin, barely a strategic error at any point. We were getting to the stage where these top teams were getting so good at 24-hour races, there were no errors. Now there's rain involved, and all of the different, even the threat of rain for Drago Racing put them off strategy immediately and towards the back of the field when they qualified on pole. This is what rain brings, even when it is just a threat of rain. When it actually does fall, Marla Racing team have been for, you're going to need two hands quite soon for the spins they've had in this race, and they're still 1 and 2. this is the great thing. It's another step for realism, if you like, in these iRacing special events that we were losing before, as races were being won without a single error across a very long time.
Yes, I definitely know what you're talking about. Never making a mistake. It runs in my DNA. Hugh Barter, one of a handful of drivers recently joining up with Drago Racing as well. He's alongside Taylor Barnard and Alex Dunn, signed up for the Drago team. That I think that's a really solid, trio to line up now with the organization. 3 drivers that go out there, compete in the real world. Hugh Barter, of course, has raced in Formula 3 and Formula 4, and so has his fair share of experience in changeable conditions that we might see towards the very end. But just a statement as Drago continue to sign more and more drivers. I mean, it's been quite remarkable. Alexander Spetz, Ate Kalpinen, they were also in a Drago racing car. Unfortunately, that GT3 machine is retired.
It certainly has. That was way back in the opening 2 hours of the race, where a lot of the cars unfortunately fell out of this race. But yeah, Drago Racing have been really making moves in the world of sim racing, coming up as one of those top teams now in the community, and starting to compete for races like this. I mean, there'd be the 3rd different winner in 3 years of this race, for example, which is becoming a more and more open race with every year that goes past. I'm trying to think desperately how many other iRacing special events they've won, if any, at the moment, to be honest with you.
Drago?
Yeah, overall.
They won one of the VCO Grand Slams last year.
Overall, or just in the class?
Good shout. No, that was in GTD.
Yeah,
good shout.
Because I don't see them an awful lot in prototypes. They do it, but not an awful lot. So
changed a bit this year last year, because they had Dominic Hoffman for a little bit. Dominic's now gone over to BS Competition to join back up with Danny Lorenzo in what is maybe one of the most potent pairings that regular on GTP. Now they've got Ate Kalpinen and Alexander Spetz as well, so that's a pretty impressive GTP lineup to keep in mind for Drago moving forward. But yeah, we probably want to see a bit more from them at the front of the other special events. And next up, Ewan, let's not forget, it's a return, at least for these drivers, to the iRacing Sebring 12 Hours, another one of our VCO Grand Slam. So the winner in the GTP and GTD classes in the broadcast split will earn an invite to the IMSA Esports Global Championship. That's going to be the weekend of March the 22nd.
That's a long way away, isn't it? It's a month away. 4 weeks today.
Exactly.
Will be that race. So yeah, very much looking forward to that. We need some sort of better name for Sebring 12 Hour now, like the inaugural monsoon or something, because it was rain for the first time in an iRacing special event. That needs some work, but some sort of thing to commemorate it, because that means we've gone around the whole cycle for the first time. I guess in the future it would just be normal that there is rain in these races, but feels like of all the races, Sebring could be the one that sees rain most frequency, given the geography and everything.
Yeah, and then again, it'll be really not until we get to the Nürburgring 24 Hours, that's the first week of June, where we'll be able to say we'd have had every single one of our endurance special events run with the rain. So that is going to be a quite nice milestone to be able to check off when we do indeed get to it. These two, I think, kind of recognizing as well that if the rain is expected later, that's when maybe Pinto and Redline will be a little bit stronger, again, with the weight on the rear axle of the car, engine sitting slung over that axle. So maybe benefits them now to not fight too much, to just continue running as they are. And, well, if you were wondering, rest of the field as they stand right now, no one even within 5 seconds of the car in front, really. Closest that I can see is 6 seconds between Grid and Go and Simufy. That's 28th and 29th position. So a long way down the running order, that is for sure. Sit over the shoulder of Talvar. And one comment that I just saw is that Marla couldn't do more fuel saving because of the rain. So they're clearly thinking that they need to time their final pit stop, Ewan, to some sort of significant point around the arrival of the expected rain.
I mean, that's such an unexact science. I don't really know if I'd subscribe to it, really. It's very dangerous to try and do that. I would just be tempted to do the strategy how you think it's going to be to the end, and then just put rain tyres on if you need to. To be honest, I think it could be getting to the stage where if it rains, might just try and survive out there on the circuit. Excuse me, out on the circuit, to be honest with you. You'd lose about 40 seconds putting the tyres on and everything, 35 seconds or so. You know, could you survive? I think with the rain coming as late as it looks like it will do, it might be a better call to just forget about it and stay up there. That's what I'd be doing at this stage anyway, and then maybe recalibrate for your strategy later on. But I don't think any of these teams were in a position to fuel save and get to a point in their fuel strategy to get to the rain to put wet tyres on during their final scheduled stop anyway.
You talked about for Drago Racing, it would be one of their first top split overall special event victories for Marla Racing team behind, powered by BS Competition. So they've won a couple of top split special events. You know, they've won a handful of the Nürburgring 24-hour races. They've done pretty good across of other special events as well. But more notably, it's officially the 5-year anniversary of Marla Racing in the world of sim racing. Their first event, the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours in 2020, and they actually competed in a BMW Z4 all those years ago. 5 years later, the car's still a BMW. This time it's an M4 GT3, and now it's run by BS Competition instead of by Williams Esports. But it's great to see Marla continuing to be involved in the world of sim racing.
It is, even though even if they are in an inferior car to what they started off with, they are still going, which is good to see. And they've been so competitive as well through the years as in this in sim racing, I suppose, in this race as well. They've been a real feature up towards the front again and again. Unfortunately, didn't have a very good Daytona. I don't think Marla Racing team even made it to midnight, based on memory, and in the GTD class. And they were left with just one for the morning, but yeah, they've been stalwarts in the top split, and this is exactly why they've got a deep driving lineup with normally a lot of consistency and an aversion to incidents, but unfortunately that's gone out the window a bit today.
A little bit, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes at Bathurst, which Lewis McLeod believes is the best racetrack in the world. We're off to Sebring next week, which Ewan O'Pavey believes should be totally repaved. So that's going to be an interesting discussion point. That's going to be bandied around for 12 hours, Ewan. You know that's going to happen, right?
I don't know if I'll be there.
You might just skip it so you can avoid
I might just skip it to us. I don't know if I could deal with 12 hours of that.
What I will say, Ewan, is if I'll put the kibosh on that talk for a little bit, because, well, you know, part of Sebring is, of course, runway, and then part of Sebring is like asphalt that they lay down specifically for the track. So that the asphalt can be repaved. The problem is the concrete that makes up the runways. It's legitimately, from what I understand, slabs that were put into the ground, and we're talking slabs that are my size, not your size, so they're big. And so it's not, you can't really pull them up and put new blocks in. You'd have to, so I don't know what they would do. So to go back to the question, I guess, of can you repave Sebring in some way? The answer is potentially you can repave part of the track, but you can't repave all of the track, and so you end up with this really weird balance, I would guess, if you did try and do it, of half the track super smooth and then half the track super bumpy, which is probably worse overall.
I would make it into a car park.
Right click.
Anyway.
Fan Ewan O'Leary. There we go. There, how do I get him quiet now?
I might be ill that day. We'll see. It's no. I understand the history of the circuit, and no. What I've always maintained, because I never did actually say that, although I don't really care enough to refute these allegations anymore. What I did actually say was that Sebring would be maybe the actual worst circuit in the world. It's quite bad now, but it's not the worst in the world. It would actually be the worst if there was no character with the bumps. So there you go. That's the only thing they've got going for them.
Honestly, you know what we should probably try and do? We should try and talk to one of these sim racers that's raced around Sebring. We'll see what they think. I see Eduardo Leo's in the field. Could chat with him.
I bet even if their brains and mouths might say one thing, I bet their backs and whatever would be saying another.
Well, that was what was so surprising, is because I was there start of January with Racing Prodigy. That's where Gustavo Ariel, Eduardo Leo, who are both in this field, they raced in a Radical SR1. A lot of the drivers were actually saying that people were hyping up the bumps. You know how when someone tells you, oh, that movie is so good, you really need to go see it. And then you go and see the movie and it's not as good as your friend told you. It was kind of the same thing. Everyone said, oh, you've got to be careful of the bumps, it's going to ruin your neck. And to be honest, a lot of them were saying it wasn't as bad as they thought it was going to be. Doesn't mean, though, it wasn't bumpy. You know?
It's because they were preparing for absolute torture, I suppose, and it wasn't quite like that, but it just hurt a little bit. Yeah, no, I do understand.
Hey,
even if I don't quite get the film relation.
I got to drive my rental car around Sebring, so I am going to, whenever I pass, I'm going to go happy, that is for sure. Sebring's on that list of bucket list tracks for me, and I know it's not for you, but you're just wrong, so it's okay.
Did you drive it like a rental car as well?
No, because I don't want to throw. I had Brian Till and Katie Carl with me. I was scared about what they were going to think about if I did something dumb on the track. Okay. Okay.
Just going off the road somewhere, and finding the tyres at Sunset Bend. Yeah, not a great.
I know they say that the fastest car in the world is a rental car because it's got all the check engine lights on, but no, I couldn't do that.
One of that came on in my car today.
Oh, I'm
anyway.
Sorry.
you just flared up a wound there that was inflicted on me earlier this afternoon. Never mind. Yes, I do get that experience though in terms of an iconic circuit. I would actually like to go, as much as I hate the circuit. Although it is behind quite a lot of other races on the calendar. It is an iconic race. I'm not going to dispute any of that.
It's more an iconic race at this point than an iconic track, isn't it? And what I've heard is that IMSA, from people who've been to a bunch of IMSA endurance races, is Daytona's great if you want to go and watch the race, because I've said it before in the Daytona 24 coverage. Just go and sit in the grandstands. You can see the entirety of the track. And when I see the entirety, if you are looking for something, you can see it. There is never going to be anything that's out of your view. Whereas when you go to Sebring, I'm there as a broadcaster, and literally all I can see is turn 17 and turn 1, and even then I only see kind of the exit of turn 17. Can kind of see the exit of 4-5 as they run towards turn 7 and the hotel there, but it's a totally different experience. And then you go to Homestead, which is where we were a few weeks ago with Racing Prodigy, and basically again, because we're at a Roval, you can basically see everything. So it's quite unique, I think, Sebring in that way. And so it becomes more a party than people watching tracks. And so I've heard stories about every year there's couches that get burned, and so people bring couches to literally add to the fire.
That's feels like a bit of a waste of a seat, doesn't it, really? You put a couch all that way.
I mean, if you've sat on it for 12 hours at Sebring, I'm guessing some unspeakable things have happened on that couch, and so it's probably ready to be burned anyway.
Unspeakable things? Dear me. Well,
oh, no, Michael Preston's just jumped into the chat. Oh, no, and he's saying how slowly I drove my rental car around Sebring. He's right as well. He blew past me in an Escalade. And I explicitly said to Brian and Katie, that car's moving fast. Pinto 11 seconds off, though. Let's focus back on the race at hand as we get within 13 minutes of the top of the hour, Ewan, and getting into the final 60 minutes of on-track action.
Yeah, you've reminded me about the race. There is a race still happening. There is a race still happening. It's just because they're in a bit of a stalemate, aren't they? I suppose these two out front, Hubata and Reina Tauber. I'm slightly concerned about what I'm seeing between the two in terms of the Marla Racing team, of course, just never getting anywhere close to the Mercedes. Even while Tauber was trying not to overtake Pinto earlier on in the Porsche, he was getting close enough that you could see where an overtake might come from, even when he wasn't trying to make the move. What you can't see here is Tauber really backing off anywhere. He's just consistently half a second behind and benefiting from having the slipstream of the Mercedes up in front. So that's a bit concerning for Marla Racing team if they don't jump in front of Drago this time round. And to be honest, I can't see a way in which they're going to do that in the pit stops either. So it's a bit of a concerning one between these two. What they are doing, though, is getting rid of Diogo Pinto, and they're putting Redline completely out of contention for this race. The number 71 car is going to be over a minute off the lead by the end of this stint. Number 72 is already over 10 seconds away from these two at the moment. So they are putting Redline out of this race as things stand. Unless it rains, they're not going to win, and it's going to be between these two. But Drago Racing hold all the cards at the moment. They are in control.
Control that, again, they've had to fight their way back up to the front, and it has definitely gotten foggier as we've descended into this final stage of the race. The weather conditions are, I don't want to say worsening, but they're trending in a certain direction. What I can tell you is that now 6 p.m., which is 10 minutes before estimated checkered flag flying, 70% chance of rain, Ewan, so it's gone down by 5% since I last took a look. If we can pull the weather information up, I think there's a couple of things that might be quite interesting, though, for us to talk about in terms of what these drivers are having to experience right now out on the track. And so the thing that really stands out to me is the wind, Ewan, and just how strong it is. We are talking about lots of gusts around the track with our weather.
Yeah, to be honest, I've never really seen it take too much of an effect on the drivers themselves, but and the cars themselves. But when weather conditions do change like that, it can be a big difference. When you've been driving around for 11 hours in low wind conditions and suddenly it starts to pick up very quickly indeed, then it can be a bit of a surprise. So we'll see if it affects it. I must admit, though, I've never seen it really make much of a difference.
There you can see 30 kilometers an hour. Couldn't quite see exactly what it was on my screen. But
It's going up.
it's gusting, that's the thing, right? It's moving around.
Hang on. By the time you stop talking, it'd be 40 miles an hour.
Come on, let's get to 40. Can you imagine the tailwind that you'll have through the chase? I don't actually know which direction it is, so we'd have to try and figure that out. I just saw a question, who's in the broadcast booth right now? It's Small and Tall. Small is Ewan O'Leary, Tall is myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Glad you're joining us here. Again, it's a great audience on the iRacing Esports Network. Hope you're having fun, because we're going to be in for a, hopefully, barn burner of a race. And Ewan, I'm going to put you on the spot. I think in some ways you've got an easy job. But who wins this race?
I think it's quite an easy question at the moment as well. I think Drago Racing are going to win.
I agree.
I don't see a way in which I don't see a way in which Redline win this at the moment. You know, when you're trying to envisage who's going to win, the best way to do it is try and imagine a scenario which is realistic, and then they might win. You know, I can imagine it for Talbot and a Marla Racing team, just about. Although I think their chances are actually quite a lot slimmer than what this picture right here suggests. I think Team Redline are absolutely out of it, though, and I think Drago Racing are the ones in control.
A little bit of fuel saving up towards the start of the climb once again. This track is at elevation, let's not forget. Highest point on the tracks, it's just about 1,000 meters above sea level, which is why when we talk BOP, we have seen the turbo-powered cars get a bit more of a reduction in power. With the way they force air through the engine effectively, often find a bit more, less of a performance loss at altitude. That's probably the best way to describe it, I would say. A little bit of a lift there as they flick over the left at McPhillamy and now start the descent. I mean, the fact that we see the puffs of smoke as they pass by some of these walls, Ewan, it goes to show how close they really are running up into the limit.
But they've done it for 12 hours. Well, 11 now. They will have done it for 12 in an hour and 8 minutes time. It's just remarkable that the way they're able to get so close to the wall and get away with it so often as well. Not so much getting away with it, but they just know the parameters of their car inside out. They know exactly where to place it, and for well over 300 laps, they can just do it time after time after time, exactly the same as they did last time round. It's absolutely remarkable from all these drivers, especially at the top end of town as Sparta goes a bit wide there. That's the one moment then that Talbot can capitalise on, maybe. I do feel like Barter is slightly more susceptible to a mistake than Kimichev, who didn't really make one at all for his stint.
No, he had a great stint, you're right. No, the stint from Kimichev is what's put them into this position. Yes, you could argue that maybe one thing that Kimichev did maybe do was put the car in positions where Pinto was able to push him out wide and off the track. But again, you I think had to go for the move in that situation. Nothing against Kimichev. This is a shot looking over the shoulder of the driver, Hugh Barter, as he begins once again the climb. I mentioned the track's at altitude. Distance between the lowest and the highest point on the track is going on around 174 meters. So add that up, going up and down, elevation change in total of 350 odd meters, I would guess, per lap. It is pretty significant. All uphill initially, then all downhill after that, Ewan, as you crest over the top of Skyline. And the one, I didn't watch much of this year's Bathurst 12 Hours in the real world. The one thing I did see, that scary crash, I don't remember what car it was, but it did a Tony Hawk sign of kind of grind against the wall at the top of Skyline.
I don't remember either. I didn't see much of it. But yeah, I can totally imagine it. It's a circuit on the world calendar that is maybe where accidents are closest around the place, to be honest. It's really, really difficult to get through 12 hours, even for a smaller race. Mistakes are punished around here, and accidents are potentially around every corner. It's a brilliant place to go racing, and unfortunately it goes wrong from time to time. Thankfully, and I'm going to stick my neck on the line by saying this, it's been fine for the last couple of hours. Haven't seen any big crashes. We've seen the Falcon Audi hit the wall, but that's been it.
Craig Williams, iRacing Twitch chat. It was the Grove Mercedes GT3 that had the moment at Skyline. If you want to go and try and find the video on social media. I'd argue that what Talvar is doing right now is trying to save fuel to get back onto the same lap with Drago Racing, if not extend his stint a little bit longer, because ideally what he wants to try and do, like we were saying earlier, get this undercut done on track, where maybe then the BMW has got enough straight line speed to try and hold on to the position. But it all comes down to the ifs and buts, which is going to be rather fascinating. The ifs and buts, though, I think do tell us one thing. Unless this is torrential level rain, Redline and Pinto are unfortunately out of it.
I think so. I think what I might do if I was Redline, actually, is come in at the earliest opportunity that you think wets might be viable, because you might be able to get lucky with really heavy rainfall, with the other two trying to go all the way home on dries, and maybe you can race past them both. But even there, I see it being very difficult. The amount of time they're losing here post-rain is just too difficult to overcome. It was a second last time round. It was a 5.6 from Pinto, 4.6 from Talvar, 4.5 from Barter. It's just too much time to be losing to come back from. But to be fair, I'm not even sure I'm willing to blame the Porsche entirely. Josh Rogers has been in the low fives. He's been gaining by about half a second a lap over the two Redline cars up in front. So the battle for fourth place might be on before the end between a couple of the Porsches.
I'd really like to know what the strategists are thinking now. Would be good to try and get some interviews, wouldn't it? So hopefully send the word out over the broadcast, and maybe send some Discord messages if anyone from BS competition, the Mahler Racing team number 10, or from Drago, maybe Vlad Kimichev, come and have a chat with us. Let us know what's going to be going on in this final 63 minutes.
As if they're going to give their strategy secrets, but we can try.
Well, this is the thing. All I'm going to say is you can keep your secrets all you want, but then commentators won't know what is really going on, which means it's hard to tell the viewers what's going on, and that's not great. Or
I think they'd rather that.
Or you can tell commentators what's going to be happening, might be happening, and trust that they've got the discretion to know when to say stuff and when not to say stuff. Because this is what a lot of people sometimes forget about commentary is, we do have to go and do some research. There is a journalistic aspect to it.
Although it's not apparent.
It's usually not apparent. Usually we just sit here and waffle around nonsense. But yes, there is elements, right, of, like I say, going and sending those messages and asking questions. And so it's one thing that I've seen with the drivers in Racing Prodigy is, they're being taught how to give information out without spilling secrets. It's also unique in Racing Prodigy because there's no other real world championship where you can go and get telemetry data for your competitor. You can't get a setup sheet for your competitor. Everything in Racing Prodigy is totally open. So from that perspective, it's different, right? But all I'll say is share a little bit. Don't have to share it all, but try and inform people.
I don't know if I can see them doing that personally, but But there you go. I'm just saying, I remember my experience doing pit reporting at IMSA, and even when I was listening to their direct conversations, it was quite difficult. So that's all I'll say on the matter. It's very difficult indeed to get these things out of teams, unfortunately. But no, I get it from their point of view. But isn't it?
Got to get the personality out of the driver, you, and that's all it is.
I don't know if sim racers have much personality.
Exactly. No, you stole the line out of my mouth. So sometimes you do have to try and to extract it from him. I mean, Brian Till actually told me and told a driver this. He got a driver did quite well in a race and got out of the car, and Brian went over to him. Brian Till, who raced Indy 500 qualifier, race director for SRO, commentator for IndyCar, IMSA, etc., so many different things. He actually went over and told this driver, Ewan, I love you, but you need to develop a personality. Can you imagine that? Going up to a driver and saying, wow. Please show me something in terms of your personality.
It's pretty brutal, isn't it? Showing. But some people are just shy, you know. And you notice this when you go to sim racing events in real life. A lot of sim racers are just shy. I always think that sometimes we get out of that slightly because we're not quite as deep into sim racing as they are. But you know, some people are just really shy and they don't want to give you very much, which is hard to overcome, really.
And I mean, I don't blame them. Usually the only way I can get myself out of the house often is go and play golf. That's my way of touching grass. So, that's my one way of detaching from the sim world. Otherwise, I also, like many of these drivers who spend hours and hours doing practice, I used to spend hours and hours doing broadcasting. It's hard to pull away from you, and you still do a fair amount of broadcasting, and early morning for some of your stuff on RaceSpotTV as well, as we'll tick on past 11 hours complete, 60 minutes left to run in the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, presented by Ready, Set, Sim. And guess what? Ready, set, go. It is a sprint to the end from this point. No ifs or buts about it. Less than 30 laps to run, and Ewan, it's 2 in contention.
Yeah, you could say that it's been a sprint to the end from quite a long way out from here, really. It's been Drago Racing, Marla Racing Team and Team Redline involved in the last 2 hours of brilliant battling between the three teams. High drama, moments of high drama as well. It is now down to 2, though, as you say. Drago versus Marla here with less than an hour to go, with Drago Racing certainly holding the advantage. And if you've not been watching so far, I'll just give you a brief summary of quite why. First of all, they've got a little bit more fuel on board. Firstly, because they went 1 lap longer during the previous stint, and they would have had a bit of residual fuel in the bank anyway, because the previous stint before that, they went 3 laps longer than Marla and Redline, so they must have a bit of residual fuel left from that anyway. Their pit stop time was exactly the same as Marla. They might well still have 3 laps over them, though. That could give them a bit of a strategic flexibility advantage in the next 15-20 minutes when we're expecting their final pit stops. Second advantage is what you're watching on your screen right now. The BMW is not as quick in a straight line as it needs to be to get into overtaking range. Taubal's quick enough to stay in slipstream range. Is he close enough to knock off those final few attempts to get into overtaking range, though? I'm a bit doubtful of that.
Marla Racing Team have responded to my request for an interview. We are locked in until the end of the race, so that's a no.
I was going to say, just a response start with N.
Was it a 1-letter response as well? We'll see if we can get Vlad Kimichev in for a bit of a chat before the race comes to an end as well. It would just be great to hear that perspective, because we'll talk to the winner, and I think Ewan and myself on one side of the fence on who that's going to be. It'd just be good to make sure we talk to as many as possible, get the perspective of what again has been the first iRacing Bathurst 12 hours with the rain, and what a remarkable race it's been as well. We talked about the next iRacing special event being our return to Sebring, a full calendar year since the weather system has made its debut, but let's not forget some new events to look forward to this year. We have the 4 hours at Thruxton. That's going to be an intriguing one, to say the very least. We'll have an official Firecracker 400 in the first week of July at 1987 NASCAR Cup machines around the high banks of the Daytona International Speedway. That should be a rather intriguing event, to say the least. Portimao 1000, a new legacy, sort of a historic endurance race. We'll break out the old HPD, the open top LMP2 machine alongside GT1 and GT2 cars. And then I think there is, if I scroll through the list very quickly as fast as I can, no, that's it. That's it. That's all of the new special events for this year, Ewan, but some more fun stuff to look forward to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the ones I'm looking forward to most of the ones you've just mentioned are the 4 Hours of Fruxton. I think that's a great addition, a good way to get a new track onto the calendar and a new event onto the calendar, if you like, as well. That'll be in touring cars, by the way, in the end of May, start of June sort of time, 4 Hours of Fruxton. So, yeah, very much looking forward to that. I think that's a good way to go. And as you say, using the open top HPD along with GT1, GT2, that's properly sort of retro stuff. If you've been around iRacing for about a decade or so, and I've been watching for that long, would you believe it? If not commentating, that is one you'll be very excited about. That used to be, by the way, for those who watch IMSA these days, if you like, GTP, LMP2, GTD, that's what we used to have for IMSA.
Oh, true. Yes, no.
That was the setup.
Although, technically, isn't the GT2 the Ford that we have on iRacing?
I think it's a bit quicker.
I'm trying to remember. No, I'm getting confused. The Ford GT3 is the car that was converted to GT3 specifications rather than scanned originally as a GT3 car. Anyway, that's me just getting confused. I love that HPD. It is one of my favorite cars on iRacing. Oh. Peter Mackay agrees with me on that one as well. First time I actually met Peter, who commentates both here with us at RaceSpot, but also with the great team at Radio Show Limited and IMSA Radio as well, was when I was commentating on him in the performance playoff, where we had a bunch of IMSA drivers alongside various people from the paddock as well, and Peter was in. Guess what? One of those HPD open-wheel cars. It's just such a throwback, Ewan, to when it was light, nimble, aerodynamic, fast, everything you'd want from a race car.
Yeah, I really love the HPD. It drives exactly how I like a car to drive as well, so I've got a bit of personal admiration for it as well. I really do miss those days in some ways. Of course, I love the current GTP days and whatever. That's fantastic, but that HPD, I think, is absolutely fantastic, and yeah, really enjoy. I'm going to really enjoy seeing that car out there again in the iRacing special event calendar this season. One more event you missed, by the way, in terms of new ones. The Suzuka GT3 race is returning again after a couple of years away at Fuji, but it's 1,000 kilometers this time.
It's not new, you know.
It isn't. We've never had a Suzuka 1000 before.
The only reason it's 1,000 is because it will coincide with the IGTC moving the race to 1,000 kilometers. So I'm still counting that as effectively the same race, just with a slightly different race length. So
also, it was at Fuji the last 2 years, so it's not, you know.
Yeah, but wasn't it 3 years ago that you and me commentated on the Suzuka 10-hour in GT3 cars?
Yes.
There we go. Anyway.
Yeah, but is it actually going to be 1,000 kilometers in real life, or are they just going to do 6,000, say it's 1,000 kilometers like normal?
Ooh, that's a good point, actually. No, I am under the impression that this is a lap-based race, but you could be right, and I could be wrong. It is a great special event calendar, though, to be fair. One thing that was added at the end of last year that I'm just going to call out, people keep it in mind, because it's going to happen right before Christmas, December 19th and 20th. The, in capitals as well, just because that's how it needs to be spelled, the Production Car Challenge at VIR. It was wild. 4 hours there was a GT4, there was some slower cars, touring cars, and I think it was the GR86s or MX-5s as well. So much fun, and it was around one of those windy layouts at VIR, with the corner name that gets us fired if we ever say it on a broadcast.
Surely you must be able to use it in the context of a corner name, but never mind.
Oh, no. I've talked to some people about this. That one gets you fired.
Oh, well, if I ever need a way out. Anyway. No, you're right. That's another great event as well to have a look at. And yeah, there's just such variety these days. Long gone are the days where there were only a few endurance races on the calendar. There's so many to choose from now. It's not all about endurance racing. I know I talk about them a lot, I harp on about them because they're the only ones I'm interested in personally. No, I apologise for that. But there's plenty of others, as you will well know, about the dirt things and oval things that I don't really understand. So it's really packed these days with great events that you can match up to the real world, happening roughly the same time as they do in the real world as well. So you've still got the excitement from the real world race, having watched it or about to watch it next weekend, and you can go and do it in the sim as well.
In this case, it's of course coming after the Bathurst 12 hours in the real world, but that's because we had iRacing Daytona 24 one weekend. Next weekend was the real world Rolex 24, and then some of the grid flew halfway around the world to go and race in the Bathurst 12 hours the next weekend. So it's taken a couple of weeks, of course, since the iRacing Daytona 24, but we're back on schedule with our special events moving forward. 51 odd minutes left to go. Ewan mentions, I'll just keep quickly touching on special events as this gap doesn't really change. It is going to stay like this effectively for probably the next 5 laps, I would assume, and then we're going to start to wonder about the pit window starting to open up. But there are some busy months in that special event calendar, and the one that I've very much got scheduled is a couple of weeks at the end of September, start of October, where first, Ewan, we're going to get the iRacing Bathurst 1000 with the new generation of supercars and the rain. I mean, that's going to be epic. I think that's going to be one of the special events of the year for me personally. And then a couple of weeks after that, it's Petit Le Mans, which on iRacing is always special. But of course, we'll have the full Ferrari hypercar as part of the field for the first time. It's a big old field of 60 cars that make their way around for the final of our VCO Grand Slams.
Exactly. It's a great way to end the Endurance Racing IMSA year anyway in October. And who knows which other cars we might have by that time in the iRacing season, by the way. We've got 2 updates between now and then, I think. So maybe 3. No, 2. Yeah, 2. Just doing the maths. Yeah, it has a bit of opportunity for some more things to come into the fray as well. So we'll look forward to that if indeed they do come along. But even in the field we've got at the moment, it's going to be another great iRacing Petit Le Mans in 2025. This is one of my favourites as well, even though it's a very small circuit for 60 cars and 3 classes. But that's why we enjoy it.
Something just to keep in mind as we watch this, Mark Tranter, strategist over at Apex Racing's, dropped me a note. He thinks Mahler's having to go full push to keep up right now with Hugh Carter in that Mercedes. So any fuel saving that we thought they may be doing might not necessarily be a factor. That fog, am I crazy, Ewan? It's still there, but is it ever so slightly lighter than it was 5-10 minutes ago?
I'm not sure I agree.
I could just be seeing things. It's been a long day for me.
Well, same, so I could be seeing things too. You know, one of us is, clearly, because one of us thinks it's lightning and one of us doesn't, so somebody is. But I mean, whether it is or not, it's still pretty thick, actually, out there on the circuit. But, you know, it hasn't really made the difference in terms of actually bringing the moisture down. It got a bit foggy about an hour ago now, and it didn't really make any difference, to be honest, and I don't expect that this is going to make any difference either, apart from these long shots, which are getting a bit difficult because the fog is starting to get in the way.
I don't know for sure if it is lighter. That is a bit of guesswork, but I have now taken a look at the weather update. We are down to a 52, I believe, % chance of rain at 6 p.m. At 5:45, 7% chance of rain. So I think there's no gamble here. There's no taking wet tires. It's going to be slicks across the board. No one's going to take groove tires, dries to the checkered flag, I've got to assume.
Yeah, I think so. It could rain at the very end to just give us a slippery ending to this race because as you say, wet tyres are not going to be used, but they may have to survive on the dries, which will be very exciting indeed. It's what I was talking about earlier on with not calibrating your strategy to the rain. Even if it does rain, you're never going to be able to quite calibrate it right because the rain moves about a bit in terms of when it's going to actually fall. So you can never bank on the rain. You've got to just do your strategy as if it's going to stay dry to the end and then react to any curveballs as they come along. The teams that have just got on with their strategy sort of discounting the rain, we'll probably get on best here. And I think, to be honest, the front three teams have just thought about how they're going to get to the end of the race without rain interference anyway. I think even if it was a clear radar, Drago and Marlow would have done their short pit stops to eliminate Redline anyway.
You can pit and make it to the end. That's exactly what Eduardo Leo has just done, as pretty sure inside of the top 5, he's the first to pit. Already have seen Scuderia Ferrari HP come down to pit lane though, and Ollie Steinbraten in that number 50. That car started outside of the top 20, or rather just inside of the top 20. 19th for them on the grid. Top 10, the result after, let's not forget, crossing the line out front at Daytona. Unfortunately, after the issues during the night, they lost the win post-race, looking to try and bounce back and hoping we'll see more of them in that GTP at Sebring as well. Let's not forget just how potent they were when we had those changing conditions and bringing the Ferrari up to the forefront. This is what I was wondering though. This is exactly what Marlon needed. Drago Racing are going to come down to pit lane, and Hugh Barter's going to stop and tell Rainer Talvar exactly how much time he can afford to sit stationary in the box.
That's a big advantage to Marla in some respects, but if their pit stop here is so short that Marla can't do anything about it unless they underfuel and run out of fuel at the end of the race, then they might not be in quite such a good position. But let's see. Hugh Barter now pulls into the box and goes up on the jacks. One last set of dry tyres, even for these final 46 minutes. I don't really understand this one. If this is a case of they've decided to pit early, I don't understand it. If they had to, then fair enough, but I'd be surprised about that as well. How have they burned through so much fuel so quickly? I'm not sure. It feels to me like they chose to do this. I can't quite get my head around why.
Remember, it wasn't a full stop, so we weren't expecting a full stint, but I was thinking 2, maybe 3 more laps. Is it going to be another 30 seconds? 31.7, so they cut this race in half effectively, and they're going to blend alongside of some traffic. It's one of our Ford Mustangs, it's the Sable Esports car.
Right there.
The message clear from the body language.
Yeah, get behind me and stay there, will you lap down peasant? That's what he's probably saying. Hugh Barter will get him
on Twitch.
Hugh Barter will stay ahead of him and drive away. You can see exactly why he did that, but it does look a bit rude, doesn't it? Here for the mountain straight. He'll power on through through over the top of the mountain. All fine. Sorry.
Sable to 10 laps down. So I respect that they have their own race to run as well, but like you say, can understand the move there. This is not, I think, necessarily something that we were expecting to watch, but there is a fight for 7th as Sam Koituk comes under pressure from the World Sim Racing Esports car. It's a battle between Porsche and Mercedes, although instantly battle interrupted as the pit window is going to bring the World Sim Racing car in, and here comes the leader as well. So 1 extra lap, and now they know the number, 31.7. I'd say if it's 1 second shorter, they'll make it work. But anything less than that, and who knows?
That's not ideal. The WSR car being right in the box in front wouldn't have been a clear entry, but I'm surprised about this. I agreed with Mark Trenter actually that this was Talbot not being able to fuel save because he was only just keeping up with Hugh Barter, but clearly that wasn't the case. He's been able to go 1 lap further than Drago Racing, but as you say, he knows exactly the number. To give you specifics, 31.8 seconds in the box for Hugh Barter in the 069. Talbot's got to have it shorter. I agree. I think it's got to be a second shorter to be absolutely sure, and he's on his way. 29.8. This is absolutely on here.
Wow, okay. And keep in mind that traffic is going to be a factor, I believe. It isn't going to be a race off of the lane. It's going to be a race for these final 43 minutes. A big call on strategy has seen 4 seconds swing the direction of the BMW, and with less expected rain than was initially forecast, might this still be a chance for that Mercedes to fight back? The worry for all these teams was always that if the rain didn't arrive, the Mercedes was going to be strong. Well, track position now sits with the BMW.
How they've done that, I'm still getting my head around. It was 2 seconds in the box, that's fair enough, although I'm a little bit how have they done that in terms of fuel as well? how they've saved behind Barter and how Barter's been able to, or felt the need to put so much on. I'm not entirely sure. Then he's lost 2 seconds somewhere on this outlap, and at the moment, on these cold tyres, Rainer Tauber's not losing 2 seconds. He's not giving that back up on cold tyres. There wasn't traffic for Barter. Didn't see a mistake. I'm baffled really as to where these seconds have come from.
Well, you'd have to go look at the pit entries and put them side by side. But the time on our timing screen only is from cone to cone. So when you actually hit that line where you have to be at pit speed, and then the same when you exit as well. And there's a chicane effectively on pit entry where maybe Rainer Tauber was just more aggressive and took more risk knowing what was on the line. These drivers have been pushed to the very limit right now. This could just come down to who wants it more. And 42 minutes to go. Redline have put Gustavo Ariel back into the car at the end of this race. He is 21 seconds off the lead in third. I think that Porsche's out of the hunt. We probably thought that a good 30 minutes ago. It's BMW versus Mercedes, and I think we've got about 20 laps to settle it all here at the mountain.
An astonishing finish to this race upcoming, and a great battle between Rainer Tauber and Hugh Barter as well. Even if it's not wheel to wheel, it's going to be for lap times in these next 41 minutes, that's for sure, especially if the rain falls. I don't think either of these teams really want the rain to fall at the end of this race. Maybe Drago too, just in case it sends Marler off the road or something, but this is going to be quite a chase here. If Hugh Barter can get this gap down before the end, I'll be pretty amazed. We're at the stage of the race now where we know how much he needs per lap. I actually think it'll be 21 to go, by the way, based on what we've seen so far. I think they'll be quick enough to get 21 more laps in. Well, maybe. We'll do 20 for easy maths. 4 seconds, 20 laps. That is, goodness me, 2 tenths a lap.
He's doing the math, but what I will also say is the radar gives us 30...
I don't know.
It gives us a 30-minute view of what to expect. And right now, I'm not seeing any rain whatsoever. 40 minutes left on the clock. I think this is a dry race to the end. I think it comes down, like I said, to who wants this more. Who's more willing to get the move stuck? Hugh Barter's going to try. Rainer Tauber's going to be forced to defend for all he is worth. So we're going to build to that as well. I just saw that there's been a couple of drivers involved in a couple of issues. Jonas Rutten in the Falcon Sim Racing car at 33. They've just got a meatball flag, so that's going to drop them down a couple of positions. And that's going to mean... Sorry, go ahead.
Is it anything to do with Gabriel Solomon, or is he just in the pit lane at the same time anyway?
I was wondering. I see a meatball and I go, this stage of the race, something must have happened. Because again, 50 cars started this race, only 31 still out there and running right now.
It's entirely possible he did it on his own, because it is Bathurst after all. So that is entirely possible, but yeah, we'll investigate that if there is anything to be investigated. I was right the first time, by the way. He needs 2 tenths of lap if we're going to do 20 laps to go in easy maths. So it'll be 19 at the line here. It's going to be very close as to how many laps we get, but that was 2 tenths that time round, I think. Rainer Tauber, first time out of the box at 4.6, 4.5 from Barter. So not quite 2 tenths, but just the 1. He did go through on traffic, though. I'm not sure it affected him very much.
I know this is not necessarily the type of racing that grabs the headlines, but this is why I love endurance racing. 11 hours, more than 11 hours. I've come down to this. 2 drivers who cannot afford to give each other a tenth of a second here or there every single lap. It's the understanding that you're pursuing consistency, almost perfection at the end of the day, yes, but you're not going to hit those marks. It's making the right decisions with traffic, hoping for the luck of the green, and when things don't go your way, keeping a cool head. And so you've put the BMW's been put in a great position, and right now doing exactly what they need. We know the Mercedes is hypothetically faster, not necessarily guaranteed to get it done. Look in that rear view mirror, Ewan. Whoever sat behind the Drago 069 is right up the gearbox.
Absolutely. Oh, there's a big snap of oversteer there over the top of the mountain as well. Goodness me. Hugh Barter is driving under pressure here, not only from Rainer Tauber up ahead, but yet right in behind him. One of the lap cars, it looked like a hoisting belt Ferrari to me as he went past, although I don't know that. Yeah, it does look like one, doesn't it? Just in the background. Yes. So, yeah, it would certainly be distracting me. Whether it's distracting Barter or not, I'm not sure. But having someone that close behind you does just flicker around in your mirrors quite a lot. And it does just make you look a little bit where you shouldn't be looking on the way towards some of these braking zones, some of these turning points. It's very, very difficult to shut that out of your mind, even if it is a lap driver who realistically isn't going to be affecting you in any way.
Like you say, it's all about the mental mindset. Even at this level, there is a bit of that comes into play. We're going to cycle on to lap 311. What's the gap going to be at the line? What's the lap time going to tell us as well? 2:04.744 for Talvar, 7:67.80 for Barder as an update. So we're talking 400s here, yes, but Talvar's grown the gap on that previous lap.
And it's not only about growing the gap, by the way. Effectively, he's gained 3 tenths in the last laps. And to explain what I mean, is that he lost 1/10 last time round. He's kept it level this time round. If you need to gain 2 tenths a lap, that's added time you need to gain later. Effectively, he's 3 tenths to the good on this sort of schedule, if you like, that Hugh Barter is on. He's effectively added 3 tenths to what he needs to catch now, because he hasn't done so through these first 2 laps. Talvar's looking more under control of this race than I ever thought he would be. This is remarkable. It's becoming clear to me, to be honest, that we were reading the penultimate stint of this race completely wrong. He was under way more control than what we thought.
Yeah, no, again, I think to many, the Mercedes was the car that was in control. Maybe an indication to us should have been when Ryan Barneveld turned down the interview request, the opportunity to come and chat with us very quickly, because he said they were locked into a strategy that is seemingly working quite well. Falcon Elbow sees the drivers dive out of it once again. There is Jonas Rutten, who had been driving around with no front bumper for quite a while, but are now being forced to sit there and wait 5 minutes and counting of damage repairs.
Yeah, or was it? Is that their teammates? They're just a bit further up the road as well. Yeah. Oh, they've been there for ages though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have been driving around without that front end for a while. So that doesn't initially flag up anything to me, but they have been in the wall clearly somewhere. It's over the top at Sky. Like, yeah, there you go. They've already lost their front end. Oh, ow! That's a big impact on the wall. That way, front right suspension completely toast. Yeah, that's going to be a big repair.
Could have been worse though. I'm being honest. Like. Watch it once again.
Oh, it's just that curb.
Yeah, it doesn't at least stay straight, right? That's the thing that almost helps it. So, very, very intriguing, and understandably needing significant time to fix that up. Another lap goes by, another lap where Reina Talvar's faster than the 069, trying to hunt him down, and so it was, what, around 3.9 seconds at the line that time around.
Yeah, add another couple of attempts to your schedule that you need to catch now. Drago Racing need a big, big final half an hour if they're going to catch Marla Racing Team and win this race for the very first time. It is a tall order that's only getting taller now for Hugh Barter. I'm not sure whether this traffic is having any bearing on him at all, but Reina Talvar was able to get past that WSR Mercedes without losing anything really. And so it makes you wonder if that is the case, why Barter can't do the same. It is 3.9 still. He can't afford to let this gap hold. He's got to be bringing it down every lap, otherwise he's going to give himself some huge margins to catch in the last laps.
Sam Coiter has had an issue and has just lost a spot as a result to Luca Kita in the 99. So the third of the Redline drivers and entries has, I believe, had a solo incident. I don't know if anyone else has been tangled up in it, and so the lanky Dutchman, Sam Coiter, has ended up with a bit of a slip into the chase. That Porsche screams, sings out as he goes down through the gears, and the rear end just comes around on him.
Looked like he'd gone into that corner like that 300 times before, and that time round just stepped around at him. Has to wait, and he's unfortunately in one of those pockets of the circuit where traffic is quite predominant by the looks of things, and so had to wait quite a while before getting back going again. Sam Coiter is now 8 seconds behind Luca Kita, and he was always going to lose that anyway because he still needs to make another stop. It was going to be pretty close as to whether he'll get out ahead of this Mercedes just in front of Hugh Barter or not.
Traffic, I think, is going to play its part here. There's a reality when you still have more than half the field running. We've lost, yes, plenty, but by no means has it been as bad as I initially thought it might have been. Haven't lost anyone for seemingly around 70-odd laps at this point. And so, yeah, traffic just pulls to the side. The 8th place Mercedes doesn't want to hold up a car. Is on the quest.
Sorry. He did give him a load of slipstream, though. So look at the gap now. Yeah, it's come down. He did get out of the way and give him a load of slipstream because I guess now he knows he'll get the return slipstream, I guess.
Yeah. And I think last lap it was, what, a 1/10 of a second in favor of Hugh Barter. So
yeah,
that slipstream does help you slightly, of course. And now see if he's able to use what was a bit of a slingshot into turn 2, convert it into a good run up and down the mountain, and get another lap time across the board. So 32 minutes to go, and my weather radar is showing nothing. So I think officially, Ewan, as much as the chance of rain has increased at 6 p.m. to 72%, I think we're looking at a dry conclusion to this iRacing Bathurst 12.
But again, it almost doesn't matter in a way, does it? Because the threat of rain has sort of loomed so large over these teams that it has maybe made them do a few more strange things. If this was, for example, last year, and I know I keep banging on about it, all the teams, I suspect, would have maybe gone for full fuel when they started to short fuel earlier in the day, and suddenly, you've got just a short pit stop at the end after doing 11 long ones, then a 12 final, slightly shorter pit stop, and you're away again into the race for a dry finish to the race. So again, it almost doesn't matter whether it rains or not, other than the actual driving itself. For the strategy and the interest in the race, it's going to loom over the race whether it actually falls on the circuit or not.
Black flag on track for Cowanda's number 8. That's a car that's been through the wars, to say the very least, today. And they will serve a drive-through penalty for too many incident points. You get an incident point for running off track. You get an incident point for hitting other cars. And 50 incident points into the race, iRacing will say, you know what, time to serve a drive-through. And then I think it's every 20 incident points after that as well. Last lap, it was 3/10 the advantage to Drago Racing, so the gap's just continuing to come down. 30 minutes to go. Do you want to do your math again, Ewan? How are they on track right now as we take a look at the replay for the PGZ 114?
There's the spin for Kellen Chin, just very Porsche-like, spinning there through the final corner. Yeah, that's the slipstream, I guess. That's the slipstream effect there. 3/10 round for Hubata that time. I reckon 15 to go last time round. Over 5, he needed a second. He needs a second every 5 laps to distill it even more simply. He didn't get a second that time. He got half a second in 5. So all of a sudden, that gives him even more complicated maths. It leaves him about 1.2 per 10 minutes now, which is about 3/10 of a lap, just less, quarter of a second a lap.
It's getting more and more difficult to see the path, but trying, that is for sure. Yep. There is no lack of effort as Parker White heads into pit lane in the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car. There are a handful still yet to make their final trip down to pit lane. Again, remember, 60 minutes left in this race. That was the point at which we expected all teams could head down to the box for what would be their final transit down the lane. It's going to be another gain for Drago Racing. They're also closing up on the Apex Racing number 99. So there is going to be a bit of draft given to Reina Talvar in maybe 3 laps. That will maybe help him a little bit in holding up his advantage. So 204.827 for the leader, and it's a 1/10 of a second for Hugh Barter that he gains, 204.699. But like you were saying, Ewan, not enough. No,
it's half of what he needs. He got about 0.125, whatever that is. Is that 1/8 of a second? Something like that. He needs a quarter of a second each time, as I was discussing. So, yeah, it is not enough at the moment, even though he is catching. And by the way, I'm scheduling this for him to catch on the last lap and have one go. If he wants time to work this out, he needs to go quicker than what I'm suggesting on this schedule. So at the moment, he's not even getting a chance at the end. And he needs to be even quicker than that again, if he wants some overtaking chances in the finish. Meanwhile, Porsche Coanda 92 is coming in. I'm just halting there for a second because I believe it might be quite close with Florian Lebiga. It's not going to be a big gap between them when Rogers comes out here. There could be about for 4th on.
That's a good call, actually, because Rogers probably doesn't need to pit for that long, so he'll hit his mark, so keep an eye on that. Remember, fight for 4th position going on as well in this final hour of the race. Down out of that elbow once more, brushing up as close to the wall as they dare. I know that if Ewan and myself were behind the wheel, we'd give it a bit more space. And yeah, you were right in saying that Porsche Coanda might be close with Redline. Rogers has come out in front of the 71, and it's about a 5-second advantage as well. So might be a little bit of a battle there to keep an eye on too, as more drivers, you can see on the left side of the screen, down to pit lane.
Just a final bit of fueling coming up. This is effectively the last part of the race where you can do all the fuel that you need to make it home and change tyres at the same time as well. If you want a final set of tyres for the last half an hour, then you need to get in now and time your pit stop for that. Yannick Koch now gets into the grid and go kart. He'll get out inside a top 10 for a grid and go esports. It's not quite the success they had at Daytona, but I think they'll take it. Just ahead of Lasse Urainen as well, who will just go. It's going to be quite close to Dane Warren, actually. Where is he on the right-hand side? You'll see a Porsche Coanda, Porsche, obviously, in the left-hand side in a couple of moments' time. Where is he? It's a very long trundle down pit lane. There he is. They're right side by side, these two, for 11th place.
Purple and orange powers off the corner. And let's see how this works out on the run in towards the...
Oh, that's a different Porsche Coanda.
That's what would be so confused, yes. It
What's going on?
We are going to need to find a better way to differentiate Porsche Coanda esports team and Porsche GT3 cars that are run by Coanda esports in the purple and orange, because they are two distinct entities from the perspective of this race itself. We'll workshop that, Ewan, once this race is finished.
I apologise. Yes. That was needless working up for nothing there, wasn't it?
I think it made me chuckle at least.
Made myself chuckle. How can I? Oh dear, anyway, never mind. I've reached new levels of unintelligence, live on broadcast.
And I like how Vince Cusi has thrown me under the bus. Like, what? You is the one that misidentified them? Come on.
I've not been here all day, you have. That's my excuse.
Yeah, well, neither have I. I was here for the first 3 hours. And then, I'll be honest, played a lot of PGA 2K25. Probably more than I should have. We're going to have a chat as well, by the way. Let's see if we can drag in Eduardo Leo, who's part of the Team Redline lineup that has been pushing around the track in this race and hopefully can hear us right now. Eduardo, do we have a copy with you?
Yeah. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Great to catch up with you as you get ready to head off to Atlanta Motorsports Park for the next round of the Prodigy 3 Championship. Talk to us, though, about this race, because I mean, we know you a bit more as a prototype driver, IndyCar as well, but in a GT3, for the first time, as far as I'm aware, in the top split.
Yeah. I mean, it's a new challenge. You always want to try new things, and this was a great opportunity to do so. First entrance also with Team Redline was a pretty tough race, to be honest. We went through a lot of things, and yeah, didn't end up too well considering where we were at the start of it. But you know, it's always good to do this and learn a lot of stuff. As you said, I'm definitely not the driver for these cars, so not really easy. But yeah, I tried a lot, and I guess it's, you know, I've done my job pretty well in this past week of training, and yeah, got up to speed pretty decently.
And you have to remind me, Eduardo, but was your Prodigy Week experience, did you get to drive a little bit in the rain?
I would say, yeah, kind of. It was drying up really quickly, but yeah, I did a few rain laps.
So how did that experience of driving a Radical SR1 in the real world in that rain prepare you for what we've had here today? Because this has been one of the wildest and most interesting iRacing Bathurst 12 hours we've had since its first event in 2018.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The sensibility you need to drive around in these mixed conditions is really insane. Because obviously, it's even easier to drive real life, as you mentioned. You have so much more things that you can actually feel on the car when you're driving around compared to the sim because of the G-forces and etc. So yeah, it's really tough when you are transitioning to dry to wet. You kind of need to guess if the line you're gonna take is gonna be dry enough and you're gonna survive through there. So yeah, it's a bit of a game of how much you want to risk and how much you actually want to, you know, be safe and then the race in one piece. So yeah, it's really the easiest thing to do.
I love the way that you say it. You're just kind of guessing, because that's how I am all the time behind the wheel, whether it's dry or wet. So at least we've got that in common. Like I said, getting ready to head back to the Atlanta Motorsports Park for Racing Prodigy as part of Thibaut Courtois Racing. What's that experience been like for you? I know you've done plenty of karting in your native Italy, but, you know, officially transitioning from sim to real, what's that experience been like as the season starts to come to an end?
Amazing, absolutely amazing to have such an opportunity. You know, I've been stuck for a sim quite a long time now, and to actually come across, because it, you know, it's kind of something that you come across by chance, and yeah, just amazing that I found it, and glad I entered really, because it has really given me some great emotions. Currently still cannot believe, actually. Maybe once the season is ended, maybe I'll start to realize what I've actually been given the opportunity to do. And yeah, let's end it on a high, hopefully. The season has been quite a bit of an up and down so far, but you know, I've enjoyed it just because of the feeling of driving a radical up to speed on a racetrack.
Before we let you go, one last question. iRacing Sebring 12 Hours up next. Officially will be 1 year of us having rain. Are you looking forward to being back in the prototype as we get ready for the second VCR Grand Slam of the year?
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely a more familiar car. Hopefully some, yeah, not some shenanigan condition, I would say, or whatever. If there's gonna be another race of wet and dry transitions, it's gonna be quite difficult to do. But yeah, I'm looking forward for it.
Eduardo, thanks for coming and chatting with us, and I'll see you in Atlanta in a few days' time, and looking forward to seeing you at Sebring as well for the iRacing Sebring 12 Hours in a month's time.
Thanks, guys. See you.
Eduardo Leo joins us for a quick chat here in the RaceSpotTV booth. Always great to have the opportunity to pick the brain of the drivers, and he's probably a little bit exhausted you, and it's been a long day for some of these drivers. Most of the teams in 2 driver pairings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the norm these days. Back in the day, you would certainly have 3 drivers. You certainly want 3 drivers for this event. And 2 out of the first 3 times it was run, it was 3 driver teams that won as well. And from memory, in 2019, it was a bit odd to see a 2 driver team win, but it's certainly the norm now. And it does take a lot of a toll on the drivers, but it has just become a bit normalised, and now everybody does it. The one thing I have picked away from that interview more than anything else, as we'll watch the battle for 22nd continue on your screen, drivers, sim racers, don't really like not knowing what the weather is going to be in the changeable conditions.
But that's the fun of it, I guess, in some ways. As well, this is a known quantity right now. Fight for 22nd spot, the Sable Esport Ford Mustang at the front of the queue. Then you have the PGZ P1 Docks Porsche with Kalen Chin behind the wheel. And then the car behind is not actually for position. That's one of the Porsche Coanda cars. That's going to try and put a lap on the 2 in front. 20 minutes left to go, though. No sign of rain, so we are very much in this sort of stalemate up front. A stalemate, though, that's slowly being won by Marler Racing Team. It is still 3.5 seconds, Ewan, at the front of the field.
It is not going outwards, I suppose. Marler Racing Team are not increasing their margin, but every time they hold the gap, the more likely it is they're going to take home the win. We're almost getting to the stage now where you need far more per lap, probably 4 tenths a lap now. That's about double what it was at the beginning of this final stint of the race. The Marler Racing Team look like they're in control suddenly, and I'm still trying to get to the bottom of quite how, but I can't get anything out of the Marler Racing Team for the moment. I'm trying.
Trying. Redline, by the way.
Sorry, it's like banging my head against a brick wall.
But Redline, by the way, I saw a comment in our Twitch chat that, or maybe it was the YouTube chat, sorry, I forget. Someone saying that, you know, the Redline Porsches right now, that there's cars that are outside the top 20 that are on occasion still faster than Redline. So again, it just goes to show as Sable right rear kisses the wall as they slightly drift out of the elbow. Just goes to show again that the pace is pretty still good through the field, even with all the incidents that have been seen. But 3.3 seconds, 20 minutes to go. Reina Talvar has not broken just yet. I'm not expecting that to happen anytime soon. Do you think we might see still a fight for 4th place here, though, Ewan, as Josh Rogers tries to hold off Florian Lebigra in the Team Redline 71?
Is that it? By the way, is that side note? Is that him behind these two?
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I don't trust these Porsches Commanders anymore. They've fooled me once. I'm not saying anything.
Fooled me once, shame on me. Fooled me. I believe that is the other Porsche Coanda car, so Dave Warren behind the wheel.
If it was him, I was going to say yes, because this could potentially turn into a bit of a nightmare, but no, to be honest. He's been the pick of the Porsches since he got into that car, and I suppose what else would you expect from him? Nearly a second quicker than Florian Lebigra last time around, 6 tenths quicker than Gustavo Ariel, who's in 3rd, so he's not going to catch him, and the gap's too big anyway at this stage. But yeah, it's an impressive 4th place, I think, rescued by Josh Rogers, who I believe he even made a mistake earlier on in the day, just to show you how difficult the conditions were.
Rogers made 4 mistakes in the first hour.
Yeah, it shows you how difficult it was in that case. But this is what I love again about the wet weather. Max Verstappen making mistakes at Daytona, losing the race for Redline effectively.
True.
Rogers getting off to a bad start here for Coanda. It catches out even the best. That's why I love it so much. But no, he's not going to be under any threat for 4th.
We should also say, when we say Josh Rogers made 4 errors, it was 4 times that he went off the track and lost 2 seconds. Now, if anyone else was behind the wheel, now maybe that moment off the track is a crash, right? So an error for Josh Rogers is still a better scenario than an error for me or Ewan, right? But like we're saying, it's all just about the...
Well, I think...
Go ahead.
Sorry. I think it's less that. It's more that we're just surprised he made an error. It may have been the same time loss for everyone in that error, whatever, but it's the fact that he's made those, 5 errors. That's the thing you don't see very often. That's the thing that's notable to me.
Well, I think that's also what I mean. I think some of the errors there, savable because they're Rogers, not savable if they're you or me. That's not even a defense. I think initially as they try and swing into the braking zone, can Roberto Ferrari hold on the inside? Leaves plenty of space to Kalen Chin, who maybe puts a bit too much of his right into the grass. I'm not even quite sure how they came together there. Looked like there was plenty of room between the two of them, but the Mustang's going backwards. It's lost the rear wing, at least pit entries right off to driver's left-hand side.
And it will have to take it, unfortunately, in these final 15 minutes. The car on the inside there, the Porsche just washing up in towards the Mustang and really trying to get the position so desperately. Just washes up, there you go, into the side of the Mustang. It gets spun around pretty badly. That's exactly why, by the way, if Rogers was behind these two, I wasn't going to give him 4th just yet, because this kind of thing could have happened. It seems the other Porsche did avoid quite well, but yeah, just that slight bit of contact, taps the Mustang around. Not much that the PGZ Porsche could do to get out of the way once there was contact. Here it is. There you go. And Mustang into the wall. And with a fairly sizable repair to finish this race.
Plenty of air between the two of them, so I don't think you're necessarily going to pin any blame on either party, as much as they're both going to feel pretty frustrated that their race has come to an end so close to the checkered flag.
This is traffic gone a cock, I think this is, just up in front of Reina Talvar at the moment. This is potentially... There you go. He'll get out of the way now. 2.9 seconds has just cost him a little bit of time.
And last lap it was 4 tenths gained, I think. This lap it's 3 tenths gained, so the gap's under 3 seconds. So 1 second's been shaved away in 15 minutes, but still 3 left to find. And like you were saying, in all this calculation, it's only getting Barder to the back of the BMW. It's not getting it past.
Yeah, they might need an extra lap if there's still seconds to go, but I still think it'll be 7 between these drivers. So what's that? We're over 4 tenths a lap required now. Required run rate, as it were, is over 4 tenths a lap. Probably need 5 tenths if you're going to give yourself a realistic shot, and I can't see that happening for the moment. I still can't get my head around how this has happened. I really can't.
It's been a wild race. I mean, the highlight reel for this race is going to be quite lengthy, trying to just weave all the different comings and goings at the front, let alone the rest of the stories further down through the running order as well. 13 minutes, though, till we reach that checkered flag. And if BS Competition is listening, you don't want to chat with us in this final hour. You better be ready to chat with us post-race, because we want to know about how this has all unfolded. The call to start on dry tires when everyone else was on wets in the first hour of the race. Remember, they were 15th. There are 3 BMWs in this field of 50, all entered by BS Competition. They were the only team that took a gamble on a car not favored, and allegedly, by the BOP. It's worked out a treat for them. After the first hour, they led by a full minute. Self-inflicted mistakes in some ways have pegged them back to really put this into a bit more of a pressure-filled situation. But Reina Talvar and Phil Denez, I've got to say as well, I've praised the strategy, but Ewan, we've got to praise the driving as well. They made mistakes, but they've been relentlessly quick too.
Yeah, plenty of mistakes made. It's not been a completely incident-free race for anybody, including the Marla Racing team, who even in these last 3 hours have been through turn 1 after an incident with Team Redline, although after all, Redline and Drago had their own incident, which allowed them to catch back up again. It's been such a topsy-turvy race in that respect, but to be able to come through it better than anybody else is a real mark of respect on their team. Speaking on the rain point, by the way, I know from one of their team members, strategists behind the scenes, that they've been absolutely praying that the rain stays away in these last few moments, because they thought they were going to finish at least third, maybe worse, if the rain fell pretty dramatically towards the end. Their anti-rain dancing, if such a thing exists, has certainly worked.
Sunshine dancing, I guess, or...
I guess. Well, it's not that either, is it?
Yeah, it doesn't sound very good, to be honest. Anyway, I think it's been a surprise, because I'm still seeing we are, 5:56 p.m. virtual standard time. It's iRacing's still showing for me a 74% chance of rain at 6 p.m., which I'm looking at the weather radar, and I'm not seeing anything. So I'm not sure where the disalignment is, but the two bits of information that we see are not aligning together. Remember, Marla lost a bit of time, stuck behind the grid and go Audi. Well, now is the turn of Hugh Barter to lose some time as well. Out of the elbow. Chance to actually slingshot past one. He won't get the second Audi, I think, though, running up towards the chase.
Yeah, the other Audi trying to stay out of the way of both of them, sort of. Doesn't really know where to go, with the two cars 1 lap ahead of it, running side by side. Now Barter will come in to get a bit more slipstream. He will gain a bit on the straight, but what he lost over the mountain is almost unrecoverable. If we're expecting 5 laps to be go, then suddenly the required catching rate goes up again to over 6/10 of a second per lap. This is getting very, very difficult. Now, if Talbot now got a sort of a set time to get to, and if he stays there, then Barter's going to need fastest laps, personal best fastest laps of the race so far, to actually catch him at the rate he needs to. Over the line they go again with this amount of time remaining. It's another 3/4 of a tenth gained.
I think we get 6 laps, by the way, here.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that as well. This final part of the race has been quicker than I was expecting.
Yeah, no, it is 100%. At least as it stands right now, 6 laps left to go. They're averaging around 2:04.5, not in traffic, so it's all going to just come down to the iRacing system, how it calculates out the time and the pace of these two leaders. But Marla can't afford to lift. They don't have the buffer, you. And remember, you talked about this slightly earlier, where you lifted in a race that you were doing to try and avoid doing that extra lap, and it almost cost you, right? You ended up doing the extra lap. You had to fight with someone else. This is the same situation that Marla and Drago are in right now.
My concern as well is with Marla having a 2 second shorter pit stop time, did they put the lap in that they're going to now need for the end of this race? I mean, stranger things have happened where this race has gone 1 lap longer than expected and suddenly you are out of fuel. I mean, those 2 seconds have got to have come from somewhere, and so Marla Racing Team might be chewing some fingernails at the moment as to how many laps this is going to be. It could, as you say, be very important how quick the Marla Racing Team go in this next few laps to decide how many laps there will be, but I think there's little ways in which there aren't 5 to go here in this race. We will find out.
I'm chatting with an engineer behind the scenes right now. I'm just trying to figure out how 74% chance of rain. Does that mean there's a 74% chance of rain, or is it like in the real world, or actually it means the area that 74% of that, like it's so weird, right? That I don't even know how weather works. That's why weather is a black world of magic for me, and I just kind of listen to what I'm told and bring the clothing that's appropriate for, again, what people tell me to bring. All the teams are given the same information. They are left to judge that by their own sort of standards, and everyone's just continuing to tweak their understanding of the system. It was another 10th last time. You can see that on the left, but it's still 2.8 that split first and second.
It's come down again, but as long as Takeover does mid-fours, that, you know, Barter's not going to get the lap time needed. You know, he'd need to be in the mid-threes. So there's just no chance you're going to get into there. Yeah, it's looking very, very grim now for Drago Racing. I'm not sure at what stage they will have believed, how much they will have believed that they could have won this race at the penultimate hour, but I had them absolute nailed on winners, to be honest with you. I was trying to be a bit more, you know, level and neutral with it, just to make it sound a bit more exciting, but I thought there was no way in which this number 10 car was going to win from here, but I mean, fair play to them. There's going to be some serious number crunching after this broadcast from me to work out how they've done it, because it's a remarkable turnaround in my mind. Maybe they've expected it and seen it coming, but it's a remarkable turnaround in my mind.
Lewis McLeod has just put into our iRacing YouTube chat that it's been a fun one, and that hopefully he'll be back at Sebring. He chose not to be in the commentary booth so he could go and play PGA 2K25 today. So I don't blame you, Lewis, just to be clear. But yes, hopefully by Sebring rolling around, we'll be able to both play the game while commentating at the same time, because we'll just be so good at it. That's the way that it's going to work. I'm 100% sure 4 laps to go when we cross the line this time by. We'll get confirmation only when they wrap back around out of the final corner. The period that we have had of rain as well might slightly influence the calculation, so I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here and say it's guaranteed to be 4 laps just yet. It's definitely trending in that direction. It's a great lap as well for Calvar. 2:04, 3:23. Problem is, Hugh Barter's got even quicker. 2:04, 2:94.
Goodness me, you can tell it's the end of the race, can't you? They're pulling it out the bag now. Barter with a 4.2 is only 15 thousandths away from his personal best of the race so far, and only 17 thousandths away from the best lap of the race so far. We might see a best lap of the race overall right in these final moments. These two drivers are absolutely on the limit here in the final 6 minutes of this race. They know an iRacing Bathurst 12-hour crown is on the line, and they both desperately want it. They're on the ragged edge trying to get it as well. 2.8 seconds with just over 5 minutes to go.
And 2 remarkable stories on both sides. Again, if you're just joining us, let's remind you of the race that could have been for Drago Racing. The 069 pole position after qualifying, but they gridded up on dry tires, saw the rest of the field moving on to the wets for the majority of the teams, decided they wanted to return to pit lane and try and switch. Not able to get it done in time, and they missed the start and had to fight their way through 50 cars to be here at the very end. On the other side of the equation, there's a BMW that no team outside of BS Competition, powering Marla Racing Team, thought was favored coming into the day based on the balance of performance. They elected, after qualifying 15th, to start on the dry tire. A gamble that many thought crazy, but it kept them in contention in the first part of the race, and by the opening hour's conclusion, a 60-second lead had swung the way of Marla Racing Team. On the 5th anniversary of Marla joining the world of sim racing, they'll lead, and I think now officially, Ewan, we will be able to say it will be 2 laps to go. There's 4.5 minutes left on the clock.
This is pressure stuff, high pressure stuff for these two. They're experienced campaigners, but being at the top end of town at the end of an iRacing special event doesn't get much easier. Over the line, 4.4 from Rainer Taubot. It's a 4.3 from Barter. I reckon we could see a best lap of the race so far right at the end here. It's currently being held, by the way, by Taubot by only 2 thousandths of a second, I think, based on what I've looked at so far. 2:04.227, or 2:77, I should say, 2 thousandths quicker than Barter. There may be a better lap to come yet in these final few moments. There is no traffic separating them, although the amount at which Sparta needs to be quicker now is at a second a lap. He needs a mistake now.
Unless the Mountain takes this away from Rainer Talvar and from the Mahler Racing team. They are in the final stretch right now, on board over the shoulder of the Drago Racing 069, underneath the signage with Mark Tubby Taylor watching over. They'll go for the penultimate time, sweep their way out through in towards McPhillamy Parker. Slight breathe of the throttle as they then hammer it down once more and begin that descent through Skyline, down the mountain, penultimate time of this race. Again, the best iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours presented by Ready Set Sim that we have seen since the event's inception in 2018. Yes, it's the first time with rain, but it's been the way that drivers have adapted to the challenge and risen through the adversity as well. One final lap to go, 3 seconds between the top two, and the Mahler number 10 stands just 1 lap away. One more trip around Mount Panorama, 4 odd miles from what would be a historic victory at the Mountain.
And they'll be hoping they've got enough fuel on board as well. Don't forget, the strategy games that have been going on this afternoon have been nothing short of remarkable. It's been tit for tat between Mahler Racing Team, Drago Racing, and Team Redline have been here throughout lots of this as well. Don't forget the extraordinary battles they were having with 3 more rounds to go, 3 more hours to go, I should say, of this race. It was fantastic, but in the end, they were cut adrift, and it's between these two teams. The strategy that Mahler Racing Team have employed has been remarkable. I don't believe we got white flag that time round.
Yes. I'll correct myself, because I correctly did the math all those laps ago, 3-4 laps ago, and then promptly forgot as soon as we got close to the end of the race. So 2 laps left to go, Ewan. That's my bad. Never trust the commentator's math.
Sorry, I didn't realise you'd. I interpreted what you said that it wasn't the final lap yet, but anyway.
I got very scared messages from Ryan Barneveld and Phil Donnell.
I got one as well.
Both praying that there was still 2 more laps left to go. We weren't privy to something that they didn't know. Again, I love the Mountain, and I will say, again, we've had a great audience watching along. This is not the only great race that Bathurst hosts. Yes, 12 hours with some of the biggest manufacturers and biggest teams in full metal and virtual racing take here for the 12 hours. But later on this year, Ewan, we'll break out the new generation of supercars on iRacing for the very first time and go racing for 1,000 miles in the Great Australian Race.
1,000 kilometres even, but yes, we will be using the correct units. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, it's going to be fantastic. Bathurst 1000 at the end of the year, once again as well with the rain. Be very enjoyable. 4 weeks time, Sebring 12-hour will be here as well. Multi-class endurance racing returning to the iRacing special event calendar for the first time since Daytona, which was a great event in itself as well. This is going to be it's going to be a fantastic year of special events. What a race this has been though, between the Mahler Racing Team and Drago Racing. Strategy going on between the two of them. Great battles as well throughout the final 3 hours especially, and a grandstand finish between these two teams as well, both going absolutely hell for leather. Rainer Tavar last time round was half a tenth slower than his personal best lap of the entire race. Over the line he goes with seconds to go. The white flag will be waving this time round. 1 more to go. 4.4 for him that time round. He's just got to bring this one home now, and he'll be a Bathurst 12-hour winner for the first time.
And so, one final lap here in the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours presented by Ready Set Sim. No traffic in front. It's now not quite a victory lap, but it's as close to it as possible. If you told Phil Donnez when he woke up this morning, going on around 4 o'clock, he'd have started 15th, totally different strategy, slick tires when the rain was falling, and he'd have been in this position. A, he'd have bitten your hand off. B, he'd have been asking, well, how long did he stay up last night? This has just been a wild race. Again, you said, Ewan, that Redline's been at the front, Drago, Mahler, Porsche Coanda's been running up at the front as well. And while only 5 are going to be finishing on the lead lap, the rain has made this the most open race that we've had this year. And it goes to the point of why the 069 was able to come back through the field in those first few hours. Because things were so close, because things were so packed, and they stayed out of trouble and slid and diced their way up to the front.
Yeah, they've had a remarkable race as well. Two great stories up front here, as you've discussed. Two absolutely fantastic stories, but Drago Racing will feel so aggrieved that they were able to get through all the field but one here at the very end. You can see them pushing. The gap's come down on this last lap, by the way. You can see them pushing, but this is going to be the closest finish in this race's history. 2 years ago, it was just 9 seconds between the Apex Racing Team and Urano Esports, Luka Kita and Alexei Nesov that time round. Vlad Kimichev finished fourth that year. This year it's going to be second. Runner-up again for him.
It was a sweep of the podium last year as well here by Team Redline. They've thrown their might at it again, but the mountain has not been favorable to them. Instead, 5 years after they debuted at the mountain for the first time in the world of sim racing, it's going to be the Marla Racing Team out of the final corner and winners of the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours presented by Ready, Set, Sim. A historic moment for both Marla and for BS Competition. Drago Racing, Hugh Barter pushed them all the way to the very end, but the rain, the mountain, conquered by the zebras. Absolutely
fantastic from Marla Racing Team, driving under pressure on that last lap, by the way, and indeed through the last half an hour. Incredible composure from Rainer Tauvar. You'd expect nothing less, but take a look at the lap time from Barter on the last lap, by the way. 2:04.0. That is 2 tenths quicker than anybody else that's gone all day long. Unbelievable pushing towards the end, but he couldn't quite to get there in time. The gap at the line, 2.4. What a finish. The closest ever this race has seen.
You got to wonder if they've even got the fuel to get around the mountain.
No.
Given how they would have been wanting to cut this as fine as possible. And I think Rainer Tauvar is going to be stranded at the bottom of Mountain Straight just before Griffin's Bend. My word, what a day. I have loved this. I was a bit apprehensive coming into the event. I knew the start would be great. Wasn't sure about the end. Tauvar does have fuel, hits the wall, loses the rear bumper, but it's celebration time. That race car doesn't need to do any more laps, and they can just bask in the glory of victory. Another victory as well for BS Competition in the GT3 class. Couple of Nürburgring 24-hour wins to add to this now Bathurst 12-hour win. It's going to be plenty of momentum on their side, though, Ewan, as they head to Atlanta Motorsports Park and their next real-world racing round in the Prodigy 3 Championship.
Yeah, they will have the momentum behind them after a good start to the year, that's for sure. This is going to make them feel absolutely fantastic heading forward after winning this race for the very first time, joining a huge list of names alongside the likes of the Apex Racing Team, Team Redline, Coanda Simsport as well, who won this race once back in 2020. It is a in the GT3 class I'm talking about here, of course. It's a big list of names, and they've added themselves to it. Big congratulations. Another special event ticked off for Marla Racing Team and the wider BS Competition branch, if you like.
It's the first ever special event win for Marla Racing Team. 2.5 seconds, like Ewan says, a close margin of victory, the closest margin of victory we've seen since this event's inception in 2018. Drago Racing will be frustrated. If they'd started out front on the dries, who knows what could have been. They could have been minutes clear, potentially. But Redline, after winning this race a year ago, settled for a spot on the podium. Gustavo Ariel alongside Diogo Pinto. Porsche Coanda, their debut in the world of iRacing, sees Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong grab fourth in front of Florian Lebigra in that Team Redline 71 final car. Scored on the lead lap. 1 lap down for Apex Racing. World Sim Racing then behind them with Team Redline, Scuderia Ferrari HP and Grid and Go. 3 laps covering the top 10. Take a look at the top 20. Grid and Go, Porsche Coanda, another Apex machine with Williams Esports Racing, Prodigy, Scherer Esports, Door Esport. A fiercely forward car grabbing a well-earned top 20 alongside Grid and Go and Shezzo as well. Some teams will be thrilled with the effort after making it into top split. And then Falcon Sim Racing down in 20th spot. Keep scrolling through the rest of the names as we start to get into, well, used car lot territory to say the very least. Again, the important thing for me, though, Ewan, was 50 started this race, and as we're going to see, 32 finished within 18 laps of the leader. Many teams involved in incidents, not many wanting to retire.
Absolutely, that's the great thing as well. I hope that the rain will introduce that back into the iRacing special events as well. The spirit of endurance. There you can see Team Huizenveld and Altitude Freem Esports, who by the way had a very good fast lap. They were quick today, just had incidents and finished 18 laps down. There you can see Falcon Sim Racing, who we saw retire towards the end. They were the first team lap down. Have a look at that. Lots of teams retiring in the first 2 hours, but once you get past that first bit of rain, past those first 2 hours, you sort of want to get to the end, and the spirit of endurance was on show from a lot of these teams today. That's great to see. Hopefully that remains in the iRacing special event calendar for 2025.
Let's catch up with Phil Denez, who started off the Marla Racing Team car. And Phil, let's talk about that opening stint on slick tires, rest of the field on the wets, and you pull out a 60-second lead by the time we're 1 hour into the race. What was going through your mind through all of that chaos?
Oh, I have no words. My blood pressure was through the roof for the last hour. Yeah, at the beginning, we realized that we had nothing for anyone in the wet. And we gambled with 20 seconds to go before the grid to put slicks on. And the first 2 or 3 laps were actually surprisingly stable. I mean, it wasn't quick, but it was enough to be stable. And once the switchover happened, it was game on, and it was just hanging on for dear life in the rain, and I can't believe it. I have no idea how we managed to win this, but here we are. So I'm just over the moon, and iRacing, they've been by our side for so long now, and finally we can get a huge win for them. I'm so happy.
A huge win, 5 years as well after Marla first jumped into the sim racing world. Let's step over to Rainer, who's now jumped in after getting out of the car. Rainer, Phil says his blood pressure was through the roof in the final hour. What was going through your mind and your system as well as you felt that pressure from behind as the Drago Racing car closed on you?
Honestly, I was really surprised that we even came that far in front out of the pits, and then I knew that I had to put in the perfect laps. I was also on my quad stint, so it wasn't easy, but had to be done, and it was done.
Before we let you guys go, of course, this was interesting with the rain. Phil, give us 3 words to sum up rain in iRacing.
3 words. I don't know if I can do 3 words, but it makes for a great challenge, and it's very intuitive compared to real life, and I think it really shows where some people with real life experience, for example, Hugh was on another level today. Props to him. So it's a great addition, and I love having it in these races.
Rainer, 3 words from you. Can you successfully answer the question?
Challenging, interesting, and tough.
There we go. Thanks, guys. Congratulations on a great win. Go off and enjoy this.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Phil Denez, Rainer Talvar, I'm sure drained after that experience. Ewan, I'm a bit drained, and I only had to commentate for about 6 hours of that race. But I can't wait now for what lies ahead. We've got more of these special events to come. The rain, for the first time, I think, has been embraced by the drivers in a way where they were a bit more worried about rain at Daytona and previous special events.
Well, I think there is still that worry. I think speaking to the Marla Racing team, they'll hear the other side of the story and think, well, we came out with a win, so there's not much to complain about from our side, and that's fair enough, but there's still a lot of apprehension about the rain in iRacing now, but it adds such a level to these special events. I can't describe how pleased I am that it is here, and it is working in the way that it is as well. What a race this has been. What a few races we've had now in iRacing special events. The iRacing Daytona 24 was a perfect way to kick off the iRacing endurance racing calendar, and we've continued it on here at Bathurst. We're going to continue it as well in 4 weeks' time when we visit Sebring for the 12-hour there. Absolutely cannot wait. It's going to be 12 hours of enthralling racing again.
It was a busy January and somewhat busy February to start off our racing year. March quiet, but it means we can focus fully on the bumps of the Sebring International Raceway before a fan favorite, the Road America 500, has its own little community springing up around that great race. But it's time for us to wave goodbye. What a race it has been again. The best Bathurst 12 hours we've seen on iRacing since it launched in 2018. It's been one for the history books, the closest ever finish, most intriguing strategies all the way to the very end. And glad you've joined us on the iRacing Esports Network, live on RaceSpotTV for all of it. Our Junior Kangi party joined by Dara Thacker, Ron Mouse, Brad Dalton, by Mike Nowes, and by Jake Sperry. And don't forget Ewan O'Leary, tall and small, to end things off. From our team behind the scenes, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time from Sebring.